Douluo. Starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. In the dark world, the illusory moon hanging in the darkness exudes an evil light, and the blue and purple candles are extinguished one by one. A human-shaped creature walks in the city formed by granite and obsidian. This city, which was once full of killing and decadence, is now filled with endless madness, endless hunger, and endless death. The immortal grass that Amon threw into the blood river under the hell road through Tang sands. Handworked. The effect of snow SYNOPSIS is to stimulate potential, and also bring negative effects. It stimulates the toxins in the blood river. The blood river is the source of the Bloody Mary in the killing city. Therefore, those who drink Bloody Mary are also triggered by the chronic poison hidden in the body. These degenerates, while becoming more powerful, are more obsessed with Bloody Mary. They frantically kill the same kind they can find, and then suck their blood to relieve their mental pain. But like drinking poison to quench thirst, the more they drink, the deeper the poison, the more painful, and the more crazy. Drinking blood seemed to be the only thing on their minds. The girl in black gauze panted, with red eyes and a dazed look. "Great King of Slaughter, I'm so thirsty, so thirsty." The tall, pale blood red robe and stand-up collared cloak King of Slaughter grabbed the girl and bit her neck fiercely. The sharp fangs pierced the skin and sucked blood in big mouthfuls. "I'm thirsty too, give your life." The blood flowed and the body gradually became cold, but there was no pain on the girl's face, but a sense of satisfaction and joy. After drinking the blood, the King of Slaughter calmed down. He flew into the sky and frowned at the more chaotic Slaughter City than before. The current Slaughter City has lost its previous decadent atmosphere, leaving only hysterical madness. What's going on? What happened? After checking all parts of the Slaughter City, the King of Slaughter finally locked his eyes on the blood river under the hell road. The grand ceremony began. The King of Slaughter floated in the air, raised his hands, spread his 5 fingers, slightly bent, and formed claws. A red wave spread from him and gradually spread throughout the city. One by one, the figures fell down, and they were almost killed by the waves without struggling. The blood evaporated into blood mist, and under the control of the King of Slaughter, it soared into the sky, forming huge tornadoes, and finally gathered in the hell-killing field. The blood flowed along the pattern on the ground, forming a bloody bad pattern. He sacrificed the people of the entire city in exchange for the full opening of the road to hell. The figure of the King of Slaughter appeared on the narrow platform that Tang San and Hulina had been to. A small path leading to the outside world appeared in front. The King of Slaughter did not even look at the path, and jumped down, and jumped into the blood river. Below. An invisible force spread out, and the fierce breath rising from the blood river was swallowed by this force. He is the King of Slaughter. These evil spirits, which are of the same origin as murder Asura but more ominous, are just food in front of him. A moment later, the figure of the King of Slaughter appeared at the end of the bloody river, near the exit of the road to hell. In his hand, he held a white herb that had disappeared for most of the time. Even after being placed in the dirty bloody river for so long, the snow SYNOPSIS was still white and holy as before. "Damn bastards. You dared to poison the bloody river. I want you to pay for your sins with your lives," the King of Slaughter roared, and he turned into a red light and soared into the sky. Like a volcanic eruption, the peak of a mountain suddenly exploded, and red blood light overflowed. The King of Slaughter quietly floated in the air, and then threw away the remaining half of the blood SYNOPSIS. He squinted his eyes, not quite used to the dazzling sunlight of the world above. The King of Slaughter is a hybrid of the blood red 9-headed Bat King and Tang Chen. His consciousness is somewhat biased towards the blood red 9-headed Bat King, but it is also mixed with Tang Chen's evil thoughts. But he does not have the memory that Tang Chen has, so after coming to the world above, he showed a confused look on his face. In the past, when he was looking for someone in the city of Slaughter, he basically just flew around, but now, this boundless world with no end in sight, made him quite confused. And he didn't know where to go. In the woods, a young man wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a crystal monocle on his right eye smiled. He looked at the blood-red figure flying down from the mountain and whispered to himself, "Heh, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The King of Slaughter suddenly felt a chill. He stopped and said in an arrogant tone, Who dares to spy on the great King of Slaughter?" He looked around uneasily and felt that there were eyes watching him everywhere, in the air, on the grass, in the woods, everywhere. Amon walked out slowly from behind the trees and said with a smile, "Hello." It was the peak of the afternoon sun. The sun was emitting infinite light and heat, and the tall trees cast large shadows. The King of Slaughter stared at Amon and felt that the strange man in front of him was familiar. After staring at him for a long time, he finally understood the source of this familiarity. That face, wasn't it the German sparrow who betrayed his trust and died in the killing field of hell? It's you. You're not dead. Amon raised his right hand and pinched his monocle. "Of course I'm not dead, and it's not that easy to die, although I don't know how you escaped from the Hell City to the ground. Now the great King of Slaughter will show his mercy and give you another chance to serve him. Go. Find the Shura King and the Hell Messenger. I can promise you to become the captain of the Slaughter City law enforcement team." The King of Slaughter looked down at Amon and said proudly. Amon said TSK and whispered, "What a fool who can't see the situation clearly. Do you think this is still the Slaughter City?" As he spoke, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from his body. As the number of clones and his own strength increased, the speed at which he used the thief to accumulate soul power expression became faster and faster. Sometimes, even without accumulating in advance, he could rely on the temporary burst of all clones to gather enough power, and the aura that Amon burst out was more condensed than 3 years ago. And the sense of oppression was heavier. The King of Slaughter looked at Amon solemnly, with a look of surprise on his face. "Titled Douluo, then," he sneered. "Even if you are not in the Slaughter City, even if you are a titled Douluo, what's the matter? Since you dare to treat the great King of Slaughter with this attitude, let me grant you a death." Red blood mist emanated from the body of the King of Slaughter, carrying a strong corrosive aura, causing the contaminated vegetation to wither and die. These auras quickly turned into a strong bloodlight, spreading out to form a strange domain, covering Amon. Amon suddenly felt as if he had come to the City of Slaughter again, and all his soul skills were dormant and could not be used. "See, this is my power, the same domain power as the City of Slaughter," the King of Slaughter said proudly. "This is my killing domain. When you are in it, you will not be able to use any soul skills and can only let me slaughter you. Go to hell to repent for your ignorance and arrogance." Hehe. He laughed coldly and rushed towards Amon like lightning, with his right hand with long blood-red nails and sharp claws grabbing Amon's neck. Faced with such an attack, Amon calmly snapped his fingers, and a grey transparent spherical light curtain suddenly rose up and enveloped him. The nails of the King of Slaughter collided with the light curtain, causing ripples on the transparent sphere. Amon said with a hint of sarcasm. "King of Slaughter, is that all? No way. Is there really a titled Douluo who can't even break my soul skill? Is this a soul bone skill?" He looked at Amon with a serious look. "Well, it's just a trivial 100,000-year soul bone." Amon smiled. Although he has been promoted to a million-year soul bone, Amon is not in the habit of showing off. Insignificant. 100,000-year soul bone. The King of Slaughter was silent for a moment. Although he has been staying in the Slaughter City, he still knows the preciousness of soul bones, and 100,000 years old. Can this be described as insignificant? HMPH, after I kill you, this soul bone will be mine. Thank fate for its favor. The King of Slaughter had a cold look in his eyes. Many strange bloodlines appeared on his pale skin, and a sword-shaped magic pattern appeared on his forehead. Behind him, a pair of blood-red wings slowly opened. As his appearance changed, his aura suddenly increased. The rich bloodlight almost turned into substance, madly corroding the surrounding vegetation. All vitality disappeared, adding a bit of death and ominous meaning to the bloodlight. The King of Slaughter vibrated his wings, circled in the air for a few circles, and then rushed down quickly, with a speed so fast that an after image appeared. Amon stretched out his right hand calmly and condensed a substantial soul barrier in front of him. Bang. A violent collision sounded, and the surging soul power set off a burst of airflow. The faster the King of Slaughter rushed, the faster he flew back. His feet stepped on the ground, plowing to shallow gullies on the ground, looking at the barrier that did not move at all. His face became much gloomier. "Humph, you only know how to hide in the turtle shell." The King of Slaughter snorted. "A turtle shell? But it's useful. You haven't broken it yet, have you?" Amon had a teasing smile on his face. The King of Slaughter was furious. He found that he seemed to have no way to hurt Amon. His strength lies in the killing field. That can ban other people's soul skills. If a general titled Douluo loses his soul skills and cannot cope with his terrifying speed, he will be killed in the blink of an eye. But Amon's soul bone skills are not within the ban range of the killing field and can provide all-round defense. Chapter 202 Crazy Talk. Although the King of Slaughter could not hurt Amon, who was hiding in the soul shield, Amon could not hurt him either. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Amon said TSK and removed the light curtain. The King of Slaughter's strength was much weaker than he thought. He initially estimated that he was a super Douluo, or even close to the strength of the ultimate Douluo, but he did not expect that this guy was only at this level. He could only look at the killing field. Apart from this, he was only at the level of 93 or 94. Amon thought to himself, "It was my mistake. I ignored the improvement of his strength by the bloody swan kiss." Although the effect of stimulation made the King of Slaughter fall into the pain of constant desire for blood, it would also stimulate the potential of his body that belonged to the ultimate Douluo and continue to become stronger now compared to the original fate trajectory. Tangsun came back from the Sea God Island and met the King of Slaughter much earlier. It is not surprising that he is so weak because he has less time to stimulate his potential for a few years. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo probably can't beat him, but if Walter, who is prepared, comes over, he might be able to kill him. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have set any traps, and I would have brought Lei in to kill him directly. No, I still need a career. It's better to kill the blood red 9-headed Bat King and keep Tang Chen alive. Of course, we have to make sure that Tang Chen is incurable and will not live long. Otherwise the impact of an extreme Douluo will be quite large, especially since he may ascend to the throne of God. Well, thinking about it, it's better to have a current plan. All my preparations have not been in vain. Amon muttered. The King of Killing had a fierce light in his eyes. He took advantage of Amon's removal of the light curtain and suddenly rushed out. His long blood-red nails carried the breath of death and coldness, and suddenly tore open Amon's chest. He showed a slight surprise on his face. He didn't expect to succeed so easily, but he didn't think much about it. He just thought that he had grasped the opportunity well and caught the floor when the other party was relaxed and careless. The bloody swan kiss continued to work, making him constantly thirst for fresh blood. At this time, he had gradually become crazy and less rational. The desire for blood made him open his mouth and bite Amon's neck. The blood that had not yet dissipated flowed into the body through his throat, and a satisfied look appeared on the face of the King of Killing. The red light in his eyes gradually faded, and the King of Killing became more rational. He suddenly felt that the other party seemed to be deliberately coming to die. But why did he want to die? Was it a trap? Didn't he notice that there were other people around? After sucking the blood, he wiped the blood stains from the corners of his mouth, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes on the treetops. A crow with white eye circles looked at this scene speechlessly. His plan was not used. The King of Killing had already done all the preparations he wanted to do. Amon deliberately showed his soul bone skills, just to attract the attention of the King of Killing. Although the body of Tang Chen he parasitized was probably full of soul bones, as long as he was not a fool, he would not give up the good quality soul bones he got for free. When the King of Slaughter took out the bones that Amon had buried in the body in advance and relaxed his carelessness, the time worm hidden in the soul bone would parasitize. Even if such a rough parasitism would be immediately noticed by the other party and counterattacked. But Amon only needed that moment of parasitism, and at that moment, the fate of both parties was linked together. This moment of connection was enough for Amon to complete the subsequent operations. This was Amon's original plan. But the King of Slaughter actually sucked his blood, which was equivalent to swallowing part of the time worm that had not completely dissipated into his stomach, and took the initiative to establish contact with Amon. Although Amon was surprised by the operation of the King of Slaughter, he would not miss the opportunity. In an unknown small village, Amon, sitting on the roof of an abandoned hut, pushed his crystal textured monocle, and the time worms in his body all smiled at the same time, uttering words full of pollution. Amon immediately used the temporary connection with the King of Slaughter to reverse the stealing, and packaged the words emitted by the time worms in his body, and gifted them to the King of Slaughter. These words intertwined, mixed with the chaotic characteristics of the strange world carried by the depths of his martial soul, forming a terrifying and crazy muttering. Tang Chen, how long will you be trapped by this little bat? Do you want to become an ugly monster that drinks blood all day long? Poseidon will be disappointed to see you like this. When she said she would marry the one who became a god first, she actually chose you. Kan Douluo was not a coward who dared not risk his life to impact the realm of gods, but because he was the high priest of the angel god and could not absorb faith as the high priest of the sea god. Poseidon also knew this. She proposed such a condition, which was actually a rejection of Kan Douluo. When you were controlled by this little bat and sank in the killing city, your grandson Tang Heo found a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast as his wife. Kan Douluo's son Kan Zunji led the soul masters of the Wuhan Hall to hunt down the soul beast. In order to hunt it down, in the end, the soul beast was sacrificed and died. Tang Heo was left with irreparable injuries and took the initiative to withdraw from the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was also afraid of Kan Douluo, so it was sealed and lived all year round on the mountain where Kan Douluo once lost half a chip to you. Now, your great-grandson has also chosen a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast as his wife, and Kang Sunja's apprentice is hunting them down. History is repeating itself, and maybe at some point, your great-grandson will also lose his loved one. So, join forces with me, relax your mind, let my martial soul enter your body, don't hurt them, and don't let the blood-red nine-headed Bat King hurt them. I can provide you with soul-level help, allowing you to gain the upper hand in the battle of wills with the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. We work together to kill it. I will get the soul ring, and you will be free. At this moment, Amon's ravings echoed in the mind of the Slaughter King, like a sharp blade, piercing his spirit and tearing apart his mind. The personality of the Killing King was originally a temporary personality born out of the tug-of-war between the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and Tang Chen's spirit. After being affected by the gibbering, he stopped moving in an instant. Amon used his crazy babble to temporarily restrain the two wills in this body and filled it with real information that could stimulate Tang Chen's spirit. This information was not special to the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Only the one about teaming up with Tang Chen to deal with it would make it slightly wary, but this information had a huge impact on Tang Chen. So much so that he temporarily found himself lost in evil thoughts and suppressed the will of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. He took advantage of his extremely brief moment of clarity to utter one word: join hands. He didn't ask who Amon was, where he was, or how he knew this, because there was no time at all. Tang Chen could only express his attitude in the simplest language. Amon showed a smile, and in an instant, countless bright stars lit up, one after another with 12 links, star-like colors, and translucent insects separated from earthworms, grasshoppers, butterflies, sparrows and other animals, turning into streams of light penetrated into Tang Chen's body. The current worm of time does not have the ability to forcibly parasitize others, because in the form of the worm of time, they are very fragile. A little malicious soul power fluctuation from the original owner of the body can kill him. Therefore, Amon can only parasitize if the original owner agrees and is willing to cooperate. Although they have no resistance to damage from physical or soul power, they have power at the soul level. After being protected by Tang Chen's will and protected from physical and soul damage, the time insects launched an attack on the soul of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King as soon as they entered the body, assisting Tang Chen's will and stabilizing it. Control of the body. In a dim blood-colored space, a huge bat with wings spread out to cover the sky and the sun, with 9 heads, strange magic patterns on its body, and its whole body covered in a dense blood, let out a sharp roar. Opposite the bat, Tang Chen, who looked tiny, held a dark hammer with white bat patterns and dark gold patterns in his hand. Behind him, there was a huge hammer shadow suspended Almost the same as the huge body of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. The huge bat flapped its wings, and tornadoes composed of scarlet blood mist continued to attack forward. Tang Chen waved the hammer in his hand and scattered the bloody tornadoes. His movements of swinging the hammer were as continuous as clouds and flowing water, forming a barrier composed of hammer wind around him. But the blood mist like a dancing dragon and snake seemed to be endless, rising from the sea of blood below, impacting the barrier one after another. Tang Chen's defense was not easy. His spirit had been trapped in this world for who knows how long. His body was stained with too much blood, and his hammer was also stained with blood. If this trend continues, one day, he will be swallowed up by the opponent. A bright starlight broke through the blood dark sky, and then countless starlights poured in. The bright light illuminated this dark and ominous bloody space. The thousands of bugs emitting starlight scattered the blood-colored tornado, and then turned into a torrent, impacting the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Sometimes they gather, sometimes they disperse, and finally they cling to the huge bat like blood-sucking leeches from a distance. It seems as if countless tiny eyes have grown out of the huge bat wings. The worms of time did not stop after adsorbing, and continued to eat the bat, making small holes and drilling into its body. The nine-headed blood-red Bat King made a piercing cry, and as it screamed, starlight-colored insects exploded one after another as a super soul beast that could parasitize the ultimate Douluo and suppress his spirit for a time. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King finally showed its terrifying power. Spiritual storms arose in the blood-colored space, and the red mist turned into violent winds, like sharp knives one after another. The bugs attached to the wings of the ants were cut into pieces. "I will withdraw if you don't take action." Amon sent a message to Tang Chen. Tang Chen originally wanted to save his power as much as possible, because Amon, a weird guy, was not a good thing at first glance. Who knew whether he would continue to occupy his body after defeating the blood-red nine-headed Bat Queen. But after hearing this, Tang Chen had to take action with all his strength. Because he has no choice, this is the only chance he has encountered in such a long time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Scarlet Soul Ring. The huge hammer phantom suddenly bombarded the soul of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. It wanted to wave its wings to resist, but the stripes of starry bugs on its wings made it difficult to move. After Tang Chen succeeded in the attack, he did not stop and used the great Sumeru hammer technique to attack the blood-red nine-headed Bat King again and again, knocking it to pieces on the ground. Countless blood rose from the sea of blood below, turning into blood mist and clinging to the broken parts of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's limbs. The pieces gathered together quickly, and it returned to its original intact state. The big Sumeru hammer can continuously increase its power by swinging it again and again. At this time, Tang Chen has superimposed the destructive power of the hammer to a very high level. The healed body of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King was broken again. The blood mist rose, and it was healed again. Just like that, it was broken and healed, and broken, and entered a certain stalemate. Lasting for an unknown amount of time. The blood sea below gradually became thinner and finally disappeared. When the clear sky hammer was swung down again, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King failed to heal. It was smashed into pieces, with its head, wings, claws, body, scattered everywhere. Tang Chen, who had already gained an absolute advantage, had a cold light flashing in his eyes, and he had the idea of killing all the worms of time in his body. Amon reacted immediately. He let most of the insects of time attack Tang Chen's soul. Then, Amon from the outside, who had gathered many insects of time, faced the sluggish Tang Chen, stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. Since most of his spiritual power was restrained by the insect of time in his body, Tang Chen's will was unable to effectively defend against Amon's theft. The idea of killing the worm of time in the body was immediately stolen. While resisting Tang Chen, a small group of insects of time dealt a final blow to the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, who was already in pieces and had lost the power to resist point a scarlet, illusory soul ring, invisible to the naked eye and detectable only with mental power, slowly rose from Tang Chen's head point. The blood red nine-headed Bat King and the soul space slowly dissipated and turned into dots of red light, which merged into the illusory soul ring that emerged point. This soul ring is different from the ordinary 100,000-year-old soul ring. It exudes an evil and ominous dark red light, which looks a bit weird. Another Amon appeared, and immediately used the invisible thread of fate to launch a skill-stealing attack on Amon's body, who was far away. He stole the 6th soul skill Trojan of Destiny and immediately used the Trojan of Destiny. The fate of stealing the body. The clone standing next to Tang Chen turned into the main body. A dazzling star appeared in his hand, and a translucent insect with 12 links and a color like the starry sky quickly passed by, taking away the scarlet soul ring. The original body of Amon, who became a clone, stole back his original destiny by the same means. After dividing several clones to guard the side, he immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the person who was brought along with his destiny. The returning illusory soul ring. Tang Chen's aura was rising steadily and soon reached an extremely terrifying level. It was the pressure of a level 99 ultimate Douluo, and Amon had only seen it in Douluo and Ishan. In order to contain Tang Chen and allow the outside world enough time to take away the soul ring, the thousands of insects of time that entered Tang Chen's body had no time to evacuate and were crushed by the hostile soul power. Crush. With the death of the blood red nine-headed Bat King and the restoration of Tang Chen's will, the King of Slaughter disappeared. The sword-shaped blood-colored magic pattern on his forehead was flowing with red light, as if it was alive. The light gradually became stronger from dim, and a layer of red light appeared on the surface of his body. The originally pale complexion also began to change. The white color was gradually replaced by an unhealthy flush. The wings on his back were shattered inch by inch, turning into ashes and disappearing. His hair also gradually changed from red to black, as did his eyes when all the transformations were over. The only thing that remained red all over his body was the magic pattern on his forehead. Tang Chen, who had once dominated everyone for a while and was half as good as Douluo, came back again. He laughed like ha ha ha. His laughter was like thunder, and his voice shook the world. However, Amon knew that Tang Chen had run out of energy. His soul and body had been completely eroded by the confrontation with the blood red nine-headed Bat King. If the blood red nine-headed Bat King wins in the end, he will be able to repair the wounds on his body with his own strong recovery power. But Tang Chen does not have such ability. The clone of Amon who stayed in place clapped his hands and exclaimed, "He is truly worthy of being the #1 person in the world. With such power, even Douluo cannot match it." He bowed slightly and said softly, "Congratulations, Your Majesty Haoshan." There was a smile on Amon's face, as if the unpleasantness of finally confronting Tang Chen and being killed by so many insects of time had never happened. Tang Chen looked at the smiling Amon, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Existence is like you should not appear in the world, evil brat. I will kill you with my own hands." After Tang Chen defeated the blood red nine-headed Bat King and established the victory, he attacked Amon because he did not want this abnormal guy to stay in his body. Judging from the method he used to contain the blood red nine-headed Bat King, he might be even weirder after all. Even the blood red nine-headed Bat King only has his soul parasitic on his body, but Amon can parasitize his soul. After regaining his will, he attacked Amon again because he had killed so many bugs on the other side and had a grudge, so of course he had to do it thoroughly. Otherwise the other side might retaliate. Tang Chen himself was dying soon and was very powerful, so he didn't have to worry, but he couldn't be sure that the other party wouldn't come after Tang Haoshan sect and other people or things that were involved with him. A dark hammer appeared in Tang Chen's hand, with red magic lines wandering on the hammer's body. It quickly enlarged and became larger than a human being. Under Tang Chen's wave, it showed unparalleled terrifying power, even if he didn't use soul skills, even if it was just a simple hammer. Under the blessing of the soul power that was the limit of the world, Amon felt as if a hill was coming towards him. He didn't resist, and was smashed to pieces by this terrifying hammer with a smile. Tang Chen looked at the puddle of flesh with no human shape, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He always felt that the other party should not be that weak point after all. Being able to intervene in the battle between him and the blood-red nine-headed Bat King is enough to show that he is extraordinary point. But there were no more clues for a while. He just released his mental power and scanned the surroundings. After finding no abnormalities, he turned into a rainbow light and soared into the sky, flying towards Poseidon Island Point. He didn't have much time left, and what concerned him most was the part about both AC and Amon's rants, the person who haunted him. It was for her that he rushed into the killing city recklessly and took the divine test recklessly. Otherwise, if he had made more preparations and been more careful, he might not have been able to discover the trap of the Rakshasa god and avoid it. Suffered the bad luck of being parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King point. When he thought that both Saxi had actually chosen him, he was both excited and regretful. Now he just wanted to rush to Poseidon Island Point. An earthworm with a white circle on its body emerged from the ground. The bright starlight lit up, and the insect of time swam and spiraled upward. A figure wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, a wide forehead, and black eyes appeared in the sky. Emerging in the starlight point, this phantom gradually solidified and finally became no different from an ordinary person. He raised his right hand, pinched his monocle, and stared at the direction Tang Chin left. TSK. Did you go to Poseidon Island? In an unknown small village, on the roof of an abandoned house. Amon's body sat cross-legged in the light curtain formed by the materialized soul power, quietly absorbing the soul ring derived from the nine-headed blood-red Bat King point on the side. Several Amons were vigilant about the surroundings with different postures. They were not too tense, because in the outer periphery, there were hundreds of worms of time parasitic in the bodies of different small animals. Monitoring the surroundings, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's soul ring does not have much soul power, but it has extremely powerful resentment. It is the resentment left by a super soul beast comparable to extreme Douluo before it died, and it is also in the realm of life and soul. The best point, as Amon expected, it was not completely dead yet. In the original work, the deep-sea demonic whale king can leave a ray of his soul on his soul bone and replace it when Tangson carries out the Poseidon inheritance. There is no reason why the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, who is better at parasitism, can't do it. Point in a gray space, a huge blood-red bat quietly emerged, with a cunning look in its eyes. It looked at the tiny figure in front of it and let out a weird GG smile. If you don't absorb my soul ring, I'm afraid I will really fall into that human soul space, but now, I will accept your body. Amon looked at the Bat King, who exuded powerful soul fluctuations, raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, slowly raised the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. If you are in someone else's spiritual space, I'm indeed no match for you. After all, my soul is actually not too powerful. But, what makes you think that you can fight me here? The blood-red nine-headed Bat King discovered something unusual. Its scarlet infectious power did not spread, and it did not transform this space into the blood-sea environment it was most familiar with. It raised its head and looked upward, with endless fear in its eyes. It is the most instinctive fear that cannot be transferred by will, is uncontrollable, and originates from the deepest part of the soul point in the grey and black mist. A huge object is covered with shadows, and its smooth tentacles are constantly squirming. The tentacles are covered with mysterious and complex patterns. These patterns seem to contain endless knowledge, making people go crazy and their heads explode after just one glance. Crazy and terrifying murmurs sounded in its mind, causing a look of pain to appear on its face. What the hell are you? The voice of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King has turned into a roar that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Its body began to deform. Its huge bat wings turned into ugly wings made of countless bugs. A tentacle emerged from its eye socket, and its ears, mouth, and body turned into squirming pieces of flesh. These pieces of meat seemed to have self-awareness, trying to crawl in different directions. With a final scream, the giant bat disintegrated and turned into slippery, tentacle-like insects. These bugs quickly merged into the grey mist and disappeared. Amon looked at the dissipated bat, smiled, and whispered to himself, not bad. I lasted 2 minutes longer than Heian. Chapter 204 Parasite. 12 circular star-shaped translucent bugs swam in the palm of Amon's right hand, moving up and down, leaving a trail of after images. Like a group of bugs, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, Purple, black, and red appeared on his body point among them. The sixth soul ring left by the auspicious beast was black with an ominous aura, a dark color. The seventh soul ring left by the blood-red nine-headed bat king exuded a corrupting evil feeling, showing a scarlet color different from the general red soul ring point. After successfully obtaining the seventh soul ring, Amon was promoted to soul saint. The soul power accumulated by absorbing thousands of soul bones in the past was also displayed at this moment. His soul power level climbed steadily until it stopped at level 80 point. At the same time, all the Amons felt the feeling of being untied by their physical restraints again and broke through their current levels and became level 61 point. He closed his eyes and carefully experienced his new ability, the martial soul true body. This is the ability that all beast spirit masters will have when they reach the soul saint stage. The difference is that some beast spirits, due to their own special characteristics, will also acquire special skills different from ordinary people. Amon raised his right hand, pinched the crystal textured monocle, chuckled and said to himself, martial spirit true body. Compared with the martial spirit true body, I prefer to call it mythical form. Before this, Amon's body could only maintain the human form and could not turn into a worm of time, but after possessing the seventh soul ring, he gained this ability. Seventh soul skill, martial spirit true body, which can also be said to be a mythical form or a parasite. The body turns into a worm of time and parasitizes in the soul of others. When parasitizing, the influence of soul power and physical strength is greatly reduced, and the only thing that can effectively resist is mental power. Parasitism is divided into shallow and deep levels. The shallow level is to perceive everything that the host can perceive, but cannot know the host's inner thoughts. The deep level is based on this and can perceive the host's thoughts and control the host's behavior. The characteristics of stealing have been further strengthened so that all the previous abilities related to stealing have been greatly improved. In effect, the range of the fourth soul skill stealing remains unchanged, but the success rate of a single time has increased significantly. The essence of parasitism is stealing life, so Amon's range of stealing has been further expanded. He can steal related concepts of life, including the limbs, vitality, soul bones, martial souls, and even souls of creatures. Amon can directly steal the soul of the target, put it into his own soul space, and devour it using the characteristics of pollution. This cannot directly strengthen his own soul, but it can make up for the soul defect caused by separating the worm of time. There is a disadvantage to doing this, that is, it will make yourself crazy, using the soul power obtained from pollution and devouring to repair your own incomplete soul will inevitably affect your own personality and will, and turn you into a stranger little by little. Of course, Amon will not use this method to repair his own soul. He will only use these extra souls to create clones. This can create a large number of clones in a short period of time to make up for the problem of slow growth in the number of clones. But there is also a problem with this, that is, the result of the referendum of the whole Mongolia. After being mixed with the will of these polluted souls, the result may be different from the will of the main body. This is a very dangerous ability, and it is also true for Amon himself. So he must be very cautious when using it. In addition, parasitism is different from the soul skills in the past. It is not the soul ring skill obtained by adding soul rings, but the special ability of the martial soul awakened after obtaining the martial soul. Therefore, not only the main body can parasitize, but also the time worm clones, as the martial soul split body can also parasitize and steal life. After absorbing the soul ring of the blood-red nine-headed bat king, Amon was sure that this was a soul beast with a cultivation of more than 900,000 years. This is not much different from his previous estimate. A soul beast that can parasitize an extreme Douluo must be of a similar level. In addition to the soul ring, a soul bone was also dropped. This is a head soul bone. There are two effects given to Amon. One is body shaping, which can freely control his body tissue and change its form. The second is soul condensation. When Amon splits his clone, he can shape the clone's memory and personality more finely according to his own wishes. Both are very useful abilities. Body sculpting can not only change the appearance, but also transfer body tissues when injured, and use some unimportant body tissues to fill the important and damaged body tissues to maintain the normal operation of the body, thereby achieving the purpose of transferring wounds. Soul condensation makes up for the shortcomings of Amon when he splits his clone. Before, he could only roughly determine the personality of the clone and simply delete and modify its memory of certain things, and could not perform more detailed operations. Soul condensation makes this impossible and the past possible. Finally, got this ability. Let me see. Randomly select some lucky audiences as the object of parasitism. Well, it's decided to be you. However, I have to deal with some things and make some preparations first. Amon smiled and cast his eyes in the direction of the Stardao Great Forest with deep eyes. The Xingluo Empire declared war on the pretext of attacking Amon. Their first target of attack was also Tuda territory. At this time, the Night City had become the front line of the battlefield. Dai Chenghua personally led an army of 700,000 and was in a stalemate with Zuking for more than half a year. It was not as unstoppable as he had imagined, which made him very annoyed and worried. Although the imperial power of the Xingluo Empire was very strong, far exceeding that of the Xiandao Empire, and its political system was closer to the centralized system, it was not the emperor's one-man show. The hereditary nobles headed by the Zhu family, the newly rising ministers and generals, could all exert control over the imperial power. Due to the defeat in the war, many anti-war voices have emerged. Zhu King was also not feeling well. For her personally, it was an extremely brilliant victory to drag the Xingluo army here with less than half the enemy's troops, but the Xiandao Empire was fighting on two fronts at this time. In addition to facing the offensive of the Xingluo Empire, the Soul Beast army roaming in the kingdom was also a serious problem. Moreover, the rampage of Soul Beasts affected production, and the loss of several important grain production sites made the already unsustainable logistics even worse. She had ordered tax increases many times and even collected several months of grain taxes in advance. She knew how much damage this would cause to the people's livelihood in the Xiandao Empire, but it was also a helpless move. The two sides could fight to this point, which was inseparable from the patriotic people belonging to the Amon family in their respective armies before the war. Both sides conducted a nationwide conscription, and the Amons actively applied to contribute to their country. Although these Amons look the same, they joined the army in different places. Dozens or hundreds of them mixed into a team of up to hundreds of thousands, which made them inconspicuous. After joining the army, although they did not show too strong strength, they were reused, just based on their basic physical fitness. Generally, they started with a small team leader of 10 people. Through spiritual communication, these Amons understood the deployment of troops and tactical arrangements of both sides clearly, which was equivalent to opening a full map hang, and there were people in the enemy who cooperated with the action. The Amon in the Xiandao Empire army first showed bravery on the battlefield, was promoted again and again, and got a certain status. After having a certain degree of autonomy, he carried out some surprise attacks and repeatedly gave the Xingluo army a head-on blow. The Amons and the Xingluo Empire's army often fought some battles that were brilliant in some areas, but useless to the overall situation, or even harmful, and would expose certain military intentions in advance. Due to the uncertainty and variability of the battlefield, it was difficult for the high-level commanders of the Xingluo Empire to find these problems when reviewing the battle after the war, so these Amons were repeatedly commended. Of course, the Amons also tried not to let too many Amons rise to too high positions, because the higher the position, the greater the probability of meeting each other, and the greater the chance of being exposed. Most of them stayed at the level of grassroots officers, and no longer performed. Zhu King was able to hold back the Xingluo army with less than half of its troops, and at least 50% of the credit should be attributed to the Amons who silently contributed on both sides of the enemy. Controlling such a war through some subtle movements, while being of low rank and power, is also a big challenge for Amon, but that's it. It will be much easier next time. An Amon glanced at his boss in front of him, and muttered to himself in an almost undetectable voice, "What do you want to talk to me about?" A centurion looked at the young man in front of him and said gently. He was very satisfied with this newly promoted subordinate. He was honest, clear-headed, had a very keen sense of the battlefield, and could often see through the enemy's intentions. He had decided to cultivate him as a confidant. I just want to ask you, sir, have you ever heard of the Amon family? Are you interested in joining us? Amon, who was wearing simple leather armor and had a short haircut, pinched his right eye socket and slowly raised the corner of his mouth point, looking at his slightly evil smile. The centurion's heart skipped a beat and suddenly felt bad. He wanted to shout and opened his mouth, but found that no sound came out. Suddenly, he seemed to see a transparent and illusory figure twisting around him like a python in the hazy picture. He had hands and feet, vaguely wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat of the same color, and a crystal textured monocle on his face. I seem to have seen this image somewhere before. That's right, it's the Duke Amon. Then, the centurion lost consciousness and fell backwards to the ground with a thud. After a while, he opened his eyes again and sat up with his hands on the ground. The guards outside the tent heard the noise and asked, "Sir, what happened?" "Nothing." The centurion pinched his right eye socket, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. The same thing happened in the various tents of the Xiandao and Xingluo armies in one day. Thousands of grassroots officers got used to pinching their eye sockets. Chapter 205 Dark Demon Evil Tiger. Outside the Xingdao Great Forest, the fresh air mixed with the fragrance of grass and trees is refreshing. Due to the ferocious beasts taking away a large number of soul beasts, and the Amon's hunting, the number of soul beasts in the forest has dropped sharply. Now most of the active ones are ordinary wild beasts. A giant tiger with a pure black body, no trace of mixed colors, bright red eyes, and full of gloomy breath knocked an elk to the ground with one claw, and then opened its bloody mouth and ate it clean in 2 bites. The dark demon evil god tiger licked the blood on its claws, stared at the depths of the Xingdao Great Forest, walked to a big tree with some boredom, lay on the ground, rubbed its back with the bark, and took a nap. It is a very special soul beast, which is a mutation of the white tiger. It has the evil attribute. Its own cultivation is very difficult. Relying on normal cultivation, its cultivation will hardly improve. Only by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or soul masters can it improve itself quickly. During this period, it had a very hard time. Since 6 years ago, the soul beasts of the Stardao Great Forest who were more than 10,000 years old had a tendency to unite. If they disagreed, they might attract fierce beasts, which made it impossible for it to eat. 3 years ago, the roar of the black dragon resounded throughout the Stardao Great Forest. Except for it, almost all soul beasts were inspired. In the following days, the number of soul beasts continued to decrease. Even ordinary 10-year and 100-year soul beasts were rarely seen in the periphery. Not only soul beasts, but even soul masters were not seen, except for a few strange humans wearing monocles who were considered high quality food. It had not had a good meal. Ordinary wild beasts can only fill their stomachs, and prey with soul power is what it really needs. Lacking suitable food, the growth of the dark demon evil god tiger's cultivation was almost stagnant. It also considered going deeper, but the power of the world half a year ago made it hesitate. From the memory of blood inheritance, it was learned that the vast power of heaven was a punishment from heaven, the terrifying thunder tribulation that would only be triggered when the soul beast reached 1,000,000 years old was impossible for a soul beast to survive. I wanted to go and see if I could eat the corpse of the 1,000,000-year-old soul beast that died in the heavenly punishment, but the heavenly punishment did not fall. This made the dark demon evil god tiger a little confused, not knowing whether the mysterious existence that triggered the heavenly punishment was dead or alive. The appearance of ZG later made the dark demon evil god tiger particularly wary, and also made it give up the idea of going deep into the Stardao Great Forest. It felt that the Stardao Great Forest seemed to be no longer suitable for its growth, and considered whether to move. Thinking about it, it fell into a shallow sleep and snored. The dark demon evil god tiger had a dream. In the dream, it ate dragon tendons and bear claws, and there was a plate of swan meat next to it. After the meal, there was a human soul master wearing a black robe and a monocle as a snack. The purple, black, and silver dragon scales that were stripped off were made into a bed, shining in the sun. A strange breath gradually approached, and the dark demon evil god tiger suddenly woke up, opened its pair of evil red eyes, raised its head, and looked vigilantly to the side and back. The young man in black ancient robes pointed soft hats of the same color, and a crystal monocle on his right eye, looked at it with a smile. It seems that I came at the wrong time and disturbed your sleep. How about you sleep for a while? I'll come back later. The dark demon evil god tiger's eyes lit up. Isn't this a snack after dinner? Although the big meal has not been settled yet, in the past few years, it has eaten many human soul masters dressed like this. The quality of soul power is very high, and there is a hint of evil. It is particularly delicious, which makes it always miss its point, but soon, it felt something wrong. The target of this human seemed to be itself, raw. The dark demon evil god tiger felt threatened, and roared intimidatingly. Amon chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous. It's useless to be nervous. I just came to invite you to join the Amon family. Well, the kind of invitation that can't be refused." The dark demon evil god tiger walked slowly, with greed and vigilance in his eyes. In the past, the few humans dressed like this that it devoured were all attacked by itself. This was the first time it was found. The dark demon evil god tiger's way of cultivation was very hated by soul beasts. Once discovered, it would end up being attacked by a group. It was naturally cautious to grow to this point. The blood power inherited from the evil god made it eager to devour Amon's soul power, but it was also a little afraid, as if the human in front of it had more evil characteristics than its evil god blood. The huge evil god hook behind the dark demon evil god tiger slowly rose and swung gently behind it. Every swing would bring a string of twisted and strange halos in the air. Its body was black, but the energy fluctuations it emitted were gray, full of evil gray. The temperature around seemed to drop suddenly. It was the coldness brought by the evil spirit. The gray airflow spread quietly, and suddenly, the dark demon evil god tiger disappeared. The air fluctuated violently, and the wind was fierce. It quietly appeared behind Amon, with one tiger claw raised high, and the black sharp blade seemed to be able to swallow even light. Bang! The sharp claw collided with the grey transparent light curtain, and ripples appeared on the light curtain. The dark demon evil god tiger failed to succeed in one attack, and immediately kicked its forelegs, and landed lightly dozens of meters away. This speed is almost comparable to the king of killing. Amon exclaimed, "It is worthy of being a soul beast with the blood of the evil god." At the same age, I'm afraid that Ishan is not your opponent. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still a lot worse. Looking at his relaxed and carefree appearance, the dark demon evil god tiger suddenly stood on its hind legs and flapped its wings behind it. The black light gushed out, turning into dozens of sharp blades that soared into the air and flew towards Amon. Carrying the sharpness of the wind and the corrosion of evil spirits, these sharp blades splashed layers of ripples on the light curtain. Then, a black light came straight along the ground and attacked Amon. Wherever the black light passed, the grass and trees withered. With the impact of the black light, Amon's barrier condensed with soul power finally reached its limit and shattered. Lightning flashed under the feet of the dark demon evil god tiger, and it came to Amon like teleportation, and the evil god hook at the tail, which was like a joint and shaped like a scorpion tail, swung down suddenly. The hook flashing with cold light pierced Amon's chest. After succeeding, the dark demon evil god tiger jumped back very cautiously to avoid the prey's dying counterattack and hurt itself. It is a cunning and experienced hunter. While killing its prey, it also has to ensure its own safety. Just now, it has injected a large amount of evil energy into the opponent's body. All it needs to do next is wait patiently. Feeling the pain in his chest, the expression on Amon's face did not change at all. He just clenched his right hand and the wound disappeared. He stole his injury. Such stealing cannot last long. After 3 minutes, the stolen injury will automatically return. Amon grabbed the blue-silver grass on the ground and stole their vitality, causing them to wither and die. The stolen vitality and injury collided under Amon's control and finally offset each other. Stealing life is difficult to work against opponents of the same level or higher life essence, unless the opponent loses the power to resist, so Amon cannot directly steal the vitality of the dark demon evil god tiger. As for the evil energy that invaded the body, it did not bring any negative effects at all. The soul power in the body rolled up and disappeared. Seeing that the injury he had inflicted with great difficulty was healed so easily, the dark demon evil god tiger roared. Layers of grey light lit up and condensed into a ball around its body. This was an attack that condensed its three attributes of wind, thunder, and evil. The dark demon evil thunderballs of lightning roared, and the violent explosion destroyed a large area of vegetation around it. With dust flying and gravel splashing, Amon stole the invincible golden body from the main body. To resist this powerful attack, when the dark demon evil god tiger found that Amon was still unscathed under the attack of the dark demon evil thunder, the fear in his eyes became even greater. He thought for a moment, and finally made a decision. The tail made of bone swung, and the grey airflow condensed a ball of black light around its body, and the hook at the tail also turned into a thorn. It rushed towards Amon, and the thorn-like long tail swung in front of it, and a black light instantly appeared between the two. The moment he saw its tail change, Amon already knew what it wanted to do. Amon's clone, hundreds of kilometers away, stole Lei Yin's martial soul. This clone then stole the martial soul from that clone, following the connection of fate. A dazzling lightning suddenly appeared in his hand, accompanied by thunder, and a thunder spear condensed. Amon threw the spear out suddenly, and the thunder arrived in an instant, shattering the black light around the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger let out a scream, and the black light spot suddenly expanded, turning into a black hole that sucked both sides into it. Welcome to the arena of life and death. Only when one side dies can this life and death battle end. Leave this space. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Strange voices sounded from all directions, with a hint of mischievous teasing and mockery in the voice. This made Amon a little suspicious that the owner of this voice was the evil god who influenced the birth of the dark demon evil god tiger. The shrunken dark demon evil god tiger roared in a childish but domineering manner after returning to its infancy. Looking at the small black tiger that looked like a big cat, Amon smiled. Is this the so-called cute tiger? Or, after roaring a few times, the dark demon evil god tiger stopped and stared blankly at Amon, whose appearance had not changed at all. With a dull look in his eyes, the real effect of life and death arena is to turn the opponent into a child, while the dark demon evil god tiger is not affected. But because Amon shattered the black light that was used to protect itself from this skill, the dark demon evil god tiger also returned to its infancy. But even so, both sides should have returned to their infancy to fight. But why didn't the man in front of him change at all? As if he saw the dark demon evil god tiger's doubts, Amon smiled and explained. In fact, it has been less than half an hour since I was split. I was still a child. Chapter 206 Menghu. After Amon put on a soul power membrane, he reached out and grabbed the back of the neck of the young evil god tiger, which was only more than 1 meter long, lifted it up, and placed it at the same level as his head and his line of sight. The two looked at each other, and the young evil god tiger took a deep breath and spit out a dark evil thunder. The small thunder ball with the most evil breath flew slowly in front of Amon and suddenly exploded. Such an attack naturally could not break Amon's soul power protective membrane. The former's black tiger face, which looked a little cute because of its young age, showed a very anthropomorphic, polite and embarrassing smile. Starlight bloomed, and one after another time worm followed the sight of both parties and sank into the head of the dark evil god tiger. It soon stopped moving. The black tiger's body twitched violently. This was the soul of the evil god tiger fighting against Amon's time worm. In the soul space of others, Amon could not show that kind of crushing advantage, but it was still not something that could be easily resisted. He wrapped around the soul of the evil god tiger like a python, and a white eye circle appeared on the right eye of the black tiger. Parasitism completed after transferring all the worms of time it carried. This clone immediately committed suicide, satisfying the conditions for one party's death, and the figure of the dark evil god tiger gradually faded and disappeared. It returned to the real world and turned into the black giant tiger that dominated the Stardao Great Forest. The corners of the dark evil god tiger's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a smile, and it slowly walked towards the depths of the Stardao Great Forest. Lei Yin, who was walking on the street, stopped. After losing his martial soul, he did not panic, but naturally pinched his right eye socket and asked softly, "Mr. Amon, it's me. The situation is urgent, so I borrowed your martial soul without authorization." Amon, dressed as a businessman, said softly when he crossed with him, "It doesn't matter. My body, my martial soul, my soul skills, you can use them as you like. Lei Yan smiled faintly. It is no longer a secret that the time worm split from Amon can become a clone and leave the main body to act at a long distance point. No matter how little communication the fierce beasts have with humans, in such a long confrontation, they will inevitably mention Amon and reveal some relevant information. Lei Yan seemed to be indifferent on the surface, but he secretly thought in his heart, stealing martial souls is an ability that Mr. Amon has never shown before. He has become stronger again. The city where Lei Yan is now is Fipu City, which is further behind Liuan City. With the assistance of Amon's clone, although he can contain the king of 10,000 monsters, the ordinary army of the Xiandao Empire is not the opponent of the White Tiger army after all. They were defeated again and again, and lost several cities in more than half a year. However, the tragedy of the massacre did not happen again due to Daimyo Bei's strong prevention. Wei Zhaowu did not insist too much on the idea of massacring the city, because the benefits were not great. Their strategic goal of blitzkrieg and quickly conquering several cities had long been shattered. The Soul Beast army under the 10,000 Demon King had been reduced a lot because of the battle, and they did not mind eating the corpses of soul beasts of different species, so the demand for food was greatly reduced. Lord Lei Yan, the army of the Crossing Luo Empire has begun to attack the city again. A soldier ran over in a hurry, panting. I know. Lei Yan nodded, and then turned into a flash of lightning, and disappeared in front of him. With the gradually brightening blue and white light, Lei Yan appeared on the top of the city. The General Plank who was guarding the city looked at the young but powerful figure, and a look of awe appeared on his face. If the other party had not restrained the terrible leader of the beast taming sect, this line of defense would have collapsed long ago. What's the situation? Lei Yan nodded to him and asked gently. It's still the same old tactics. The infantry and cavalry work together. Let the white bone mammoth lead the way first, and the white tiger army riding the flaming lions will follow closely behind. That kind of lion is capable of carrying people directly to the top of the city, which is very troublesome. How many people do we have? Lei Yan frowned. Less than 7,000, and the crossbows are almost used up. I'm afraid this city will be, alas. General Plank sighed. He was originally a defender in the front, but he retreated here with the troops in the war. He also has a good understanding of the White Tiger army with soul beasts as a helper, and knows their action mode. Has the reinforcement not arrived yet? No, I don't know why. The reinforcement that should have arrived yesterday have not arrived yet, and even the crossbows that were promised before are not here. I don't know what the bastards behind are doing. Plank said with hatred. Lei Yan frowned and stopped talking. He didn't know much about how to use troops, and the little knowledge he knew was learned from what he saw and heard on the battlefield in the past 6 months. He was actually just silently completing the task assigned to him by Amon to contain the king of 10,000 demons. However, the generals of the Xiandao Empire saw that he was so brave and regarded him as a spiritual belief. They always asked for his opinions on how to make decisions, and even regarded it as the main battle plan, which made Lei Yan feel heavy pressure. Lord Lei Yan, what should we do next? Come again. I really don't know how to do this. Lei Yan just felt a throbbing pain in his head. Sometimes he really wanted to pinch the necks of these army generals and ask, are you worthy of the food paid by the people of Xiandao? Let's see. He answered weakly. He had explained many times before that he knew nothing about military affairs, but it was always regarded as a humble statement, and he was powerless to explain. The figure of the 10,000 Demon King appeared in the air, and Lei Yan said casually, as if he had been pardoned, I'll leave it to you here. He would rather face the terrible beast than stay in front of Plank for another second. Then, he turned into a lightning, and came to the 10,000 Demon King. You again, little ghost. It seems that I'm really underestimated. Amon didn't even show his face. The 10,000 Demon King's dark green eyes stared at Lei Yan. He had fought with Lei Yan quite a few times, and he also inferred more information about Amon through these battles. The 10,000 Demon King speculated that Amon's clone should be the split of his special insect martial spirit, which could merge with Lei Yan's martial spirit. Whoever's consciousness was dominant would have more characteristics after the martial spirit fusion point. Since Amon's consciousness did not often come out, it was mostly Lei Yin who came to fight him. So he thought that Amon's clone also needed the main body to control it, but the control distance was very far, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. This was the result of Amon's deliberate misleading. Although he himself didn't know whether it would be useful for the time being, he misled first. Maybe it would come in handy someday. You don't need Mr. Amon to deal with you. I'll be enough. Lei Yin said with a chuckle. Amon used a bunch of stolen auxiliary skills to forcibly increase Lei Yin's basic attributes to a level close to that of the 10,000 Demon King point. Although there is a rule that a Soul Master can only accept the increase of one auxiliary Soul Master at most, but Amon is indeed only one person. Amon got this bug, but he didn't completely succeed. He found that there would be a certain degree of repulsion between auxiliary skills that increase the same attribute. As the number of superpositions continues to increase, the amplification effect will continue to weaken and eventually approach zero infinitely. Of course, under Amon's terrifying number, the increase is still quite considerable. He can increase the attributes of a person who has just entered the title Douluo level to a level close to that of Emperor Xian and Kandao Liu. However, when it comes to the limit, ordinary assistance is useless, because these soul skills are ultimately the product of rules, and they cannot help people gain the power to break the rules. The limit Douluo is the upper limit. In addition to some extraordinary skills, no matter how much conventional assistance is added, it is impossible to break the rules and reach the level of God's body. Soul power, spirit, and soul skills are the foremost important indicators of a soul master. Lei Yin is the sharpest sword in Amon's hand. In addition to spirit and soul power, the other two are no different from ordinary title Douluo with the blessing of 6 soul bones. If it weren't for this war that Amon also wanted to see, he could completely get rid of anyone below the limit of the world like Kandao Liu and Ishan through the continuous superposition of auxiliary amplification. The face of the 10,000 Demon King was a little gloomy. He was a being comparable to a Super Douluo, but he was underestimated by a little soul saint. It seems that the stalemate in the past 6 months has given you some illusions, and you have an inappropriate assessment of yourself and my power. I will help you correct it now, he said, slightly gloomy. Zilla. Several arcs of electricity appeared on Lei Yin's body. You are the one who has the wrong perception, right? The victory or defeat on the battlefield cannot be determined by the soul power level alone. You have to fight to know. A long sword with a lot of thunder appeared in his hand, and his body turned into a lightning, rushing towards the king of 10,000 monsters. You don't know whether you live or die. A faint light appeared behind the king of 10,000 monsters, and the shadow of a huge demon tree flashed vaguely. Countless chain-like branches blocked the way forward for Lei Yin. A special wave came out, and the dark green ripples vibrated, constantly superimposed, and the frequency became higher and higher, forcing Lei Yin out of the thunder state. A mist with a strong corrosive smell spread around with the king of 10,000 monsters as a center. Lei Yin threw the long sword from a distance, and then took out a long spear surrounded by lightning from the soul bone space. He can use the soul skill of thunder magnetic gun to charge metal objects in normal times and store them in soul bone space, so that in battle, he does not need to spend time and soul power, and can use them directly. Looking at the spear, the face of the 10,000 Demon King showed fear. When he first encountered it, he underestimated the power of thunder magnetic gun, and was almost stabbed by it. Branches formed pieces of rattan shields in front of the 10,000 Demon King. The spear made of iron essence, wrapped in lightning, passed like a meteor. The shields were broken layer by layer, and then formed layer by layer. Finally, after piercing more than 20 shields, the thunder magnetic gun finally ran out of kinetic energy and stopped. Chapter 207 Amon, the king of all monsters. Chapter 207 Amon, the king of 10,000 demons. A wooden spear emerged and came to Lei Yin in an instant. After merging with Amon's time worm martial spirit, Lei Yin also possessed the powerful insight of the decryption scholar and reacted immediately. He used the left leg bone soul skill thunder speed to speed up his own speed and easily avoided the stabbing spear unconsciously. Thousands of branches had been woven into a cage. These chain-like branches moved in a peculiar rhythm, emitting circles of ripples. The colorless and odorless poisonous gas quietly spread throughout the cage and penetrated into Lei Yin's body through breathing and skin, hair, "Kid, you are still too young." The king of 10,000 demons sneered. "Maybe not." The thunder roared, and the powerful electric current dispersed all the toxins. A thunderbolt fell from the sky. Like a magnificent power, the cage made of countless branches was penetrated, and the ripples stopped abruptly. Yan took the opportunity to elementize and move. Pulling away a long distance point, the eyes of the 10,000 demons king were dignified. The falling lightning reminded him of some bad memories. Memories of struggling to survive in the face of the heavenly tribulation. Thinking of this, his killing intent became stronger behind him. A strong fluorescent light was emitted, and the stars like seeds drifted away, and the target was Fipu City. Since the flexible and swift Yan could not be easily attacked, there was no need to deliberately entangle with him. Although he wanted to kill Yan, the annoying guy, and reduce Amon's wings, the 10,000 demons king would not forget the original goal. It was his most important thing, to put enough pressure on the Xiandao Empire to make them compromise and give in. How despicable. Yan cursed, and then rushed towards the White Tiger army. The king of 10,000 demons slaughtered ordinary defenders, and he went to slaughter the White Tiger army. If the defenders were gone, they were gone, but the king of 10,000 demons could not let the White Tiger army be wiped out. This is a human war. If he leads the soul beasts to continue attacking when the White Tiger army is gone, then the nature of the war will change. The king of 10,000 demons twitched his face, feeling like he was shooting himself in the foot. He also thought of this, and had no choice but to retract the fluorescence and use branches to protect the White Tiger army. Sure. Enough. You humans are the most ruthless creatures. Yan turned around and focused his eyes on the king of 10,000 demons again. "You are the only one who is not qualified to say this. As far as I know, you are the most ruthless and cruel one among the fierce beasts. I never point my weapon at my own kind." The king of 10,000 demons smiled faintly. "The rest of the soul beasts are not the same as me." Yan suddenly accelerated, and a violent electric current burst out from his body, and he hit the king of 10,000 demons directly. The latter released poisonous fog and mobilized branches as usual, while waving his hands to disperse wooden thorns to prevent the opponent from approaching. But unexpectedly, Yan did not dodge and rushed straight over. The strong electric current pushed his body, making him faster and faster. He broke through the poisonous fog, broke the branches, and quickly approached the poisonous thorns. The face of the 10,000 demon king changed. He realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated, but he was still a step slower. Yan teleported at the last moment and came directly in front of him. A materialized soul power quickly spread, forming a light curtain that enveloped both of them. Then, the terrifying momentum burst out instantly, causing the 10,000 demon king to lose consciousness for a short time. At this moment, a thunder gun was thrown down and suddenly unfolded close to the face of the 10,000 demon king. A large number of branches suddenly grew out from his back. He did not care about disguising himself in front of the crowd, and revealed the true appearance of the demon tree. Under the strong vitality, the wounds opened by the thunder gun healed quickly, and a slightly shrill voice sounded, with a hint of panic in the voice. "Invincible golden body, teleportation. You are not Yan, you are Amon." Surprised? Yan. No. Amon raised the corners of his mouth and showed a playful smile. Before the battle, it was Yan who came to the mid-air to confront the 10,000 demon king, but when the battle began, the control of the body was transferred to Amon's hands. Impossible. This is obviously Yan's characteristic. If you are the leader of the martial soul fusion, it should be another posture. Amon smiled and said, "Who said that I only have one martial soul clone here? The one fused with him is a clone, and the one controlling the body is another clone. Of course, making such a disguise is just to make the battle easier, and it will not change the result." As he spoke, his aura suddenly surged. This was not a scattered aura that he had faked with his first soul skill return, but a real, unified aura. Amon used his auxiliary soul skill to raise Yan's body and soul power to the level of extreme Douluo. A large amount of electric current gathered around him, and there was a faint sound of thunder. These currents condensed into small balls with extremely high energy, and then turned into rays, attacking the 10,000 demon king. The 10,000 demon king, whose movement was restricted by the soul power barrier, did not have enough room to move. After dodging several lasers, he was pierced through the body by an electric current and screamed afterwards. Lasers continued to attack one after another, opening through wounds on the trunk of the 10,000 Demon King. As a plant-like beast, he also has extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. Even in this situation, he still launched a counter-attack. The demon eyes on his body opened, and a strange mental wave spread. This was a hypnotic-like ability that could control the opponent's mind for a short period of time. After Lei Yin's movement stopped, a green light burst out from the demon eye and shot forward like a sharp arrow. A guard on the city wall caught Lei Yin in time and stole his negative status. This kind of stealing of negative status cannot be maintained for a long time, but Lei Yin and Insect of Time are in a martial spirit fusion state, which also steals the negative status of Insect of Time, so when returning it, it can choose to return it to the Insect of Time. The one that was parasitic in the body of the guard was also the Insect of Time, so he chose to return it to this one. As a result, the Insect of Time parasitizing the guard's body fell into a hypnotic state, while Lei inside was released from control. He easily blocked the beam emitted by the demon eye with a shield formed by his soul power, and then threw out a huge thunder dragon. Dazzling lightning shot into the sky, and countless electric currents swayed like little silver snakes. The king of 10,000 demons was completely charred and black, emitting black smoke. He lost consciousness and fell feebly to the ground. In an instant, the stars shone brightly, and insects of time emerged from Lei Yin's body, turned into streams of light, and sank into the body of the 10,000 Demon King. Without the control of the 10,000 Demon King, the flaming lions, bone mammoths, and earth-armored dragon lizards became a mess, and many of the white tiger troops were trampled into flesh by these spirit beast allies. Fortunately, the 10,000 Demon King brought some group soul beasts with a certain degree of organization. As the leaders of the three groups roared, the group of soul beasts stopped restlessly. The leader of the earth-armored dragon lizard quickly rushed to the fallen Demon King, opened his mouth and bit a branch, and dragged the Demon King away, who revealed his true form. Lei Yin returned to Fairy Waterfall City, and the Xiandao Empire soldiers on the city wall looked at him with reverence. Plank came over and asked, "Lord Lei Yin, do we need to go out of the city to pursue him?" Lei Yin shook his head and said, "No, I have also consumed a lot of energy. The demon master of the beast control sect looks a little miserable. In fact, the injury is not very serious." "Yes." Plank and several generals performed a military salute. The corner of Lei Yin's mouth twitched. These guys have become more aggressive again. Their current attitude is no longer to consult, but to follow orders. After they left, Lei Yin asked with some confusion, "Mr. Amon, why did you let him go? It was obviously a good time to kill him just now." Amon's voice sounded in his heart, "Because it's not yet time." The king of 10,000 demons woke up leisurely when he was surrounded by soul beasts. He pinched the socket of his right eye and glanced at the earth-armored dragon lizard who was guarding him and never leaving. A starlight flew out, and the earth-armored dragon lizard's white circle immediately appeared on the right eye. Then, one Yaowan grabbed the plants not far away and stole their vitality. The vegetation quickly withered and died. Even the roots rotted away, while the body of the 10,000 monster king glowed with a layer of bright green light, which was a manifestation of extremely rich vitality. The wounds on his body healed quickly, and the charred skin struck by lightning shed its necrotic outer layer and became as smooth as a newborn baby. Then, the two starlights were absorbed into the bodies of the blazing lion leader and the bone mammoth leader respectively. The two struggled slightly, their bodies twitched, and then a strange colored circle appeared on their right eye. When Izao Wu came over and asked with concern, "Is the master of the demon sect okay? I was careless and didn't get out of the way. This was my mistake." The king of 10,000 demons smiled and snapped his fingers, and a layer of substantial soul power spread out, blocking the fluctuations of internal and external soul power. Izao Wu frowned and asked with a hint of confusion, "What's the matter?" He was not too vigilant, thinking that the king of 10,000 demons had something important to tell him. "General Wei, have you heard of the Amon clan?" Wei Zhao Wu held his chin, nodded first, and then shook his head. "I've heard a little bit about it, but I've never seen it." "I've seen you now." A slightly teasing smile appeared on the King of 10,000 Demons' face. When Izao Wu's eyes widened, alarm bells rang in his heart, and he instinctively felt danger and panic. He shouted, "Guards, guards, this is just in vain. The soul barrier blocks the inside and outside, and the sound cannot be heard." In a daze, Izao Wu felt something slippery, like a python, wrapping around his body. Afterwards, he lost consciousness, and a crystal-like monocle appeared in his right eye socket. The guards who came with him also received the same treatment. This trend spread quickly, and soon, several generals under Izao Wu fell in love with this kind of dress. Chapter 208 Master. In the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, the Bear King led a group of soul beasts to run around, disturbing the entire kingdom. Jelling, Chengxin, and Walter chased after it, and were really disgusted by it. The entire Haagen-Dazs kingdom was almost destroyed, and people were panicked. A large number of wealthy businessmen or nobles who had the conditions fled the kingdom, leaving only the lowest level people. A 4-member reconnaissance team composed of the minimum clan was flying in the air. A few days ago, they lost the whereabouts of the Bear King and the Soul Beast army. "Captain, there is a small village ahead." The speaker was a female soul master with black hair and a ponytail. She was tall and had the best eyesight in the team. "Bay, you and Bay-ZHI stay here and hover in the air. Don't land. Bay-Z, come with me to take a look." The young Captain Beifeng said. If they went there, they would either go down to rest or take a detour when they saw a good village, because the village was good, indicating that the soul beasts did not move in this direction. But not long ago, they found that the soul beasts became more cunning. They no longer killed all the humans they passed by. Sometimes they would carefully avoid them and would not attack until they encountered a big city. The last time they lost the whereabouts of the Bear King, it was because they found that none of the villages in the east were destroyed, so they subconsciously gave up searching in this direction. As a result, they received news that a city in the east was captured by soul beasts. A few days later, Marshal Jelong realized that the Bear King was not as stupid as it appeared on the outside, but it was also an experienced hunter. Sometimes, soul beasts would lurk underground or in the village, waiting for soul masters to pass by and launch a sneak attack. Many reconnaissance teams have been injured or killed because of this. So Beifeng is extremely cautious afterwards. Beifeng warned with some concern, "If you find anything wrong, leave immediately and don't think about saving people." "Well, I know." Beiyu nodded heavily, her beautiful face full of seriousness. "Captain, be careful." After Beifeng and Beizi circled over the village, they didn't find any figures. They looked at each other, folded their wings, landed on an open space on the east side of the village, and then walked forward carefully. The door of the nearest house creaked open, and a hunchbacked old man walked out. Wrinkles formed gullies on his face, and sparse age spots were unevenly distributed on his forehead and cheeks with a hint of flattery on his face. He asked carefully, "To adults, what are you doing here? Have you seen any traces of soul beasts?" Beifeng asked lightly. It's a group of big spiders. They went to the south, and I was scared at the time." The hunchbacked old man showed fear in his eyes. "How many are there?" Beizi frowned. His tone seemed a little cold. "I don't know. I don't know. Those monsters were so scared that they hid quickly after seeing me. How could they have the courage to count them?" The hunchbacked old man shook his head repeatedly. "What a waste," Beizi muttered in a low voice. Although his voice was small, he did not hide it, and the old man could hear it clearly. "I'm sorry, both adults. I'm sorry." It's the old man who is useless. The hunchbacked old man bowed in fear and apologized. "Let's go and take a look in the south," Beifeng said softly. After the two left. After a while, the rest of the villagers came out of their homes one after another. "Village chief, are you okay?" "It's okay. It's okay." The hunchbacked old man shook his head. "These two soul masters are still easy to talk to. Okay, let's all go." He waved his hand to disperse the villagers. After a while, the old village chief leaned on his crutches and slowly came to the grove behind the village. A spider with a body as big as a millstone emerged from the grass. It shook off the dirt on its body and stared at the old man in front of it with its 8 compound eyes. The old village chief was frightened and said tremblingly, this soul beast master, please tell that adult that I have something to report to him. A big bear with a black body and a few white stripes on its chest came out, slapped the big spider first, then looked at the old man and motioned him to follow him. Continuing forward for a distance, they came to a place occupied by big centipedes, big snakes, big spiders, and several bear soul beasts of different colors. In the middle, there was a burly man with dark golden skin and a person shrouded in a black robe. My 2 adults, a soul master came to the village to investigate just now. I have told them that you went to the south. The old village chief suppressed the fear in his heart and said, well. The man in black robe said in a slightly hoarse voice, well done. As he said that, he glanced at the bear king beside him. The bear king waved his hand, and several beast corpses appeared on the ground. Give it to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The old village chief kept thanking him, and then he looked at the beast corpses and felt worried. You help him send him back to the village. The black robed man said to the bear soul beasts of different colors. The bear soul beasts looked at the bear king. The bear king nodded. Listen to him. They stood up one by one, shaking their heads, each dragging a corpse, and followed the old village chief. The bear king looked at the black robed man and asked, Master, what should we do next? The black robed man responded in a slightly hoarse voice, we are not far from Bingling City, the capital of the kingdom of Harjandazes. We just need to bypass the cities in the middle and go straight to Bingling City. Most of the nobles in towns and cities and other places have fled, but the royal capital has the largest number of soul masters gathered, and they are far away from the front line. The royal family will not leave easily when it seems safe. You are wreaking havoc in the areas where the nobles and soul masters have escaped. No matter how many civilians you kill, the Xiandao royal family will not be under too much pressure. The effect of killing those nobles will be much better. Only by killing them to make them feel fear and make the nobles feel pain will they be able to put enough pressure on the Xiandao royal family to make them surrender and compromise. Mr. Xiang scratched his head, not knowing much about this, and asked angrily, I still don't quite understand. Why are you willing to help us, Master? The man in black robe replied, I should have said it a long time ago. In my opinion, soul beasts like you are no different from humans. I once had a student named Xiao Wu, who was a transformed soul beast that was 100,000 years old. She can cry, laugh, and play with other students. She is so innocent. What is the difference between a spirit beast like that and a human being? Some people, on the other hand, are just the opposite. They only bully and exploit the people. They are worse than animals. Compared with her, those nobles are so ugly that they can't be looked at directly. None of them are good. Xiao Wu. That rabbit? Mr. Xiang had a look of surprise on his face. Of course, these are secondary reasons. Your target is Amon, and Amon is my sworn enemy. The man in black robe raised his head and revealed the face under the black robe. It was Yu Xiaogang. His eyes were flashing with the fire of hatred that could not be extinguished. After a pause, the man in black robe continued, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In addition, you have to promise me that you will not attack ordinary people after conquering Bingling City. Mr. Xiang nodded solemnly and said, I will try my best to restrain the spirit beasts under my command, but I cannot guarantee that there will be no accidental injuries. The old village chief returned to the village with the body of the beast. The bears who helped carry the body did not enter the village. They threw the body of the beast at the entrance of the village and left. Come out, everyone, come out and share the meat. The old village chief roared happily. The villagers gathered together one by one with joy. Someone asked hesitantly, village chief, wouldn't this be bad? After all, it is a soul beast. The old village chief's face was serious. What's wrong? Do you still want to go back to the past, where you worked hard every day to farm, and 70% of the food you received had to be taken away by those vampires, but you relied on the remaining just barely surviving? Isn't it good now? Because there are soul beast adults, no one comes to collect taxes. If you can, put down the meat you got before you say this. Hearing This, the man suddenly became silent. The old village chief tapped the ground with his cane and said in a cold voice, listen to me. If I find out that anyone dares to speak ill of the soul beast masters again, don't think about any good things that will happen in the future. Bingling City, the royal palace. The middle-aged man with a crown on his head and a fat body threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Trash. They are all a bunch of trash. Isn't Jelong known as the pillar of the empire? Why has it been so long that he can't even handle a group of soul beasts? Your Majesty, calm down. Maybe Marshal Jelong needs some time. A thin, slightly cunning nobleman leaned forward and said, HMPH, that's what you'd say. It's been more than half a year. The king snorted coldly and then said, by the way, some of the fruits that were sent to me recently were not too sweet, so I threw them away and replaced them with a new batch. I'm responsible for supplying them. The profiteer of goods, beheaded. Yes, the cunning noble said with some embarrassment. Since the areas that can collect taxes have been greatly reduced, the money in the palace is not enough. Do I still need to answer such a simple question? The king complained dissatisfiedly. It's because all my subordinates are trash like you, which makes me starve and thin. He pointed at the frightened nobles with his fat trotter-like fingers and said, increase the tax by 10%. Your Majesty is wise. The cunning noble said flatteringly. Farther away, two people were discussing in a low voice. Would you like to remind your Majesty that the current tax is already 90%? The other person shook his head. Don't be troublesome, your Majesty. Don't worry about these bad things anymore. Let's have fun. Next to the king, a charming woman leaned lazily on him, wrapping her slender white arms around his neck. Okay, my beloved concubine. As he said this, he waved his hand to signal the ministers who came to report to them to step back. He pursed his lips and kissed the woman on one side of her face. Disgusting. The woman let out a sweet laugh. Chapter 209, Lord Bear Amon. The second Amon, the reconnaissance team received the wrong information and started the investigation in the wrong direction. Jelong, who had not received any response, could only lead the army to wait in place. The soul beasts, under the command of Uzayada gang, bypassed the cities and suddenly appeared outside Bingling City. Looking at the hideous spiders, snakes, and centipedes, a guard guarding the city was so scared that he dropped his weapon and ran down the city screaming. A cold light flashed, and the officer in charge of the battle chopped off his head with a sword. Shouting, deserters should be beheaded, he held the bloody head and threatened other guards who wanted to escape because of fear. At this moment, with a loud bang, the heavy city gate flew high into the sky and fell to the ground again. A huge figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. It was a dark golden giant bear. The supervisor immediately jumped on his horse and ran to the back without looking back. The guards scattered. Centipedes, spiders, and snakes climbed up the city walls and entered the city from all directions. A low and hoarse voice spread with soul power. Everyone stay at home and don't come out. They won't attack people casually. Most soul masters still choose to escape. They will not hope for the mercy of soul beasts, while ordinary residents can only hide in the house and tremble. Listening to the sound of dozens of feet scraping across the ground, the sound of scales rubbing, and the hissing sound of snake tongues swallowing and spitting, they silently prayed for the protection of the angel god in their hearts. The fat king climbed onto a carriage with difficulty under the protection of the royal guards. Your Majesty, take me with you. The charming woman grabbed the corner of his clothes. Get out. The king shook her arm hard and pushed her away. Go, don't stand there, he urged. The carriage flew away, and the woman who was pushed to the ground looked at the departing carriage with a desperate and resentful light in her eyes. The soul beasts had surrounded the palace. They wreaked havoc and killed anyone they saw. The once flowery garden was in ruins. The splendid dance floor was stained red with blood. The once elegant nobles became corpses, and the beautiful concubines turned into skeletons. Uzayada gang, under the protection of several bear soul beasts, paced on the avenue of the palace, his expression calm, without joy or sorrow. The huge dark gold fear claw bear stopped the king's carriage that had already run to the city gate. The guards who fought hard with the soul beasts saw the huge bear emitting strong soul power fluctuations, and despair appeared in their eyes. They recognized the identity of the giant beast in front of them, the dark gold fear claw bear, the bear king. whose age was far more than 100,000 years, and reached the level of a terrifying beast. Don't kill me, I can give you anything you want. The Fat King begged for mercy, his face full of horror. The Bear King was too lazy to talk nonsense with this tiny human, and slapped him with one palm, turning him into meat paste. Raw. It roared deafeningly, causing the whole city to panic. At this moment, it suddenly stopped howling, slowly turned its head, and looked to the side. On the roof, a young man looked at it calmly. Black classical robe, pointed soft hat of the same color, a crystal monocle on the right eye. All these characteristics indicate his identity. Amon. The Bear King did not rush up and slap him immediately as usual. It felt a little threatened from the current Amon main body, it said with vigilance and excitement. Guess. Amon pinched the monocle and smiled. He waved his hand, and the circular light curtain spread out, and a huge soul power barrier enveloped the surroundings. Yan Jin looked at the huge barrier spreading out, his expression solemn. It seems so. Amon stretched out his right hand, and the illusory lines of fate appeared in his eyes. These lines were complex and intertwined, like a mess of threads, but after careful observation, they seemed to be orderly like a spider web, showing a certain regularity. He found one of them, grabbed it lightly, and followed the connection to lock the target of stealing on a gathering Amon, and the content he chose was the worm of time on the other party. After obtaining the 7th soul ring, Amon can already steal concepts related to life, including martial souls. The essence of worm of time is the split body of martial soul. So, Amon, who was originally just a worm of time in human form in Bingling City, suddenly had hundreds of worms of time that he had just stolen in his body. Then, he grabbed it again and locked Amon in Fipu City, who was in a state of martial soul fusion with Li Yin. In the state of martial soul fusion, Li Yin, who was fused with it, was also considered a part of Amon. And Amon's target of the theft this time was Li Yin. He stole Li Yin as a whole. His hair turned blue, his face was a little more delicate, but his temperament became more fierce. Li Yin felt that the scene in front of him completely changed between closing and opening his eyes. Looking at the giant bear in front of him, he was very confused. Mr. Amon, he asked in his heart, I met an enemy, please come over to help. Amon communicated with him with his mind. It's that's Yan Jin. I know. Li Yin took the initiative to silence his consciousness in order to avoid interfering with Amon. The time bugs in his body began to perform the stolen auxiliary soul skills one by one, and Amon's momentum rose steadily, reaching a level close to the limit of Douluo. Yan Jin's eyes became more and more solemn. He took the lead in attacking, raised his right claw high, and swung it down quickly from the upper right to the lower left. The shadow of a huge dark golden bear claw appeared in the air, and the shadow revealed a heaviness like the earth. Invincible. Golden body, immovable as a mountain. Relying on these two stolen core skills, Amon raised his left arm and lightly blocked the blow. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning, and teleported behind Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang's keen combat intuition made him turn around immediately. The bear's claws he swung collided with the thunder sword, causing his soul power to stir up and set off gusts of wind. In this collision of disparity in size, Mr. Xiang was the one who retreated. It stomped back more than 10 meters before regaining its balance, but Amon remained motionless in place. This is not because Amon's strength exceeds that of Mr. Xiang. In a competition of pure brute strength, even a titled Douluo may not be as good as him. However, Amon has always maintained the immovable as a mountain effect, so unless he is willing, any attack nothing could make him take a step back. Mr. Xiang looked at Amon in surprise, with strong suspicion in his eyes. He was actually completely suppressed in the collision of forces. Strong currents surged, and accompanied by bursts of thunderous sounds, iron spears shimmering with lightning appeared behind Amon. Thundergun. Mr. Xiang's expression changed greatly. He raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. A dark golden light shone on his body, and a thick curtain of light appeared in front of it. The spear shot out with a bang, creating spider web-like cracks on the dark golden light curtain. Then came the second, third, there were more and more cracks, and by the time of the fourth thunder magnetic gunshot, Mr. Xiang's defense finally shattered. The fifth shot penetrated directly through its arms, pinning its two arms together. Xiang Jin endured the pain, bit the end of the spear with his teeth, and pulled it out. Looking at the relaxed Amon, he began to think about retreating. He suddenly let out a roar, and the roar turned into a bunch of sound waves, hitting Amon like a tornado across the ground. Wherever the sound wave passed, everything was shattered by the huge energy. The slates that made up the streets and the bricks that made up the houses all turned into powder and flew around. Amon chuckled lightly, and after his soul power materialized, he formed a barrier in front of him. With his current level 99 soul power, the strength of the barrier far exceeded that of ordinary defensive skills. Not to mention that Mr. Xiang did not launch this attack. Too much force, and after it sends out a sonic attack, it turns around and runs away. After realizing that Amon's body was more powerful than imagined, it lost its will to fight and prepared to leave the light curtain that Amon had prepared in advance to block the outside world and notified Dishan to come for support. Streams of light emitting bright stars sank into Mr. Xiang's body. Suddenly, it felt like something slippery was wrapping around its body like a python. After using parasitism on Mr. Xiang and sending dozens of worms of time into the opponent's body, Amon reached forward and grabbed Mr. Xiang, stealing Mr. Xiang's idea of escape. His mental power is not as strong as Mr. Xiang, but the opponent needs to deal with the parasitism with all his strength at this time, and the power used to resist the dream stealer is very weak, so Amon succeeded easily. The thoughts in Mr. Xiang's mind were gone, and his body was stagnant, not knowing what to do. Before the other party's new thoughts were born, and his body was sluggish, a lightning shrouded iron spear appeared in Amon's hand. He threw the spear forward. Thundergun. This time Amon injected a lot of soul power, and the power contained in the thunder magnetic gun was far greater than before. With a loud bang, Mr. Xiang's chest exploded, releasing a cloud of blood mist. Suffering such a heavy blow, even with its tenacious vitality, it could only fall to the ground helplessly. Amon gave up the idea of escaping, and Mr. Xiang realized what had happened. His eyes looked at him with a bit of hatred and a bit of fear. Blood spilled from the corners of its mouth, and it gritted its teeth and said, "Don't be complacent. Emperor Shine will catch you sooner or later." Amon smiled nonchalantly. "Do you believe this? By the way, the Demon King told me that you also have a master. I wonder what kind of soul rings and soul bones she can provide." Woolen cloth. King of 10,000 demons. Did that bastard betray him? Mr. Xiang's eyes widened, and various thoughts flashed through his mind. But soon, its thinking began to stagnate. It lost its perception of the outside world, lost its ability to think, its eyes became dim, and its pupils lost focus. The scene that had just passed by in a flash gradually became clearer. In a hazy space, Mr. Xiang watched helplessly as a man wearing a black robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye, wrapped around his body like a python, with his head resting on his shoulders and clinging to his body. Holding his own head, it wanted to resist, but found that it couldn't move. Taking advantage of Mr. Xiang's weakness, the worms of time who carried out parasitism seized the opportunity, controlled the opponent's soul, and completed the parasitism. A white circle appeared around Mr. Xiang's right eye. Amon raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, and said with a chuckle, "Welcome to the Amon family." He immediately stilled Mr. Xiang's injuries, and also stole the vitality of the surrounding soul beasts to counteract them and cancel each other out. The huge bear body gradually shrank and finally turned into a burly man with dark golden skin. He reached out and took out a monocle from the void, put it on his right eye, and adjusted it to the position that made him most comfortable. A smile slowly formed on the corner of his mouth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Peace Negotiation Conditions. 1 year later, Chiandao City, Yuxuan. Neither the beacon fire and smoke of the border battlefield nor the screams and wailing of the people of Harjandaz's kingdom seemed to have affected this place. Elegant and tranquil lights shot out from the 5-story building, and a steady stream of people walked in with their invitations. Each of them wore gorgeous clothes, and their outfits were enough for an ordinary family to live for several years. Men and women chatted and laughed, talking about which guy was the most handsome and which girl was the most charming. There are also ladies who smile and send hints to the young people they like. Their manners are elegant but full of temptation, and their words are dignified, but make people think wildly. Tonight is Yuxuan's graduation ceremony, and another group of noble children will walk towards their own stage from here. On the third floor, Tang Yuhua was dressed in silver palace clothes, standing on the side of the hall with a smile. When the time was up, she nodded to signal the commencement of the graduation ceremony. A group of boys and girls dressed in silver entered from the gates on both sides. They were orderly, with harmonious steps, and calm smiles on their faces, noble but not proud. Tang San, dressed in white, slowly walked out with an exquisite and graceful golden harp in his arms. The clear blue eyes are clearly visible, the long dark blue hair is spread over the shoulders, and there is a faint smile on the corner of the mouth. As the representative of the graduates of Yuxun, he gave a beautiful performance. Below, the distinguished Prince Zubeng looked at Tang San on the stage with a smile. He then looked at Princess Zuke, who was looking at Tang San with a fascinated look on his face, and his smile became even brighter at the end of the song. There was warm applause. The wave of applause made Tang San feel a little dazed, and he recalled all his experiences in the past 5 years. In the past 5 years, he has risen from level 42 to level 60. The hard training under the supervision of his father, the bloody battles in the Killing City, etc. all come to mind one by one. At the age of 20, he had reached this stage, far surpassing the golden generation of Wuhan Palace. He should have been proud, but he was not proud, because there were still several peers waiting for him ahead. Yuxuan Hang's experience allowed him to look at the gap between himself and others more calmly, face himself and the gap squarely, and then do his best to catch up and surpass. The graduation ceremony ended successfully. Every student received their graduation certificate from the master of the school, Tang Yuhua, and happily came to their relatives. Prince Zubeng came up accompanied by Zuke, who was also a recent graduate. Brother Tang San, what a great performance. Thanks for the compliment, Tang San said with a smile. This year, although Prince Zubeng was not a student of Yuxun, he often went in and out of it and became familiar with Tang San. The two seemed to have forgotten all the unpleasantness before and got along well. This girl Zuken is very in love with you. She often mentions you in front of me, Zubeng said seemingly unintentionally. Brother. Zuka rolled her eyes at him. Tang San shook his head. I already feel like I belong. Thinking of Xiao Wu, Tang San showed a happy and expectant smile on his face. Zuke's pretty face turned pale and her lips moved silently. Zubeng was slightly disappointed, patted Zuke's shoulder, and then said, Brother Tang San, how did you think about the last time I proposed something to you? Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly. I still have some things that need to be dealt with. I will give you an answer when I come back. I will work hard to facilitate this matter. Okay, then I'm looking forward to good news from you, Brother Tang San. Zubeng's smile became more sincere. After the graduation ceremony, there was a party. The aroma of the food fills the air. The ingredients here are carefully selected, and the drinks are of the highest quality. The nobles moved elegantly through the venue, sipping red wine and chatting with each other. Everyone had the same smile on their face, as if they had received professional training. Zhu King swallowed a cold steamed bun with difficulty and hurried to the city head wearing a suit of armor that had not been washed for an unknown period of time. Damn it, these bastards from Xingluo are endless, right? They have been attacking the city for 3 consecutive days. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her body exuded a bad smell. But no one cared about this, because the more pungent smell of blood and fire filled the air, and the arrival of the coach would only make the soldiers on the wall feel at ease. After a long career on the battlefield, she lost the gentleness and elegance of the past, and her words were no longer appropriate, replaced by coldness and solemnity. On the battlefield, gentle words are useless. The best language is the loudest voice that can convey the intention most simply and efficiently. Ah, you going to let people sleep? Yan Jin was still dressed in flame-like red clothes, cursing and following behind Zuking. I'm going to burn them all to ashes. She was dissatisfied and threw the meteor volcano with all her strength into the enemy formation, and then found a safe position to recover her soul power. Due to the frequent wars, she had no time to create and store magma. The fifth soul ring was empty, and the magma she was using now was temporarily generated with soul power. Amon didn't want the war to end too quickly, so he limited the supply of soul power to Yan Jin, and would not provide help to her unless it was a critical moment. Your Highness, the Star Luo Empire's army has been a bit abnormal recently. Although their offensive is fierce, it cannot achieve effective results. I suspect they are just distracting our attention. The guard of this section of the city wall saw Zuking arriving and put forward his guest to her. Zhu King frowned, his face darkened slightly, and he glanced at the Xingluo army whose offensive had slowed down because Yan Jin's meteor volcano was in chaos, and said, Yan Jin, I'll leave this to you. I'll go check out another section of the city wall. Oh, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up if you can't hold on any longer. Yan Jin lay down and purred. She is only responsible for providing fire support and does not care about the rest. When Zuking saw this, his eyes twitched and he couldn't help but sigh that this guy was so nervous and could still sleep under such circumstances. She nodded to the guard on this side of the city wall and then strode forward. In her heart, Yan Jin is quite reliable, at least not in terms of force. Her martial spirit seems to be born for the battlefield. In many cases, a single move of meteor volcano can stabilize a precarious situation. Tang Sun couldn't wait to know the answer back then, so he left Yuxun and left Xiandao City. He no longer suppressed his speed and galloped all the way back to the mountains where he once practiced. He saw the green canyon surrounded by mountains, the majestic waterfalls connecting the sky and the earth, and the familiar tall figure. You're here, mistress. Tang Heo's leisurely voice came. Dad, I'm here. Tang Sun looked at Tang Heo, who seemed a bit younger, with a faint hint of the spirit of the past, and asked, now, can you tell me the truth about the past? Tang Heo nodded and told Tang Sun exactly what happened in the past. After hearing this, Tang San's eyes flashed with hatred. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Tang Heo smiled boldly. How can I put such a heavy burden on you? Let us, father and son, join forces to give the spirit hall a good fight. Dad. Looking at Tang Heo, whose temperament had changed drastically, Tang Sun had a trace of confusion on his face. It was clear that when they parted ways in Yuxun a year ago, his father still looked decadent. Tang Heo smiled slightly and explained, after I came back, I thought about it a lot. I talked a lot next to your mother. I didn't expect your mother to respond. It was the first time she had responded in 20 years, which made my dead heart come alive again. She wrapped the leaves around the right leg bone left behind, as if she was saying something. I thought that the Blue Silver Emperor's talent field was regeneration, so with the mentality of giving it a try, I cut off my right calf and took out the original right leg. The leg's soul bone, which was not of good quality, was fused with this one. It gave me extremely strong self-healing ability, allowing me to regenerate my right calf and heal all the hidden wounds. With the accumulation of so many years and the improvement brought about by fusing 100,000-year soul bone, I broke through the constraints in one fell swoop, rising from the original level 95 to the current level 97. I'm now stronger than ever before. Seeing the high-spirited Tang Heo, Tang San's face showed joy. Congratulations to father for reaching a higher level. Then, as if he remembered something, Tang San said, during this year, while studying at Yuxun, I met Prince Zubeng, who wanted to gain the support of the Haoshan sect. Tell me more specifically. Tang Heo's tone was slightly condensed. Tang San pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said slowly, Prince Zubeng believes that the Xiandao Empire is on the verge of reaching its limit and should not continue the war. He wants to negotiate peace with the Star Luo Empire. Duke Amon will not be captured without mercy. In 5 years, you have grown a lot, and he will not stand still. No one knows how far he has grown now. If he wants the Haoshan sect to help him capture Duke Amon, it can only be said that he is whimsical. Tang Heo shook his head and showed fear when the name Amon was mentioned. Tang San shook his head and said, there is no need to capture Amon. Zubeng said that this is not only a peace negotiation between the Xiandao Empire and the Star Luo Empire, but also a peace negotiation between mankind and the Stardao Forest. He has secretly contacted the Star Luo Empire and the Stardao Forest The basis of the peace talks is that both human empires have issued death warrants for Amon. Once his whereabouts are discovered, notify the Stardow Forest immediately, and when the soul beasts are chasing Amon, the human side needs to provide assistance. Tang Heo showed interest. Then what does he need from us? What can he give us? We need to support him to ascend the throne. The current Crown Prince Xu King's position is in favor of Wuhan Palace. Zhu Beng promised that, as long as Haitian sect supports him, he can ban Wuhan Palace, and Xingluo will also take the same measures. Tang San responded smoothly, abolish Wuhan Palace? Tang Heo's pupils shrank. If such a big move is made all at once, Qin Daoliu will not sit idly by. Zhu Beng said that the beast god will keep an eye on Qin Daoliu. Tang Heo and Tang San looked at each other, and both saw the answer in the other's eyes. Chapter 211. He has already stepped down, so of course I will forgive him. The father and son discussed a lot more. After confirming various matters, Tang Heo suddenly smiled, and said to Tang San, come and see who this is. Tang San followed Tang Heo's gaze, and saw a graceful girl in white clothes looking at him with a smile. Third brother. Her voice was so familiar, and so beautiful. Tang San felt his heart skip a beat. The control of his emotions learned in Yuxuan middle school was completely forgotten by him at this moment. Zhao Wu. He ran over and hugged the girl tightly. Third brother, I miss you so much. I miss you too. Miss you. I miss you all the time in the past 5 years. Tang San hugged her very tightly. Daming showed the huge bull head from the pool and looked at the two of them hugging each other with loss and sadness in his eyes. It also likes Zhao Wu's sister. It liked her a long time ago. It was obviously the first one to know her. Tang San also noticed the movement on the water surface, and his eyes showed surprise and a hint of vigilance. This is Daming, my best friend. Zhao Wu introduced. Daming, this is Tang San, my lover, my lover, my lover. Daming kept repeating these 4 words in his mind, and he sank his head into the lake, then emerged again, using the lake water to cover his tears. Why are you here? Tang San couldn't help but ask. We were expelled from the Xingdao Great Forest by the beast god. Zhao Wu answered somewhat disappointedly. What? Tang San frowned, and felt a little dissatisfied with the beast god he had never met, because the auspicious beast was killed by Amon. They suspected that I leaked the news of the auspicious beast, and originally wanted to kill me. Thanks to Sister Bidge's help in pleading, I was able to survive, but was expelled. Zhao Wu forced a smile. Tang San's eyes were filled with a faint murderous intent. Zhao Wu said quickly, Brother San, don't be impulsive. The beast god is very scary. It is also thanks to being expelled that I met my uncle again and came here. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Daming would also be sent to the battlefield. Ayan. Zhao San has grown up. Looking at the interaction between Tang San and Zhao Wu, Tang Heo smiled. Then, he said to Tang San, Zhao San, you have a good rest today. Tomorrow we will set off for Haitian sect. Some things should be settled. Yes. Tang San nodded heavily. That night, Tang San and Zhao Wu slept in each other's arms. Daming lay alone on a huge rock by the pool, with his head drooping, looking listless. The next morning, Tang Heo took Tang San to the retreat of Haitian sect. They came to a small village located 300 miles east of Xiandao City. The curling smoke rose from all over the village. It was almost evening. Several children were playing at the entrance of the village, looking at the two strangers with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Looking at this small village, Tang Heo's eyes showed a trace of sadness and self-blame. The Haitian sect, once the world's #1 sect, has now fallen to this situation. Please, leave here. We don't welcome outsiders here. A sturdy villager came to the 2 point. When he saw Tang Heo's face clearly, he was suddenly stunned, with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Are you Mouse? Tang Heo also remembered this childhood playmate, and smiled. I want to go back to the sect. The villager hesitated for a moment and said, 5 years ago, the sect master left the sect and never came back. Now the elders are in charge of the overall situation in the sect. They may not be very friendly to you. Tang Heo was silent for a while, sighed. Some things always need to be resolved, and I won't escape this time. I can't take you there directly. You wait in the village first, and I will notify the people in the sect. Is this okay? Okay. Tang Heo nodded. He and Tang San waited in an empty room in the village for half an hour, and several men in grey appeared at the door. The grey clothed man didn't say much, and said directly, "Follow us." The group left the village from the entrance, crossed a vertical mountain wall of 500 meters, and came to the top of the mountain. Then, they climbed over several hills, and passed through several suspended iron cable bridges to the fifth peak point. The huge stone building was like a fortress, with a main gate of 5 meters. Although it could not be compared with the Pope's palace, this all-stone building looked particularly solid. Above the main gate, the 3 large characters carved in stone were vigorous and powerful, and they were even more magnificent and majestic enough to confront the surrounding mountains. Haoshan Sect. Looking at the familiar 3 words, Tang Heo couldn't help but feel excited, and his soul power was agitated. The fleeting aura made Tang Long, who was leading the way, feel frightened. The 2 were not immediately received by the elders, and were told that it was late, and they would discuss it tomorrow. After a night's rest, Tang Long arrived, and led Tang Heo and Tang San to the main building of the sect, the spacious hall. At this moment, the hall was full of people. Tang Long whispered, "Except for those who are out purchasing and doing business, the direct descendants of the sect are basically here." 5 white-haired old men were sitting in front, examining the 2. Tang Heo, meet the 5 elders. As he said, he released his 97 level Haoshan Douluo's aura. Tang Yuha, who was standing respectfully on the side, couldn't help showing a strange look on her face, with tears in the corners of her eyes. Her familiar second brother is back. Feeling Tang Heo's aura, those who wanted to say something bad swallowed the words on their lips. The slender 7th elder snorted coldly and spoke first. "What are you doing back now? If it weren't for you, my eldest son wouldn't have been attacked and killed by the spirit hall on the way to purchase for the sect. I know I have sinned deeply, and I'm sorry for the sect. Now I'm here to make up for it." Tang Heo suddenly knelt down and cut out heavily to several elders. Blood flowed down his forehead, and cracks appeared on the thick ground, which made the direct descendants of the Haoshan sect who were watching couldn't help but be moved. "Make up? What do you have to make up for it?" The 7th elder continued to sneer. "An opportunity for my Haoshan sect to return to its heyday, and an opportunity to avenge the spirit hall." Tang Heo stared at the elders. The 7th elder seemed to want to say something, but the old man with long eyebrows sitting in the middle stopped him. "Tell me, what kind of opportunity?" Tang Heo analyzed the current situation on the continent, and put forward the conditions for the avalanche promise. "Abolish the spirit hall and let the Haoshan sect obtain the current status of the spirit hall in the Xiandao Empire." The long-browed elder showed a moving look on his face. When Tang Heo said this, he did not avoid the crowd, which caused a lot of discussion. "Humph, you yourself and a beast gave birth to a little beast, and now you want us, the entire Haoshan sect, to be with the beast?" The 7th elder said in a gloomy tone. "You are not allowed to insult my mother." Tang San's face flashed a fierce look, and the killing god domain unfolded, and the invisible murderer Sora rushed towards the 7th elder. "Killing god domain?" The 5 elders all changed their faces, and looked at Tang San in disbelief. "Little son, you must not be rude in front of the elders," Tang Heo said sternly, and then he looked at the 7th elder. "I respect you as elders, and I will never fight back if you are beaten or scolded, but please don't insult our yin. Old 7, calm down, and leave here with this attitude again." Elder Chang Mui frowned, and said. The 7th elder curled his lips and muttered. The last sect leader was pissed off by him, and the last sect leader also died because of him. If there are a few more Tang Heos, our Haoshan sect might be gone. "All of you, go out for a while, let's discuss it," Elder Lang Mui said softly. Tang Heo, Tang San, and the crowd watching in the hall all left, leaving only 5 elders. "Old 7, what do you think?" Elder Lang Mui asked. "What else can we do? He has already stepped down, so of course we should forgive him." The 7th elder pinched his right eye socket and smiled. "But it can't be too easy. We have to give them some tests, well, within their ability, and the kind that can surprise everyone, and then accept them. That's how novels are written." Another elder picked up a pair of crystal textured monocles from the void, put them on, and then took them off, saying with interest, "Then It's settled. The other elders also pinched their eye sockets, and the corners of their mouths all curled up, revealing the same smile point. After the discussion, the 5 elders walked out of the hall together, came to the front yard, and said to Tang Heo, "After we discussed, we think this is indeed an opportunity, but you have to pass our test before you can come back, and your son can recognize his ancestors and return to his clan." "What? Test?" Tang Heo said in a deep voice. "It's very simple. With the 5 of us working together, you can survive for an incense stick of time." The second elder said lightly, "Okay." Tang Heo nodded. He knew that the 5 elders were all titled Douluo. Even if he had reached level 97, it would be quite difficult to face 5 titled Douluo working together, so his face looked very solemn. "Go to the back. Don't damage the sect," the 7th elder said coldly. "Dat." Tangsun looked worried. Tang Yuhua also looked worried. "Don't worry, just watch me." Tang Heo took a deep breath, soared into the air, and followed the 5 elders to the mountain behind. A moment later, a shocking collision sound came from the stream, and even the mountain, where the Haoshan sect was located, trembled. Feeling the surging soul power, and the terrifying might rising to the sky, Tangsun couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Is this the power of the titled Douluo? The older he got, and the stronger he became, the more Tangsun understood the value of the 4 words titled Douluo, and the more he understood how big the gap between him and them was. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Amon and the equally young German. Amon's family. What kind of family is it? The battle lasted for a long time, and after 3 incense sticks, several people slowly returned. Although the result of the battle was unknown, Tang Heo undoubtedly passed the test of the elders, so he successfully returned to the sect, and Tangsun also recognized his ancestors, and returned to his ancestral home. Chapter 212 Shrek, Reunion. Xiandao City, Shrek Academy. The gentle wind blew, and the branches and leaves of the green plants on both sides of the road rustled. Many students wearing green school uniforms shuttled through the academy. Although they were defeated by BD Academy, Shrek Academy's performance in the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition 5 years ago was already amazing enough. They even defeated the golden generation of the Spirit Hall with an average age of 4 or 5 years lower. The green school uniforms that were once criticized have now become a fashion. Young Soul Masters are proud to be a member of the Academy and wear such school uniforms. Of course, this is also related to the fact that BD Academy is located in the remote BD province, and is too remote. If there were better choices, Shrek Academy would never be so prosperous. At noon, a man and a woman stood in front of Shrek Academy. They looked to be around 20 years old. The young man had long golden hair, which was unruly and scattered behind his back, and his eyes were full of double. The woman had a cold face, but her figure was curvy and her skin was as white as snow. "I really miss it. It's been 5 years." New Bayside. His military career added some determination and stability to his face. Hesitantly said, "I don't know how to face them. After all, we once pointed our weapons at the people of the Xiandao Empire. This is not something you can decide. At least you have done what you can, and tried your best to protect the people in the breached city." Zukin consoled. The 2 walked into the academy, and when they passed the training ground, a slightly teasing voice came. Yo, isn't this our master Day? He's really back." Following the voice, it was Mahanjan, who had grown from a little fat boy to a big fat boy. "You're fat again, Zhu." Zuking's words instantly broke Mahanjan's defense. "Damn, what big truth are you talking about? The truth is very hurtful," he muttered, stepped forward and gave Damu Bei a hug. Then, Ning Rangrang and Oscar arrived one after another. The moment he saw Oscar, Damu Bei's face changed slightly. He saw the temperament of a soldier in Oscar. "Zao. Ayo, where have you been these years?" Damu Bei asked. "Me. I went out to make a living, and worked as a mercenary in the past 3 years. Later, the Harjandaz's kingdom was invaded by soul beasts, and I went there to help resist. I also met Rangrang there." Oscar's peach blossom eyes were full of happiness, looking at Ning Rangrang beside him with a doting look. "You idiot, can you go to such a dangerous place casually? If it weren't for me, you would have died countless times." Ning Rangrang complained, but she also had a happy expression on her face. Mahanjan felt that he was stuffed with dog food. They were all in pairs, and he was the only one who was alone, and he suddenly felt extremely desolate. Only the third brother and Xiao Wu are left. I don't know how they are doing, Ning Rangrang said with some concern. Xiao San and Xiao Wu are together. They are fine. Don't worry. Flanders came over and looked at the 7 monsters who had grown up with a proud face. Ah, they together too? Mahanjan's face twitched, with a bit of envy in his tone. Well, Xiao-san studied in Yuxuan some time ago, and came to school to see me. I just hope they don't take this 5-year agreement too seriously. After all, Xiao Wu's identity, Flanders sighed. Alas, in this situation, humans and soul beasts are almost incompatible. I don't want Xiao Wu to come. It's too dangerous. It's all because of that guy named Amon. From the first time I saw him, I felt that he was not a good thing. Mahanjan said indignantly. Fatty, it's okay for you to say this in front of us, but don't say it casually outside. Duke Amon is a very scary person. Oscar said solemnly. Ning Rangrang nodded. That's right. Those who know some inside information don't dare to discuss him casually, because you never know if he is watching you in a corner around you. Hangjin scratched the back of his head. No need to say it so weirdly, right, Ning Rangrang said in a somewhat crisp voice. This is what Grandpa Jian learned from the other side when he was fighting with the Bear King. Duke Amon seems to have the ability to split himself. In addition to wanting to avenge the auspicious beast, the more important reason for them in the Stardao Great Forest is that the existence of Duke Amon has threatened the survival of the entire Stardao Great Forest. They are not asking people to. It was not a display of force, but a desperate counterattack on the verge of despair. When we didn't know, the beasts had fought secretly with the Duke in the Stardao Great Forest for 3 years, but even if they mobilized the power of the entire Stardao Great Forest, they still felt helpless against the harassment of the Duke's clone. Nubei said in a deep voice, I know a little about these things. Duke Amon slaughtered many soul beasts in the forest, and his clone seemed to be everywhere, deliberately slaughtering soul beasts. So excessive? I understand those beasts a little. If it were me, I would have to fight hard, Mahanjan muttered. Although he is powerful, he is not invulnerable. At least I know someone who was able to hunt him down. A handsome young man with dark blue hair walked in, and beside him followed a beautiful girl in a white dress. Xiao Wu. Then this person is third brother? Looking at Tang San, whose appearance and temperament were completely different from the past, Ning Rangrang's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Okay, you guy, you actually took advantage of the third brother's absence to hook up with Xiao Wu. I must teach you a lesson for the third brother. Mahanjan showed his martial soul with a smirk on his face, and the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black moved regularly. Ning Rangrang was stunned at first, then reacted and showed the same smile. She summoned the 9 treasures glazed tower, adding a buff to Mahanjan, and said at the same time, that's right, beat him. Nubei smiled and stepped forward. I'll come too. As he said that, he roared like a tiger, and a strong wind blew in an instant. His golden hair turned white in an instant, and his body suddenly expanded. In a blink of an eye, he was more than 2 meters and 5 meters tall, and his whole body was covered with black and white patterns. The tiger's paw stretched out, and golden blades popped out from his fingers. Looking at the 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, Mahanjan screamed, Boss Day, you actually became a soul emperor. Tang San took Mahanjan's attack with a smile, and used the blue silver grass to restrain Nubei, stepped back a few steps, and smiled helplessly. Stop if you recognize me, or I will beat you up. Nubei put away his martial spirit, walked over and patted Tang San on the shoulder. Good guy, you have changed so much. If Xiao Wu was not here, I'm afraid I really couldn't recognize you. That's right. Do you have any secrets to become handsome? Share it. Mahanjan came over. The 7 people looked at each other and suddenly laughed heartily. Tang San was also laughing very easily and sincerely. In the past 5 years, his responsibility to Xiao Wu, his exploration of the truth of the past, and his father's expectations have put pressure on himself all the time. Now, Xiao Wu is back, the truth is known, and she has also recognized her ancestors and returned to her roots. The rise of the sect is in sight, and everything seems to be getting better. Seeing his former companions, he let go of his stress and worries, as if he had returned to his carefree youth. Have you ever seen Xiao Gang? A slightly weak voice came. Xiao stopped smiling and looked at the haggard woman in front of her. It was hard to associate her with the barbaric and violent Liu Erlang in the past. Godmother, why did you become like this? It's Xiao, you're back. It's good to be back. Liu Erlang forced a smile. What's going on? Damu Bei frowned. In the past, Liu Erlang had helped them a lot, and he respected the teachers of the academy from the bottom of his heart. Alas. Flanders sighed and explained. 5 years ago, the newly appointed Duke Amon killed the patriarch of the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, that is, Xiaogang's father. Then, Xiaogang said he wanted to take revenge, and disappeared after leaving a letter. Erlang was sick with longing, and her health was getting worse day by day. Teacher. Tang San's eyes trembled when he heard this, and the murderosaur on his body could not help but emerge. Feeling his terrifying, tangible murderosaur, Damu Bei could not help but feel a chill. What on earth has Xiao experienced in the past 5 years to be able to condense such a terrifying murderosaur? Even those generals who kill people on the battlefield can't compare to him. Flanders shouted, calm down, Xiao-san, why didn't you tell me before? Tangson couldn't help but say. Flanders rolled his eyes. Don't you know what you were like before? Now that you know, you almost can't control yourself. If I told you at that time, wouldn't you just go berserk? Oh, okay. Tangson said embarrassedly. Has any one of you seen Xiaogang? Liu Erlang's eyes were filled with hope. Hearing this, everyone was silent, not daring to look at him. Liu Erlang's eyes dimmed, becoming dead and empty. Godmother. Xiao Wu said distressedly. Damn it, how come all the bad things are inseparable from that bastard? Mahanjan's eyes flashed with anger. Xiao-san, what should we do now? Damu Bei looked at Tangson. Tangson took a deep breath and said decisively, he has already died, although my father often said not to be an enemy of him, and I don't want to provoke such an opponent. He is really bullying too much. This hatred is irreconcilable. Master has his work, and the disciple has done his work. How can I bear to watch Master alone, running around for this alone? Damu Bei nodded. Xiao-san, I support you. Then, he lowered his voice and said, don't be impulsive. It is undoubtedly stupid to deal with Duke Amon alone, but there are too many people who want his life now. You wait patiently. There will be a good opportunity soon. Damu Bei has been appointed as the Crown Prince of the Xingluo Empire. This time he came to Shrek Academy. In addition to fulfilling the promise of reunion 5 years later, he also brought another special mission, representing the Xingluo Empire, to negotiate with Prince Avalanche and the Xingdao Great Forest Point. Since there was no progress on the battlefield, Dai Chenghe also gave up the plan to directly swallow up the Xiandao Empire and instead obtained some benefits through negotiations. For their Xingluo Empire, supporting Avalanche to take the throne is obviously more beneficial than the powerful Zhu King ascending the throne. Tangson looked at Damu Bei with a somewhat stunned expression. He also knew that there would be a good opportunity soon. He was moved in his heart, thinking of Damu Bei's identity, and immediately smiled knowingly. The good opportunity they were thinking of was probably the same. Chapter 213 Joint Talks. A luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of Shrek Academy, and Prince Avalanche, wearing light green and elegant clothes, stepped out of the carriage. When he came in front of the Shrek crowd, Mahanjan's expression changed, and he said angrily, is it you? Then what? Snow? What's the snow? Zhu Beng smiled and didn't take it seriously. It's Zhu Beng. This must be the fourth of the Shrek 7 monsters, right? What happened in the past was my fault, and I'm here to apologize to you all. Seeing Zhu Beng, whose temperament had changed drastically, Damu Bei's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, let him let the past go. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? Tang Sen also nodded and said, don't be fooled by the fixed impression of the past. The Avalanche of today is not the Avalanche of the past. If you all say that, then I will forgive him. Mahanjan scratched his head. Zhu Beng glanced at Damu Bei and Tang San, both showing understanding smiles. After chatting with the Shrek 7 devils for a few words, Flender left and came to the side entrance of the academy. To wait. A man wearing a black robe arrived together with a tall man with a strange dark golden skin. You're here, why don't you go and see her? Flanders leaned against the door frame. Uzziah Gang paused and said with a hint of pain, no, what I'm doing now is very dangerous. If I fail, Erlang will be implicated. I'm sorry for her, Mr. Xiang watched silently, pretending not to be interested, but in fact, he listened with interest with his ears perked up. Flanders looked at Mr. Xiang for a few times and smiled. I have prepared the room. Representatives from the Haitian sect, the Star Luo Empire, and the Xiandao Empire have also arrived. The only thing missing is you. Then, start quickly, don't waste time. Mr. Xiang's steady and powerful voice sounded. Flanders nodded and quickly turned around to leave. Facing Mr. Xiang, he felt pressure like a mountain. After a while, representatives from several parties met in the conference room of Shrek Academy. Little San Damubei looked at Tangsun with a look of astonishment on his face. Hey, Boste, you are allowed to represent the Star Luo Empire, and I'm not allowed to represent the Haitian sect? Tangsun crossed his arms and said with a smile, haha, okay. Damubei smiled. When the people coming to negotiate from the spirit beast side walked in, both Damubei and Tangsun were stunned. The beast god has entrusted this matter to me with full authority, Mr. Xiang said as he sat carelessly on the chair that was already extremely wide for ordinary people, but still seemed a bit crowded to him. But Damubei and Tangsun's attention was not on him, but on the man in black robe beside him. Grandmaster, teacher, what? Do you know each other? Mr. Xiang asked doubtfully. Yes, my student. Uzziah Gang nodded. Seeing this scene, Zhu Beng's mouth twitched. He chose Shrek Academy as the venue for the meeting, mainly because it was one of the few places in the Zuking River that could not be supervised. The link between him and the Haitian sect was Tangsun, and it was natural for Tangsun to attend as a representative of the Haitian sect. As the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, Damubei had previously studied at Shrek Academy, so he expected that he would come to represent the Star Luo Empire. Their appearance in Shrek Academy was not out of place, which was one of the reasons why Zhu Bang chose this place as the meeting place. But what happened to Uzziah Gang sneaking into the Soul Beast? I'm cooperating with Haitian sect, Star Luo Empire, and Stardao Forest. And all the people here are from Shrek. This is Damubei, the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. This is Tangsun, my favorite disciple, and this is Prince Zhu Beng. Uzziah Gang introduced a few people to Mr. Xiang. Then, he cleared his throat and said, now that everyone is here, let's start this cooperation meeting. Zhu Beng looked at Tangsun and spoke first. I need your Haitian sect to provide some military support to help me clean up Zuking's forces in Xiandao City. The condition is that after I ascend the throne, I will ban the Wuhan Palace and let Haitian Zhang takes their place in Xiandao territory. Tangsun looked at Mr. Xiang. Yes, but the beast god needs to continue to contain Xiandao Liu for a while. Neither our Haitian sect nor the Xiandao royal family can deal with our ultimate Douluo. Mr. Xiang responded smoothly. Yes, the beast god has such a plan. Our condition is that the Xiandao Empire issues a hunt order for Amon, provides his traces in the human realm, and assists us in hunting him down. No problem. Zhu Beng said without hesitation. Our troops in the Harjandaz's kingdom must withdraw. As long as you agree to help deal with Amon, then there is no need for them to stay. Mr. Xiang shrugged. I need the Star Luo Empire to contain Zuking for a period of time, so that he has no time to care about other things. After I ascend the throne, stop the invasion and sign a peace agreement. I concede a principality to you. Zhu Beng said to Damubei. Damubei shook his head. No, it's too little. This is the bottom line given to me by my father. Zhu Beng pondered for a moment and then agreed. Damubei continued. The Star Luo Empire will also ban the Spirit Hall. I think we can work together to deal with them and Amon. Tangsun nodded. This is exactly what I hope. Mr. Xiang smiled and said, we have no problem. Uzziah Gang suddenly said, perhaps we should look to the future. After the Spirit Hall and Amon are eliminated, how will humans and spirit beasts get along with each other? This issue is somewhat sensitive. Soul Masters need soul rings, and the cost of producing soul rings is the life of the soul beast. This is the bottom line that neither party will compromise on. Mr. Xiang said, then do you want to sign an agreement with our Star Dao core circle? We ferocious beasts will not retaliate against humans for hunting soul rings. In contrast, you cannot hunt soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old and have complete intelligence. If these soul beasts enter your human society, they need to be treated as ordinary soul masters. This is exactly what Tang San wants. It allows Xiao Wu to have a complete human identity and be recognized by the Empire's laws. It is very tempting for him. I agree on behalf of Haoshan sect. Day. Liu Bei glanced at him. Anyway, there are only a few people who can hunt for 100,000-year soul ring, and I agree. Zhu Beng had no objection. He felt that there was a high probability that he would not be able to reach such a high level and would not be able to use something as advanced as 100,000-year soul ring. A few days later, a large number of Haoshan sect's personnel secretly came to Xiandao City. On a dark and windy night, Tang San looked at the people in black night clothes in front of him and whispered, according to the planned plan. Take action. The people of the Haoshan sect, led by 3 generations of disciples, dispersed and swung their butcher knives at the ministers listed on the list who were subordinate to Zuking. It's not good. Something serious has happened. A soul master came to Dennis's mansion in a panic to report. What happened? Dennis frowned, having a bad premonition in his heart. A group of unidentified people suddenly launched an attack on our people, and several ministers have been killed. What? Dennis stood up with an angry look on his face. Who dares to attack important officials of the Imperial Court? Could it be that the Star Luo Empire launched an assassination attack on our rear because of its defeat on the battlefield? No, those who were killed were all our people. When I came here, I passed by the residences of several officials, but none of them were attacked. The Soul Master who reported the situation said, Lord Dennis, can you please move quickly? As the representative of His Royal Highness in Xiandao City, you are in a very dangerous situation now. I understand. Dennis nodded. You go down first, Lord Dennis. The reporter wanted to persuade him something more, but Dennis raised his hand to indicate that he didn't need to persuade him any further. You go down first. Yes. The reporter bowed respectfully and left. Dennis adjusted the monocle on his left eye and whispered to himself. Who is he? Is he Prince Avalanche? But does he have such power under his hands? TSK. You all underestimated that Zhu Beng, who was supported by Emperor Zhuyi to fight with Zuking. How could it be easy? Amon, who was sitting on the sofa opposite, pinched the crystal lens on his right eye and said with a chuckle, You mean that's the power of Avalanche? Dennis asked doubtfully. It may be, it may not be, but that's not important. There is no doubt that you have lost control of Xiandao City. Dennis was silent for a moment and then asked, Can you help? His Highness took great care of you back then. Unfortunately, I won't take action because it's not enough. He paid me the reward of becoming an Imperial Duke, not the reward of becoming an Imperial Duke on his side. I just need to be loyal to the Empire. Amon had a playful smile on his face. Dennis's expression darkened, and he immediately ignored Amon, walked to the study alone, and turned the inkstone on the desk. There was only a clicking sound, and the bookshelf on one side suddenly moved away automatically, revealing a dark passage. He walked in, lit the torch, and turned the switch on the inside of the passage. The bookshelf clicked back into place. This is a tunnel leading to the outside of the city, which is used in times of crisis like this. Amon sat on the sofa, tasting red wine with ice cubes alone. Screams came from the courtyard, and people from the Haoshan sect arrived. They came to the hall of the mansion, and saw Amon, who was, as if nothing had happened, and was about to attack. However, the leader quickly stopped the members' movement and asked solemnly, Duke Amon, well, it's me, what's the matter? Amon said with a warm smile on his face, looking at Tang San, who simply covered his face. Or should I call you Jacob? Tang San took off his mask and said in a deep voice, Where did you hear this name? Amon's eyes became sharp. In the Killing City, a man named Jamin told me. Tang San told the story about Jamin and then said, he told me that if I tell you this news, I can get a 50,000-year-old soul bone. Well, I do owe him a soul bone. As he spoke, Amon casually threw a right leg bone over and said softly, "It's better not to mention the name Jacob anymore. As for Herman, he's probably not dead yet. I don't think he will die so easily. But now, it's my turn to hunt him down when attacking and defending foreign positions." Tang Sun took the soul bone, a little surprised that the other party gave him the precious soul bone so easily. While chewing Amon's last words in his heart, Herman is not dead. He didn't dwell on this for too long. He looked at Amon nervously and asked, "What are you doing here?" Tang Sun even suspected that his plan to deal with Amon had been exposed, and the other party was waiting for him. "It seems that you have joined forces with Zhu Beng. Don't worry, I have no intention of interfering in your affairs. I just happen to be a guest here. Whether Zhu Beng or Zhu King takes the position, I have no objection," Amon said with a smile. Seeing this, Tang Sun breathed a sigh of relief and sneered in his heart, "Arrogance will be your biggest flaw. Wait, the revenge of the teacher will be avenged soon." Chapter 214 Avalanche Emperor. Zhu Beng sat in Yuxun, protected by a group of Haotian sect disciples, walking in the palace with anticipation and anxiety. He headed towards Emperor Zhu Yi's palace, preparing to carry out some ulterior and major conspiracy that was contrary to human ethics. A thin young man wearing a black ancient robe appeared on the road in front of him, causing Zhu Beng to change his expression. The pointed soft hat, monocle, and other iconic features show this young man's identity. Duke Amon. He made deals with the Star Luo Empire and the Star Dao Forest, and planned to betray the people in the near future. "Good night, Duke Amon." Zhu Beng forced a smile. "Good night, Your Highness Zhu Beng. Where are you going?" Amon had a joking smile on his face. Zhu Beng replied somewhat unnaturally, "I'm going to visit my father." "It's not like you're going to visit Emperor Zhu Yi's formation, and it's so late, so it's not the time to visit." Zhu Beng took a deep breath and explained, "These are disciples of the Haotian sect and have considerable experience in treating diseases, so when I met them, I eagerly brought them here. I really can't bear to see my father paralyzed on the bed in such pain, even for a minute. Every time I see him like that, it feels like a needle is pricking my heart. Presumably, Your Majesty the Duke, you should understand a child's desire to be filial to his father, right?" Amon had a smile on his lips. "Yes, I understand, but your brother, Zhu King, is also very filial. I have no intention of interfering, but the waiting time is a bit boring, so why not give me the boundless sea cosmic cover to study and pass it by sometime?" Zhu Beng replied without hesitation, "Yes, I will send someone to deliver it to the Duke tomorrow." "Oh, that's not necessary. I know His Highness Zhu Beng has always been generous and will definitely agree, so I have already obtained it in advance." Amon took out a palm-sized three-dimensional triangular object that was crystal clear blue and exuded strange energy fluctuations and played with it in his hand. Zhu Beng's mouth twitched, and he secretly thought that after he sat on the throne, he must raise the protection level of the royal treasury to another level so that no one could steal the contents casually. "Then I'll leave first. I won't disturb His Highness Zhu Beng. You can go and show your filial piety to His Majesty." Amon raised his right hand, stroked his monocle, and said with a chuckle. Zhu Beng passed by Amon and hurried to the room where Emperor Zhu Yi was. Zhu Yi was lying in bed, with only his eyes still able to move. He watched Zhu Beng rush in with a bunch of people regardless of the obstruction of the palace servants who served him. He guessed what the other party was about to do, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Sadness, and a touch of relief. Father, why did you go there?" As soon as Zhu Beng got close to the wooden bed where Emperor Zhu Yi was lying, he threw himself over and cried loudly, "Your Majesty." The minister who came with Zhu Beng also knelt on the ground with a look of sadness on his face. The disciples of the Haotian sect watched the two men's performances with a trace of disdain in their eyes. Zhu Beng and the Minister of the Swan wailed for a while, and the Minister of the Swan suddenly said, "Your Highness Zhu Beng, please express your condolences. I have here a copy of the edict left by Your Majesty." Before the Minister of Admonishment could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked ahead in horror on the bed. Emperor Zhu Yi, who was supposed to be seriously ill, suddenly sat up and looked at the two of them angrily. It was Amon, who stole Zhu Yi's poisoned state. He watched this scene with interest from the perspective of a palace maid. Life always requires some fun. He raised the corners of his mouth and whispered to himself. Zhu Beng looked at his father with the same horror, took a few steps back, and sat down on the ground. Zhu Yi's eyes seemed to burst out with fire, and he said angrily, "Gizzy, I originally thought it was King, but I didn't expect it was you." Zhu Yi also blamed Zhu Beng for poisoning himself and causing his paralysis. Father, Zhu Beng stammered, "Have you finally exposed your wolfish ambition? I really don't understand why you did this. When the Star Luo Empire is launching a massive attack, what good will it do you to poison me?" Zhu Yi left the bed and stood up. An invisible aura emanated from him, making people feel heavy in their hearts. This was not the soul pressure caused by the burst of soul power from a high-level soul master, but the unique aura of a person in a high position. This is really not what I did. Zhu Beng knew that no matter how he tried to explain, it would be in vain. After the initial panic, he calmed down and shouted to the people of the Haotian sect, "Quick, kill him, my dear Tang Yi, the second generation disciple of the Haotian sect. I have offended you, your majesty." The leader on the side of the Haotian sect revealed his martial spirit, and a dark hammer appeared in his hand. "Haotian sect? Huh?" Zhu Yi snorted coldly. "When you came to Xiandao and sealed the sect, I didn't care about your support for Xingluo. I didn't expect that you would dare to interfere in the internal affairs of my royal family. When this incident is over, I will send an army to uproot you." Zhu Yi exuded the aura of control, which made the people of Haotian sect shrink their pupils. They underestimated the strength of this emperor. "Let's attack together," Tang Yi shouted, and took the lead in launching the attack. This is the palace after all. Emperor Zhu Yi only needs to hold on for a moment before countless guards will arrive. Tang Yi directly used the weapon Soul's true body, and the Haotian hammer suddenly grew in size, making a whirring sound as it rotated. With one blow, Zhu Yi's upper body was smashed into a pool of flesh, and blood and flesh splattered all over the room. This. Tang Yi looked at Zhu Yi, who only had the lower half of his body left, and was a little at a loss. The soul power that had just erupted from Zhu Yi was already very close to the level of a titled Douluo. He treated him as a great enemy, so he didn't hold back at all. But what was going on? Amon, who was hiding in the dark, had a smile on his face, as if he had succeeded in a prank. At the last moment, he returned the poisoning state. Zhu Beng was happy to see Tang Yi kill Zhu Yi, but then his face darkened again. This room full of fathers gave him a headache. Zhu Yi only had half of his body left, and it was hard to believe that he died of natural illness. But the minister Zhu only patted his chest and said it didn't matter, just leave it to him. Then, without saying a word, he cut a palace servant in half, spliced his upper body with Zhu Yi's lower body, and then put on a dragon robe for the corpse. They cleaned up the palace and executed all the palace servants who were present. At the court meeting the next day, the Minister of Rights read out Zhu Yi's will, and Zhu Beng put on the crown and sat on the throne. Due to the killing of Haotian sect, the officials under Zhu King were cleared out, and there were fewer people attending the court meeting, and the whole hall seemed unusually deserted. No one dared to raise any objections. Zhu Beng's ruthlessness intimidated them, which made the coronation ceremony seem unusually smooth. Zhu Beng hurriedly held a funeral for Zhu Yi. The funeral was very simple, even inferior to that of an ordinary little noble. At night, Zhu Beng, who had hurriedly dealt with various things, came to Shrek Academy. "Master, what should I do next? Under what name should I issue a wanted order for Duke Amon?" Zhu Beng asked. Uziah Gang, who was covered in a black robe, smiled gently. "The war of nearly 2 years has made the people in the country miserable, and anti-war sentiment is extremely high. No matter what the reason, as long as the war can be ended, the people will support it. As long as you can reduce taxes, end the current turmoil, and let the people return to their previous lives, then you will be a good emperor in their minds, and can win their support. They only care about their own jobs, and everything else is secondary. Even if you sacrifice some people and give up some people for the sake of a ceasefire, the remaining people will become your loyal supporters." Avalanche held his chin, thinking. He was ready to bear the infamy for a lifetime, but after hearing what Gang said, it seems that he can still be a good emperor. Gang paused for a moment, and then continued, Duke Amon is a culprit of this war. Not only ordinary people, but also many soul masters hate him. In fact, you can find any reason without causing too much opposition, but, since you asked, then arrest him for theft and fraud. Amon stole the treasures of the Xingdao Great Forest, so it attracted the beast tide. He deceived Emperor Zuyi, and took away the Blue Dragon territory with shameless means, causing the Xingluo Empire to declare war on us. There will not be much resistance to peace talks with the Xingluo Empire, but when signing a peace treaty with the Xingdao Great Forest, you need to take care of the feelings of the soul masters. So, you have to first promote those soul beasts with complete intelligence, that is, soul beasts over 100,000 years old, who are emotionally no different from humans, and can coexist peacefully with us. At the same time, it should also be emphasized that it was Amon who first violated the taboos of the beasts, which led to revenge. This will reduce the soul masters' resentment towards the beasts, and reduce their worries about being retaliated by the beasts when hunting soul rings in the future. Zhu Beng has learned from you. Zhu Beng bowed respectfully and then asked, Master, are you willing to be my royal servant? I promise you the position of the emperor's teacher and I'm willing to be his disciple. You. Gang's eyes flashed, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, since you have invited me so kindly, I will not refuse. Zhu Beng showed a happy expression on his face, bowed respectfully again, and shouted, Teacher. He then said to the attendant beside him, pass on my order to confer Gang the title of national teacher, enjoy the title of duke, and do not bow to the emperor. Yes. The attendant responded immediately, wait, it's too early now, and announce it later. Gang stopped him. Yes, teacher, I will listen to you. Zhu Beng would worship Gang as his master, not only because he saw Gang's talent, but more importantly, because he saw the huge power of Shrek Academy. The son of Haoshan Douluo, the prince of Xingluo Empire, Gang who has connections with fierce beasts, and many outstanding graduates from Shrek Academy. Such a powerful force, if not contained, will probably be the next Wuhan Hall. But now we need to rely on their power, and cannot offend them. So Zhu Beng thought of joining. If he couldn't beat them, first put on a layer of Shrek's skin, and then win over, and divide its internal forces. It will turn Shrek, a future threat, into a boost for its own development and growth. The two sides communicated for a long time, until late at night. Zhu Beng returned to the palace. Gang looked at his back with a deep look in his eyes. The crime of theft. This is quite consistent with his nickname of Thief Duke. Flanders walked in and said with a smile, it's not that you keep saying Thief Duke in my ear all day long, Boss Flanders. Gang's expression was a little stiff. Flanders' mouth corners slowly lifted up, outlining a smile. Chapter 215 Great Changes in the Imperial Palace. In Xiandao City, Gang stood on a high platform and gave a speech with great emotion. We don't want war, we want bread. This incident was entirely caused by Duke Amon, and he should bear the responsibility alone. We can't pay for the guilt of others. Under the deliberate instigation of Zhu Beng and others, the anti-war sentiment of the people of Xiandao Empire was unprecedentedly strong. They also published many love stories between humans and soul beasts. The plot is roughly as follows. A human boy fell in love with a girl who was transformed from a soul beast, but due to the prejudice and covetousness of human soul masters and many other reasons, the two were persecuted and hunted down, and the soul beast girl died as a sacrifice. So the human boy embarked on the road to revive his lover. In the end, he went through hardships and finally saved his lover. At the same time, he became stronger and was not afraid of anyone's challenge. The two finally lived a happy life. In the storybook, the innocence, frankness, and cuteness of soul beasts are vividly displayed. After a period of fermentation, the people's rejection of soul beasts has decreased a lot. In this continent where everyone loves love, the effect is particularly significant. Even before Zubeng sent people to guide, some voices appeared that transformed soul beasts should not be listed as hunting targets. Then, Zubeng finally announced that he would deprive Amon of his dukedom on the charges of theft and fraud and list him as a wanted target of the Empire. At the same time, he also announced the peace agreement with the Xingdao Great Forest and the armistice agreement with the Xingluo Empire. There were not many opposing voices, and public opinion almost unanimously supported Zubeng. After the dust settled on the Xiandao city side, the Xingluo army also lifted the siege on the night city and quietly retreated. Then, the messenger sent by Emperor Zubeng to read the will came to Zuking. Announced the order to remove Zuking from military power and arrest Yan Jin and Lei Yin, two of Amon's accomplices. Zhu King held the imperial edict and laughed angrily. Zubeng, my good brother, you really gave me a surprise. Your Highness the former crown prince, please execute the order quickly. Do you want to disobey his majesty's will? The messenger who came to read the imperial edict said arrogantly. In his opinion, the best fate of an outdated crown prince is to be exiled to a remote area and become an idle noble. There is no need to have too much respect for him. But he forgot that the current Zuking is not an abandoned crown prince who can be slaughtered at will, but an imperial general with a heavy army. Come here, this person falsely passed the imperial edict and disturbed the morale of the army. Drag him out and behead him. What? Upon hearing this, the messenger panicked and said sternly, Zuking, do you want to rebel? What? My words are useless? Zuking looked at the hesitant guards with cold eyes. The two guards gritted their teeth and dragged the messenger out. Then, a scream came from outside the house. Everyone, go out. What happened just now is classified as confidential. Anyone who dares to disclose it will be executed without mercy, she said to the generals who were also present when the announcement was made. Yes. The generals saluted and retreated. Zhu King looked at Yan Jin, who was daydreaming, and said, did you hear everything that happened just now? Well, have you eaten? Yan Jin took a while to realize that Zhu King was talking to him, and asked back with his head tilted. Zhu King said helplessly, I need to go back to Xiandao city. Can you help me defend this place for half a month? Ah, I will command. Yan Jin pointed at himself with his index finger. Well, please. Zhu King nodded heavily. Okay, I'll try. Anyway, this is a night city, and Amon probably won't want to give this place up. Yan Jin responded, thank you. Seeing Yan Jin agreed, Zhu King breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yan Jin looked silly, Zhu King did not dare to underestimate her. After all, her performance on the battlefield surprised both the enemy and us, and countless soldiers called her god of fire or Valkyrie. Zhu King took off his armor and put on a silver white robe. Uncle Shilong, Uncle Sixu, let's go back. Yes, your highness. The figures of Shilong and Sixu appeared quietly. The two of them have been protecting Kan Ringsu, and they never showed up even at the most critical moment of the battlefield. The three of them hurriedly rushed from the night city and finally returned to Xiandao city. Your highness, you should take a rest. You didn't sleep for several days because of the war, and with such a long journey, your body will collapse. Shilong persuaded. No, I have to solve this matter quickly. The longer I wait, the more stable Zhu Avalanche's position will be. Moreover, more importantly, when I think of that bastard who dared to sneak around and take the throne while I was fighting outside, I want to grind him to ashes. Zhu King gritted his teeth and said, I know the guards in the palace. With you here, killing him is not a problem at all. Hearing this, Shilong stopped trying to persuade him and followed Zhu King to the palace. Who is it? Stop. The guards at the gate of the palace stopped Zhu King. You are so bold. You dare to stop me? Don't you recognize me as the prince? Prince. Ha. There is only His Majesty Zhu Avalanche now, and His Majesty Zhu Avalanche has not appointed a prince yet. The captain of the guard sneered. Zhu King was so angry that veins appeared on her forehead. She swung out a soul power and hit the guard severely. If you dare to shout, I'll kill you. She looked at the palace with cold eyes and a chill on her face. The guards were frightened by her expression and dared not speak. Zhu King led Shilong and Sixu into the palace and finally found Zubeng in the garden. My Good brother, I'm really surprised that you did such a big thing without making a sound. Zuking said with a fake smile. Zubeng looked directly at Zuking and said with a smile, brother, my father has already made a will before he left, announcing me as the new emperor of the Xiandao Empire. You should give up. Humph, a will whose authenticity is unknown. Where is my father's body? I suspect you killed my father and issued a false edict. Zuking snorted coldly, my father is naturally buried in peace. As for the edict, it was written by my father in front of the Minister of Rights and many other important officials of the court. How can it be false? Zubeng said calmly. How could he write an imperial edict in his physical condition? The poison was given by Zuking. She was naturally aware of Zhu Yu's situation, but she couldn't say it out loud and couldn't use it to refute. You still planning to make peace with the Xingluo Empire and the Xingdao Great Forest? It seems that you have borrowed their power. Are you worthy of being the emperor of the Xiandao Empire? You are just a traitor. Zuking said coldly. Zubeng said self-indulgently, this is what the people want. Don't you know how much pain the war has brought to the people of this country? Only I can bring them a better life. This is why my father finally chose me. I hope you can still be so confident in a while. Uncle Shelling, Uncle Sixu, thank you for your help. Leave it to us. Sixu and Shelling said with a smile. Several disciples of the Haoshan sect dressed as royal servants stood in front of Zubeng. Feeling the aura emanating from Sixu and Shelling, their faces changed one by one. Title Douluo, with only one Xiandao prince, there is no way to drive to title Douluo. It seems that your connection with the spirit hall is deeper than we thought. Tang San and Tang Heo came over, and it was Tang Heo who spoke. He glanced at Sixu and Shelling, his face without joy or sadness. If it was in the past, it might be a little difficult to deal with to title Douluo, but since breaking through to level 97, he no longer takes ordinary title Douluo seriously. Tang San and Tang Heo, looking at the middle-aged man whose face was very similar to Tang San, Zuking showed hatred in her eyes. This is her father's murderer. Tang Heo burst out with soul power, no longer concealing his momentum, and the powerful soul power made Sixu and Shelling change their faces. She long said quickly, Your Highness, leave here quickly, we will hold him back. Tang Heo said leisurely, for the harmony and stability of the Xiandao Empire, please stay. Don't worry, I won't take your life. I guarantee it. As Haoshan Douluo, Zhu King took a deep breath and calmed down the restlessness of seeing the enemy. Humph, Haoshan sect? What credibility do you have in your promise? Zubeng can't sit in this position because you are helping him, right? You clearly said that Feng Zan would not go out, but you broke your promise again and again. The last time you made trouble in Wuhan City, you have not been accounted for yet. Seeing that things were a foregone conclusion and there was no possibility of recovery, Qin Mingsu gradually gave up her disguise and brought herself into the position of Wuhan Hall. Feng Zan is a thing of the past. Now our Haoshan sect will re-enter this soul world and let the reputation of Haoshan Hammer bloom again. Tang San said solemnly. Zhu King looked at him deeply. You'd better remember what you said today. A pair of white wings suddenly stretched out from behind her, emitting a warm and soft glow. She flapped her wings and flew out of the palace. Don't let him run away. No. Tang San soared into the sky and chased after Zuking. This flying skill was given to him by Amon's right leg bone. Compared with the blue silver emperor right leg bone he had in the original book, it lacked the ability to heal, but the effect was more significant in flying. Zhu King looked at Tang San chasing after him with a hint of coldness in his eyes. In fact, Qin Mingsu's soul power was stronger than that of the original book at the same time, and the battlefield environment was the best training. At this time, she was close to level 80, but she was still using soul bone skills to disguise herself, because she was worried about Tang Heo, so as not to cause him to chase her at all costs. With the blessing of the top grade flying soul bone selected by Amon, Tang San's flying speed was faster than Zuking, and he slowly caught up. Chapter 216. Do you really think I'm a swan? After Tang San approached Zuking, the halo in his hand flowed, and a large number of blue-silver grass emerged. These blue-silver grasses seemed to have self-awareness, growing and extending towards the other party. A hint of coldness flashed in Zuking's eyes, and then quickly disappeared. He just used his soul power to shake it away, then flapped his wings, and turned a corner. Tangsun also turned flexibly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The strength of Zuking exceeded his expectations. The soul power fluctuations that shook his blue-silver grass just now were obviously over level 70. This former prince turned out to be a soul saint. And looking at his age, it seems to be equivalent to the golden generation. No wonder he can mobilize Soul Douluo. With such a talent, he is probably a strong competitor for the next generation of popes. Turning his head slightly and glancing at Tangsun, who was chasing him relentlessly behind him, Zuking showed a trace of regret on his face. I was careless and underestimated Zubian. I didn't expect that he would contact Haoshi and Zhang. I should be more cautious. While avoiding Tangsan's entanglement, she rushed out of the city. Tangsan, don't be ungrateful. Do you really think I can't kill you? Tangsun smiled. If you really have that strength, you won't say these useless nonsense. Just surrender. For the sake of our past friendship, I can let you visit Haoshan sect and guarantee your safety. Zhu King said coldly. Then what? Will you imprison me for life? What did Zhu Beng promise you? I can give you the same. Although she knew that the possibility of Tangsun cooperating with her was very low, she couldn't help but try to ask with a glimmer of hope. Tangsun shook his head with a faint smile on his face. What you can't give us is that he promised us to abolish the Spirit Hall in the Xiandao Empire and let our Haoshan sect replace the current Spirit Hall and exercise the functions of the Spirit Hall. Since the Spirit Hall has even sent the title Douluo to you, then your bond with the Spirit Hall must be quite deep. Can you break off the connection with the Spirit Hall and cooperate with the Haoshan sect instead? Zhu King fell silent. This was indeed a reward she couldn't give. Then a smile appeared on her face. Zhu Beng dared to offer such conditions. He doesn't want to live, right? When the Spirit City is free, the Haoshan sect and the Xiandao royal family will surely be destroyed. Spirit City? They should be too busy now, right? It's been almost 2 years. If the Spirit Hall can really solve the current situation, it should have been solved long ago, instead of dragging it on until now. The Beast God Emperor Xian will not let them get away and interfere in the affairs of the human empire. Tangsun laughed contemptuously. A thought suddenly exploded in Zuking's mind, and she couldn't help but said in a lost voice, you have a connection with soul beasts. Are you crazy? So what if you are a human? So what if you are a beast? Sometimes, the feelings of soul beasts are more sincere than those of humans, and their hearts are purer than those of humans. Tangsun responded disapprovingly. Human traitor. Kyan Minxu had an urge to laugh. She originally thought that it would be difficult to deal with the Haoshan sect, but if the other party had a connection with soul beasts, it would be simple. For ordinary power struggles between humans, even she would find it difficult to persuade Kyan Daoliu. Kyan Daoliu's attitude towards her participation in the power struggle was neither supportive nor opposed, but he asked Sixu and Shalong to protect her safety. But if the other party colluded with soul beasts, that would be another situation. The next thing she had to do was to escape back to Wuhan City and call for Grandpa to help. Although it was a bit difficult for Kyan Daoliu to get out with the restraint of the Black Dragon King Dishan, this was not absolute, because Dishan could not always grasp Kyan Daoliu's movements. He did not leave Wuhan City, but there was no need. Kyan Daoliu himself did not go out much. Even without Dishan, he would not leave the worship casually. Palace. If he knew that the power of soul beasts had infiltrated the human race, and that the Haoshan sect, once the world's #1 sect, controlled the royal family of the Xiandao Empire, then he would definitely find a way to get rid of Dishan and clean up the cancer in the human race first. The two chased and fled, and unknowingly left the palace, flew over most of Xiandao City, and were about to reach the outside of the city. Zhu King plunged into the woods, flexibly turning between the trees, hoping to distance himself from Tangsun. With his strong mental power and the good dynamic vision brought by the purple demon eye, Tangsun was always able to dodge the branches just right, and his flexibility was no less than Zuking, biting tightly behind him. After the two chased for a while, Zuking suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Tangsun with a cold face. You should have noticed that my soul power is far superior to yours. Why do you think I only ran away and didn't fight back? I'm just worried about your father, the Haoshan Douluo. From your appearance, it seems that you are not even a Soul Emperor yet. How can you have the confidence to pursue me relentlessly as a mere Soul King? Tang-san was alert in his heart, but pretended to be indifferent on his face, and said with a faint smile, Soul Saint? It's not like I haven't killed one before. He was able to kill Soul Saints because of the special environment of the Slaughter City. Under normal circumstances, even if he had the enhancement of the two major domains of the Killing God domain and the Blue-Silver domain, he would not be absolutely sure to deal with a Soul Saint point. But now is not a ring match. He still has Tang sect hidden weapons to use, and the Swan martial spirit of Zuking is not good at fighting. He believes that he can deal with it, as long as he waits for the other people from the Haoshan sect to arrive. It will be his victory point, and Zuking must be eager to escape, and will not have much fighting spirit. Taking advantage of this mentality, he even thinks he can win the battle. Zu King suddenly smiled. You must be curious about why I can make the two-titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall obey my command. No matter how talented I am, even if I'm the Prince of the Heaven Dao Empire, it is not reasonable to order people of that level. Tang-san looked at the smile on Zuking's face, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He vaguely guessed that what the other party was going to say next would be an astonishing secret. In fact, I'm not a Zuking at all. My name is Kan Rinxu. I'm the daughter of the previous pope and the granddaughter of the great priest of the Spirit Hall. As she said, she removed the disguise of the God suit soul bone skill, and revealed her original appearance point. The man who made people feel like a spring breeze suddenly turned into a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 20s, with skin as white as snow, a straight nose on her cold and beautiful face, and majestic eyes. Her face was a bit angular, completely different from the beauty of Ningrangrang and Zio Wu. Her beauty was a bit cold, and in the coldness, there was a hint of majesty. Tangsan saw some shadows of Bibidang in her. Zuking was actually a woman pretending to be, and she was the daughter of the previous Pope Kan Zhengji, and the granddaughter of the Spirit Hall's great priest Kan Daoliu. This situation made Tangsan feel extremely shocked, and the surprise on his face was beyond words. What a big ambition, what a deep scheming. Tangsan couldn't help but sigh. If you really succeeded, ascended to the position of the Emperor of the Cheyenne Dao Empire, and with the help of the power of the Spirit Hall, I'm afraid you could really unify the continent and establish an unprecedented huge empire. It's a pity that you met me, and your conspiracy was finally exposed. Our Haoshan sect, Kibaoliuli sect, Xingluo Empire, and even the fierce beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest will never let you succeed. Tangsan looked at Kan Rinxu, as if he had thought of something. His expression suddenly froze, the confident smile on his face froze, and he felt his scalp tingling. He dared to chase Zuking like this, treating him as an ordinary soul saint who was not good at fighting, and whose martial spirit was a swan. But now Zuking suddenly became Kan Rinxu. Kan Daoliu and Kan Zhengji's martial spirits are both six-winged angel martial spirits. And with her identity, she must have no shortage of high-quality soul bones. It feels like it's over. Heh. The conspiracy is exposed. As long as you die here, won't it be okay? Let you be a clear ghost. This is my last mercy. A cold voice came out of Kan Rinxu's mouth. She displayed her martial spirit, and 3 pairs of white wings stretched out from behind, emitting a light golden glow. Peaceful, sacred, and majestic. In contrast to the sacredness and peace, there was a strong murderous intent on her cold and beautiful face. She flapped her wings and rushed over quickly. Kan Rinxu, who had taken off her disguise and revealed her angelic body, was so fast that Tangsan could tell at a glance that, if he ran away, he would be caught up and killed in an instant. The only way now was to fight to the death. He used the ghost shadow mirage step, leaving a trail of after images on the ground, and then tried to distance himself from the other party with the trees. At the same time, he turned his wrist, and his hands moved quickly, and pieces of flying knives as thin as willow leaves flew out of his hands. A trifling trick. Kan Rinxu smiled coldly, and a pale golden halo appeared on her body, deflecting all the flying blades one by one. Kan Rinxu, whose soul power was close to level 80, and exuded a strong aura, put too much pressure on Tangsan. making him feel that he would die if he didn't pay attention. I shouldn't be so reckless and distance myself from the other disciples of Haoshan sect. Tangsun felt a little regretful. A white halo spread from Tangsun to the surroundings, forming an invisible domain, the Killing God domain. The Killing God domain can amplify oneself and suppress the opponent. Tangsun hopes that this special domain type skill can narrow the gap between the two sides and let himself not so passive. Unexpectedly, a layer of golden light spread from Kan Ringsu, forming an invisible domain, the Angel domain. The Angel domain and the Killing God domain are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Because her soul power level is higher and the domain is stronger, she suppressed Tangsun's Killing God domain as soon as it appeared. The gap between the two did not narrow, but widened. Tangsun realized that the Angel domain had a natural restraining effect on the Killing God domain, and immediately withdrew the Killing God domain and switched to the Blue-Silver domain. 2 domains. You are really worthy of my favored people, but since you are on the opposite side, the more outstanding you are, the more you deserve to die. What I can't get, then destroy it. The golden light spots gathered in Kan Rinx's hands. She made a fist with her right hand, swung forward, and swung a golden beam of light towards Tangsun. Blue Silver Prison. Tangsun used this limiting skill to protect himself. The blue-silver grass grew wildly, and then continued to disappear in the golden light, and then continued to grow, and so on and so forth. And there was a stalemate for a moment. Finally, the blue-silver cage was broken, and the light column lost most of its power. But the remaining aftermath still knocked Tangsun out, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Thunder Douluo. A spear condensed from blue-silver grass appeared in Tangsun's hand. This was the strongest single target attack skill he had now. The blue-silver overlord spear, a golden longsword, appeared in Kan Rinx's hand. It was the same one that Kan Daolia used to chop Emperor Xian. It was equally sacred and majestic, but it didn't have such great power. But Tangsun was not Emperor Xian either. This angel's holy sword, which was many times weaker, was more than enough to deal with him. The golden holy sword easily cut off the blue-silver overlord spear, and the sharpness made Tangsun tremble with fear. He turned his wrist, and various hidden weapons appeared. The mother and child soul chasing and life-taking gallbladder was ineffective. Zuja's divine crossbow was ineffective. The king of hell's post was ineffective. He used all kinds of means, but they were all easily resolved by Kan Rinxu. In a blink of an eye, Tangsun had run out of tricks and fell into a desperate situation. Looking at Kan Rinxu, who was so close, Tangsun said unwillingly, if there wasn't such a big age difference between us, if I hadn't obtained the 6th spirit ring, you would definitely not be my opponent. Kan Rinxu said lightly, it's too late. I just advised you. It's not that I can't kill you, but I'm afraid of your father, worried that the angel spirit will be exposed to him, which will cause him to hunt you down at all costs. So I have been tolerant. You know, your father killed my father, and now I kill you, just to collect some interest on the revenge of killing your father. If you are willing to give up the dark and join the light, I can let go of all these. There was a trace of regret in her voice. Goodbye, Tangsun. Just as Tangsun was about to die under Kan Rinxu's sword, a transparent light curtain suddenly unfolded on his body, deflecting the sword point. Kan Rinxu's expression changed slightly. Her soul power surged, and she increased her strength, but she couldn't break through the seemingly thin light curtain at all. Tangsun showed a look of surprise on his face. He thought he was going to die. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, because he didn't know where the slight curtain came from. Noticing the change in his expression, Kan Rinxu also reacted and said sternly, who? Come out quickly? No one responded to her, but Tangsun's soul power suddenly increased a lot. Strength, speed, and other attributes all increased. Although he didn't know who was helping him secretly, he didn't give up this opportunity and immediately launched a counterattack. After the two sides got closer, he was no longer as powerless as before. Seeing that the situation was over, Kyan Rinxu showed a trace of unwillingness, gritted her teeth, ignored Tang San, vibrated her wings, soared into the sky, and rushed to the distance with all her strength. Just when Tang San wanted to chase again, the increase on his body suddenly disappeared. He had to stop and said loudly, "I don't know which friend helped me. Tang San thanks you here. But can you help me again, and let the increase stay for a while? I don't want to mess with the angels." A cold voice came from the side. Looking at the person coming, Tang San's face changed. "Amon. No, that's not right. You are German Sparrow? You are not dead." German Sparrow still looked stern, nodded and said, "Well, I didn't die. I paid some price." "How did you survive?" Tang San showed a puzzled look on his face. "A miracle of resurrection from the dead." German didn't explain too much, just answered him, "It's just that the restrictions are very large, and it requires a great price." German, "Can you help me? I want to keep Kyan Rinxu." Tang San said anxiously. German said expressionlessly, "I said, I don't want to mess with the angel family. That was a terrible family that needed to be feared during the heyday of the Amon family. You really can cause trouble. It's not me who provokes them, it's them who provoke me." Tang San responded. Suddenly, a huge hammer shadow fell from the sky and smashed towards German. The invisible light curtain unfolded, and German stretched out his right hand, using the light curtain to block the huge hammer shadow, and he stepped back a few steps and hit a tree. "Zhao San, are you okay?" Tang Heo fell from the air, protecting Tang San behind him, and looked at German with indifference. At first, he was worried that Sixu and Shalom would try their best to kill Zubeng, but found that the two of them seemed to be more worried about Zuking, so he tried to abandon Zubeng and bypass them to chase Zuking. As expected, Sixu and Shalom did not take this opportunity to attack Zubeng, but tried their best to stop him. Such behavior confirmed Tang Heo's guess that Zuking's identity was problematic, and his status in the spirit hall might be beyond imagination. While he was dealing with the entanglement of Sixu and Shelling, while rushing in this direction, he later felt a familiar breath. That was the breath of the six-winged angel martial spirit that disgusted him very much, exactly the same as Kayak Sunji's. So after forcing Sixu and Shelling to retreat with one move, he rushed here with all his strength. He saw Kyan Renzuchi leaving and wanted to chase him, but found that Amon appeared beside Tang San, so he had no choice but to give up the chase and come down to protect his son. German's face became even colder, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. "You attack me as soon as we meet. Can I think this is a provocation to me? If you want to die, I will grant you your wish." Tang San quickly stopped between the two and dissuaded them. "Dad, this is German Sparrow whom I told you about. He is the friend I met in the slaughter city, not Amon. I was almost killed by Kyan Rinxu, the fake Zuking, just now. He saved me." He looked at German again and said, "German, this is my dad. Sorry, he didn't mean it just now. He was just worried about my safety." Tang San tried to ease the relationship between the two. "Don't do it again," German said coldly, his murderous intent slightly restrained, and the madness in his eyes was a little less. It is no secret that Amon has the ability of clones among the top figures, but they all think that Amon's clone needs to be controlled by the main body, but the distance is very far. In addition, he has the ability to move in space over long distances, so he can appear in various battlefields. Tang Heo knew the specialness of the slaughter city, so he didn't think that German might be Amon's clone. Moreover, although German and Amon look similar, their temperaments are completely different, and people with discerning eyes can tell them apart at a glance. "Sorry, I have something else to do. I'll leave you now." Tang Heo nodded, without saying too much, and immediately flew into the sky, chasing in the direction where Kyan Rinxu fled. Sixu and Shalon caught up, and when they saw Tang San, they immediately attacked. Tang Heo might not care about the avalanche, but they didn't believe that the other party would ignore their son. Sure enough, Tang Heo stopped chasing, turned back and attacked them, forcing them to dodge, thus relieving Tang San's crisis. "Can you help me deal with these two people?" Tang San couldn't help asking. "If I wanted to help you, I would have just taken action to keep that woman." German responded without thinking. "You are looking for death." Tang Heo looked at Sixu and Shalong coldly. In order to save time, he immediately used the core skill of Big Sumaru Hammer. To explode the ring point, he severely injured Sixu and Shalong in 2 or 3 moves, and then wanted to chase Kan Ringsu without looking back. Zhao Sun, protect yourself and leave here. I'll go after the guy with the angel spirit. Tang Heo's voice came. Let's go over and take a look. German put his left hand on Tang San's shoulder, and then the shadows of the two suddenly moved, wrapping them like a curtain. This group of black shadows slowly merged into the shadows of the trees, constantly flashing and jumping in the shadows, closely following the 2 people in the sky. Tang San only felt the light and shadow flickering, and colorful lights flowed in front of his eyes, and occasionally there were visual clips of Tang Heo flying in the air, abandoning the disguise and revealing the true form of the 6-winged angel. Kan Ringsu's flying speed was very fast. But facing the pursuit of a level 97 Super Douluo, it still seemed a little insufficient. The distance between them kept shortening, and she was gradually caught up. The huge shadow of the clear sky hammer attacked from behind, and the terrifying power made Kan Ringsu give up resistance, close her eyes, and despair in her heart. Is at the end. Sorry, Grandpa, I failed your expectations. She suddenly felt a little regretful. She did not listen to Kan Daoliu's advice and devote herself to soul power cultivation, but intervened in the power struggle between empires. A lightning suddenly fell from the sky, shattering the shadow of the Haoshan hammer and repelling Haoshan Douluo. The Haoshan hammer collided with thunder, making a loud booming sound. The terrifying soul power collided, and the strong wind raised through Kan Ringsu, who was not far away. She opened her eyes, flapped her wings, and finally stabilized her body. The dazzling lightning flashed in the air, and a young figure slowly emerged in the lightning. He had azure eyes and sea blue hair, and looked a little handsome. Lei Yan, why are you here? Kan Ringsu showed a hint of joy on her face. Lei Yan said to Kan Ringsu in a gentle and magnetic voice, the Duke's cause cannot be missed. You can't die now. Tang Heo on the other side showed a solemn expression on his face, and slowly said, Thunder Douluo, do you want to interfere in the feud between me and the Spirit Hall? You, Haoshan sect, are already the Duke's enemy, right? Supporting and instigating Zhu Beng to make the Duke a criminal, you must naturally bear the corresponding consequences. Lei Yan looked at Tang Heo indifferently. The Duke? He is just a despicable villain who can only play some tricks. His great cause is to make people suffer. Like now? I advise you to abandon the dark and join the light as soon as possible, and I can let Zhu Beng forgive your crimes. Tang Heo persuaded. Although he was afraid of Amon, since he had already made it clear that he was an enemy, Tang Heo naturally would not care about anything, and directly called him a despicable villain. Lei Yan was unmoved. The Duke's plan is far-reaching and profound. How can you mediocre people understand it? Now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. Let me learn from you what is so extraordinary about the Haoshan Douluo who once shocked the world. Chapter 218. Is he already a titled Douluo? Hearing Tang Heo's address to Lei Yan, Tang San looked at his peer in the sky in shock, feeling unbelievable. In order to contain the murderer Sora condensed in the killing city and eliminate the side effects of that practice, he has been cultivating himself in Yuxu, and this year after graduation, he was eager to learn the truth from Tang Heo. He was busy recognizing his ancestors and returning to the clan. Later, he discussed joining forces with Zhu Beng on behalf of the Haoshan sect. He knew relatively little about what happened in the past year. That guy has Jacob's shadow in him. If Jacob devotes all his efforts to training him, it's not surprising that such a young titled Douluo is born. German said at the side. Does your Amon family have a secret method that can help people quickly increase their strength? That should have great side effects, right? Tang San's mind became active. It can quickly raise a person's soul power to the realm of titled Douluo. For large forces, no matter how severe the side effects are, they can accept it. The appearance of Lei Yan gave him a greater sense of crisis, and he realized that the power of Haoshan sect was still slightly weak. If there is such a secret method, I wonder if German can contribute it on the condition of joining forces to deal with Amon. Tang San thought in his heart, side effects, a little bit, but not too big. The family's treasure can solve the side effects. Jacob has probably completely mastered the treasure, so he won't have any side effects when using it. German Shin vocal channel point. As if he had sensed Tang San's thoughts, German did not hide it, but openly spoke out the secret method of the Amon family. It's very simple. Isn't it enough to just absorb soul bones? If ordinary soul bones are not enough, then add external soul bones. If the absorbed soul bones are of a higher age, you can increase the level by more than 20 levels. By the way, you can also add external soul bones. It can improve your training qualifications. Tang San opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I also know this method, but it just doesn't work. He muttered in his heart, wait, you just said there are side effects? What are the side effects of absorbing soul bones? And what is the family treasure you mentioned? Tang San asked. German replied smoothly, side effects. Not counting the attached soul bones, a person can only absorb 6 soul bones. If in order to increase soul power, without considering the matching degree of skills, blindly attaching older soul bones, then it's not are these skill slots wasted. It is not easy to find soul bones that are old and have matching skills. Increasing the level in this way will have a slight impact on future combat effectiveness. This is a side effect. Tang San looked a little confused, not quite able to follow German's train of thought. Why do you feel like soul bones are as cheap as cabbage in your mouth? When did absorbing soul bones have to consider both the year and the matching degree of skills? Even for top sects such as Haoshan sect and Kibeo glazed sect, it would be nice to be able to give their heirs a few high life soul bones. Our understanding of side effects may be a little different. Tang San suddenly remembered that he had simply brought Amon the news about German and received a 50,000-year-old soul bone as a reward. Moreover, the atmosphere between the two parties at that time was not harmonious and a bit tense. He couldn't help but swallow and said with some difficulty, do you, the Amon family, have too many soul bones to use up? There shouldn't be dozens or hundreds of soul bones, right? Don't be so surprised. We have a special method that can greatly increase the explosion rate of soul bones, so soul bones are not very rare for us. German revealed this information quite casually. Increase the explosion rate of soul bones? Tang San was shocked and lost his voice. If this news spreads, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar. No soul master can refuse such a temptation, and when the time comes, I'm afraid the Amon family will also become the target of public criticism. German smiled lightly and said nonchalantly, you should know that the death of a soul beast during severe emotional fluctuations can greatly increase the probability of producing soul bones, so we just need to keep torturing the soul beasts, making them worse than death, letting them accumulate extreme emotions, and then kill them when they hate them the most. Of course, even if ordinary soul beasts are deliberately tortured and killed, it is difficult for their emotions to reach the threshold for producing soul bones, so you need to choose soul beasts that are already full of emotions, such as soft bone rabbits. Alternatively, you can develop a relationship with the soul beast, and when the relationship is deep enough, you can deliberately create an accident to put you and the soul beast into a desperate situation. Only if the soul beast is willing to die for you, can you survive. Otherwise it will be a desperate situation for the two of you to die together. With the soul beast's IQ and emotional sincerity, there is a high probability that they will choose to sacrifice themselves to let you survive. Our Amon family has accumulated a lot of soul bones through this method. It will not be a problem to at least use them to cultivate a few titled Douluo. German's words were like the devil's whisper, echoing in Tang San's mind, full of temptation, but also making him feel uneasy. Such vicious methods. Tang San couldn't help but take a breath, especially the last one, which was simply a devil playing with people's hearts. It seems that this Amon family is not a good person, and they would use such evil methods. Obtain soul bones, he said to German solemnly. I hope you don't reveal these methods casually. We humans have finally reconciled with the soul beasts and reached an agreement to deal with Amon together. Such means will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the beasts and may cause another beast tide. German replied with a stern face. The black dragon is also my enemy. The former Amon family fell because of him. But I can promise you to deal with Jacob first. No, I should call him Amon. Maybe he is right. Even the Black Dragon King Dishan is helpless against him. But I will not forgive what he did. German showed a complicated expression on his face. This made Tang Sun couldn't help but guess the grievances behind it in his heart. Lei Yin, who was confronting Tang Heo in the sky, showed his martial spirit, and a thunder that kept jumping appeared in his hand. His soul rings were also revealed, which were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red soul rings with 7 golden lines. When helping Amon hunt the auspicious beast 2 years ago, Lian was already level 75. And he had already collected a complete set of soul bones. They were the 30,000-year-old right arm bone thunder magnetic gun, the 40,000-year-old left arm bone soul bone space, the 70,000-year-old torso bone thunder pool, the 60,000-year-old left leg bone thunder speed, and 20,000-year-old soul bones used to upgrade the level, which were not very useful. It was not that Amon did not want to give him better, but that Amon's own strength was limited at that time. And he only had a few hundred soul bones in his hand, most of which were hundreds or thousands of years old. Moreover, he also needed to prepare the grudge curse, and it was impossible to spend too much effort to help Lian get 2 high quality soul bones, so he could only take 2 pieces to make up the number, pulling up the seedlings to help him grow to improve his soul power, so as to increase the success rate of hunting auspicious beasts. After Amon absorbed the soul ring of the blood red 9-headed bat king and was able to steal life, he decided to help Lian replace the 2 useless soul bones. After all, Lian is the sharpest sword in his hand, and it can help him more in the short term than Yan Jin. Finding loopholes in the rules is what Amon is best at. He found that he only needed to steal the 2 soul bones and free up the position, and then he could absorb soul bones again. Although stealing soul bones will cause the soul power level increased by absorbing the soul bone to drop, as long as the quality of the reabsorbed piece exceeds the original one, the overall level will increase instead. Amon also tried to get a bug and did an experiment. Let someone absorb a soul bone, steal this soul bone, and then let him absorb the soul bone in the same part, and finally return it to see if the 2 soul bones can be fused to form a higher quality soul bone. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Whether the fusion is very random, sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it fails, resulting in the complete destruction of the 2 soul bones and the soul master being severely damaged, and there is no pattern at all. Therefore, Amon gave up this idea. Lei Yin spent a year and a half to upgrade himself by 2 levels. Amon used 2 90,000-year-old soul bones to replace his head soul bone and right leg bone, helping him upgrade by 3 levels, bringing his level to level 80. Amon had spread clones all over the place. Many clones did not have clear tasks, but only served as a backup for resurrection, responsible for staying alive. Not all Amons would be content with living peacefully. There were a few adventurous Amons who put on straw hats, raised sails, and sailed to the vast ocean. Some were swallowed by the waves, some were buried in the mouths of sea soul beasts, and there was also a lucky one who crossed the ocean and came to the sun and moon continent. Amon's plan focused on the Douluo continent, and he was not very concerned about the sun and moon continent, but he also asked Amon there to pay attention to the location of certain soul beasts. The evil eye tyrant overlord was thus included in Amon's reserve list. 3 months ago, Amon first merged his spirit with Lian, and then Amon from the sun and moon continent initiated the theft and stole Lian completely. He took Lian with him and hunted the evil eye tyrant lord, using it as Lian's 8th spirit ring. Then he stole Lian's head spirit bone again, allowing him to fuse the head spirit bone dropped by the evil eye tyrant lord. After absorbing such high quality spirit rings and spirit bones, Lian's spirit power level has increased significantly, and he has jumped several levels. At this time, he is already a level 86 soul Douluo. As for why he is obviously just a soul Douluo, but he is called Thunder Douluo by Tang Heo, the answer is also very simple. This is what he fought for. He once repelled the 10,000 demon king who disguised himself as the master of the beast taming sect in Fipu city. 2 months ago, he killed a titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire on the front battlefield with his own strength, and then he was given the title of Thunder as a soul Douluo. Therefore, facing the younger Lei Yin, whose spirit power was far lower than his own, Tang Heo did not dare to be careless at all, because the other party's title was obtained by stepping on the corpses of the older generation. Chapter 219 3 Sequences. Lei Yin waved his hand, and a thick lightning column hit forward. Tang Heo's response was very simple. He swung up the hammer and smashed it with one hammer. The tentative attack did not work, and Lei Yin did not show any surprise on his face. He stretched out his hands, clenched his right fist and hit the palm of his left hand with the fist hole, and drew out a long sword condensed by thunder. Sword. He turned into a lightning and appeared behind Tang Heo, as if teleporting. Tang Heo's face was normal, twisting his waist, and the dark Haoshan hammer was like a spinning top, rotating for most of a circle, before colliding with the thunder sword. The roar of thunder and the explosion of the soul power collision sounded at the same time, and the surging soul power set off a strong airflow, blowing the clothes of the two people. Kan Rinxu looked at Lei Yin, who was fighting with Tang Heo without losing the wind, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, and there was a bit of complexity. With my talent, if I had spent all my time on cultivation instead of investing in political struggles, I wouldn't be worse than him and Yan Jin now. She felt extremely regretful. At this moment, she truly realized that the power of the emperor was just an illusion under the power. The most important thing is to attribute the great power to oneself. No wonder Grandpa was so indifferent and detached, looking down on the struggle between the two empires. Because the power of the emperor was just a question of wanting or not wanting for him, not a question of being able or not being able to have it. After taking a look at Kan Rinxu, who was floating in the air stupidly, Lei Yin looked at her with the same eyes as he looked at Yan Jin. Your Highness Zhu, what are you still doing here? Why don't you leave quickly? After all, he is Haoshan Douluo, and I'm not absolutely sure that I can beat him. Lei Yin had previously defeated the 10,000 Demon King, who was disguised as the leader of the beast taming sect, relying on Amon's substitute, but later he killed the title Douluo of the Xingluo Empire, relying on his own strength, without any assistance from Amon. Now he was fighting Tang Heo alone. Kan Rinxu was not someone who could not see the situation clearly. After she nodded, she flapped her wings and flew towards the Wuhan city. Tang Heo glanced at her and did not stop her. Lei Yin also brought him a lot of pressure. Thunderbolts fell one after another, forming a cage. Prison cage. Tang Heo spread his soul power all over his body to resist the tiny electric currents coming from all directions. He felt a tingling sensation in his right arm holding the clear sky hammer, which made him frown. Clear sky hammer is conductive. As a result, his right hand gathered more current than other places, which required more soul power. This was a disadvantage for him, because the soul power used to resist lightning squeezed out his soul power output and affected his performance. Tang Heo exerted force on his right foot and rushed towards Lei Yin. He was very fast, and the flying skill attached to the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor was also a bonus for the title Douluo, who could fly. As he swung the hammer, a huge dark shadow of the clear sky hammer fell down. The thunder sword in Lei Yin's hand quickly expanded and collided with the shadow that fell down. Feeling the huge power coming from the hammer, he couldn't help but change his face and quickly elementized, turning into countless tiny electric currents that scattered and avoided the shadow of the hammer that was pressed down. After a while, he slowly condensed his figure in the thunder prison, and his face was a little more vigilant than before. Even though the 6 soul bones greatly increased his physical strength, he still couldn't withstand the frontal blow of the clear sky hammer. He stretched out his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and opened his heart outward. Countless thunders gathered into sharp arrows, suspended behind him. Then, the sharp arrows fell like raindrops. Lei Yin's biggest weaknesses, that his martial soul consumes too much soul power and cannot fight for a long time. Even if Yuan's 70,000-year-old torso bone that can store electricity is full of current, it can't withstand his squandering. The head soul bone from the Evil Eye Tyrant Master completely solved this problem for him. This soul bone provides him with 2 skills. One is HeartNet. It can sense the subtle bioelectric current in the other party's body and judge the other party's actions at the same time. This is also a super large scale monitoring and communication method. He can monitor the sound within the coverage of the heartnet, or he can convert his own voice into electromagnetic waves, transmit it to the ears of the target he wants to contact, and then turn it back into sound. To achieve the purpose of long-distance communication. The second skill is thunder gathering. Only a small amount of soul power is needed to make the current in the surrounding objects gather on himself. Yan can use it to quickly replenish the consumption of the thunder pool. Looking at the rain of arrows falling from the sky, the clear sky hammer in Tang Heo's hand suddenly grew larger and became illusory, protecting himself, and at point Tang San looked at the fierce battle in the sky and was absent-minded. I still remember that Yan's strength was not as good as his 5 years ago, but after 5 years, the opponent has stood at such a height. He whispered to German beside him, "Aren't you and Amon hostile? He is Amon's subordinate. Why don't you take the opportunity to clip his wings?" German smiled and replied, "You don't know Amon. His wings have always been his own. This is at most a sharp sword. If the sharp sword is broken, just forge a new one. In addition, he knows that I have some connection with you, which may also be the bait he threw out." Tang San widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "A genius who can rival Super Douluo with the body of Soul Douluo is just a bait in his eyes. For me, or for Jacob in the past, strong men like your father and now Yan do need to be treated with caution. But for those who hold the treasure and almost truly have the name of Amon as far as Jacob is concerned, it's really nothing." German responded, "How strong is Amon? What exactly is that treasure?" Tang San couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. German hesitated for a moment and replied, "If you ask him about his realm, I'm not very good at answering. It may be a contra or a titled Douluo. This is unknown. But, in terms of his specific combat power, I'm afraid he is already at the top of the world. Level 99 extreme Douluo. The only people he can fear now are Douluo, Dishan, and Bosexi, who is alone overseas." Bosexi. Tang San silently remembered this name in his heart along with Douluo and Dishan. German paused for a moment, then continued, "The Amon family's treasure is a soul bone, a god-level soul bone that is more than 1 million years old. Coupled with our family's own sequence, it can produce many incredible effects. For example, it allows me to perform the miracle of resurrection from the dead without paying any price. God-level soul bone." Tang San's pupils shrank. What is a sequence? German seemed to regard him as a powerful ally against Amon. He did not hide anything and said clearly, "The martial souls of all members of my family are basically fixed, just like the Haoshan sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The ancestors compiled 3 sets of reasonable combinations, based on the soul skills produced by the clan members absorbing soul rings in the past. These are the 3 sequences of our family. They are the gate, the fool, and error, and the person who combines the ultimate treasure and obtains the name of Amon can use all the abilities of these 3 sequences at the same time. Jacob originally took the wrong path, and I took the fool's apostrophe path. He stole the treasure and has probably fully integrated it now, so all 3 sequences of abilities can be used." Tang San also wanted to ask some more specific questions, but German seemed to have lost interest in answering and raised his gaze in the air. The battle was still going on. Yan didn't display too many fancy skills, and he didn't have that many soul skills. He just released the thunder very simply. Use thunder and lightning to transform into various attacks, such as spherical lightning, rain of arrows, or the form of wild beasts, such as thunder wolves, thunder dragons, etc. Although not complicated, it is extremely effective. With super fast speed, powerful destructive power, and a paralysis effect, an ordinary titled Douluo would probably have been defeated long ago in the face of such a saturated attack. Tang Heo rushed over with thunder and lightning several times to fight back, but Yan always elementized and then distanced himself. He avoided close combat with Haoshan Douluo. Tang Heo also felt a little helpless. He couldn't catch up with Yan. The way the opponent turned into thunder and lightning was too fast. Even if he could teleport, he couldn't make any concessions. What a troublesome guy. Tang Heo's face was expressionless. Once again, in the collision between the hammer and the sword, he shattered the opponent into countless small electric currents. He took advantage of this opportunity and activated a soul bone skill point. A huge gravitational force came from the clear sky hammer held in Tang Heo's right hand, as if there was a black hole, emitting a dark light, attracting everything around it. Lei Yan was forced to withdraw from the thunder sky state. He looked at the black hole that pulled the element with a solemn expression. He raised his hand, and in an instant, dozens of spears made of iron essence were shot out. After Lei Yan combines the thunder pool, soul bone space and thunder magnetic gun, he can place the metal spear in the soul bone space and use the thunder pool to charge it. During battle, he only needs to lift it. The powerful magnetic thunder gun can be released with just one hand point, but those dozens of spears were also attracted by the black hole and moved closer to the body of the clear sky hammer. Tang Heo's move is called dark gravity, which can attract the target he is targeting, including attacks from his opponents. For someone like Tang Heo who takes the route of being fierce and domineering, restricting the opponent's actions and forcing the opponent to compete head-on with him is the most appropriate method. The huge hammer shadow appeared again, and the terrifying soul power gathered, causing turmoil in the surrounding element. Lei Yan immediately used his right leg bone soul bone skill, Thunder Shield. The sphere formed by the convergence of thunder protected him. The clear sky hammer swung and hit Lei Yan's body like a golf ball, knocking him away. Although it was protected by the thunder shield, it was much weakened. After being hit, Lei Yan still felt as if his internal organs were being displaced. While vomiting blood, he activated his 8th soul skill, a soul skill obtained from the evil eye tyrant master for more than 700,000 years. The red soul ring with 7 golden lines lit up, emitting a solid, eye-catching bright light. Tang Heo held his breath and concentrated. Not daring to be careless, his eyes suddenly widened. His body refused to obey, and he fell weakly to the ground. Also falling to the ground at the same time was Tangson. Until he lost control of his body, Tang Heo still didn't understand what happened. He didn't notice anything. Damn it, what kind of soul ring is that? Why is there gold in the red? What kind of soul skill is this? Chapter 220 Kan Ringsu returns. The soul skill that made Tang Heo and Tangson lose their ability to move was the skill provided by the 700,000-year-old soul ring of the evil eye tyrant lord, electromagnetic pulse. This is a large-scale group control skill. He did not deliberately choose a target, so Tangson was also affected. Many physical activities require the transmission of electrical signals between neurons to be executed. And the soul skill of Lei Yan can spread the current, form an impact, interfere with the electrical signals in the body, and temporarily lose control of the body. In fact, it is also very simple to deal with it. Just let enough soul power continue to emit and shield the electromagnetic pulse. But Lei Yan's attack is invisible and intangible. When the soul ring lights up, the attack has been launched and directly acts on the opponent, and there is basically no time to react. When the opponent is hit, it is too late to mobilize soul power. This is a skill that combines the advantages of mental attack and lightning attack, and can often achieve the ability to kill at first sight. Looking at Tang Heo falling down and Tangson lying on the ground, Lei Yan's expression did not change much. It was not until he saw the appearance of German clearly that Lei Yan showed obvious surprise. "Mr. Amon, is that you?" He communicated with the time worm in his mind. "Just treat him as an enemy. Don't worry about him. I will deal with it." Amon's voice echoed in Lei Yan's heart. "I know." Lei Yan nodded. He did not continue to attack, but said to Tang Heo lightly, "Someone will take your life in the future. I'm not convenient to intervene, so I will let you live for a while." After speaking, lightning burst out from his body, and the blue and white light gradually faded, and his figure disappeared in the air. A few seconds later, Tang Heo stood up from the ground. He knew that he had lost this battle very thoroughly. In the few seconds just now, he could not move, could not defend, was paralyzed, and even his thinking was rigid, and he could not do anything. If the other party had not intended to kill him, he would be dead now. What a terrible young man. Terrible soul skill. Tang Heo didn't understand the principle of this move, but after experiencing it once, he also thought of the way to deal with it by distributing soul power for shielding. But this is also a helpless way. Continuously distributing soul power is undoubtedly a great waste of one's own soul power, but if you don't do this, when the opponent launches this soul skill, it will be too late to defend points, so before there is a more effective countermeasure, fighting with Lei Yin, you must consume a lot of unnecessary soul power to guard against this move. It's not a big deal in a short time, but it will undoubtedly be a huge burden over a long period of time. The healing ability of the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor quickly repaired Tang Heo's body. He looked at Tang San and said with concern, "Zio-san, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Tang San shook his head. His expression seemed particularly solemn. He didn't expect that his father, who was so powerful in his eyes, couldn't even beat one of Amon's men trained. If it weren't for the fact that his study in Yuxuan made him more indifferent, Lei Yin's powerful performance this time might have hit him to the point of completely losing confidence. Because the gap is too big, the other party is high in the sky, looking down at everything, while he can only crawl in the mud and look up. "Dad, I have to get the 6th soul ring quickly to improve my soul power. The gap between me and them is too big." Tang San said seriously. "Alas." Tang Heo sighed. "You are already good enough. Even your great-grandfather is not as good as you at this age, but the 3 geniuses of Tudo are almost about to subvert everyone's cognition of the word genius. I don't know if it is the right choice for us to cooperate with Zhu Beng and be enemies with Duke Amon. Fighting with Lei Yin and losing was also a big blow to Tang Heo, making him doubt whether he was really old. At the same time, it also made him realize that even if he had overestimated Amon as much as possible, he actually underestimated him. If you are eager to improve your strength, it is a good way to find a way to hunt fierce beasts. They will definitely drop soul bones and provide good soul rings. German suddenly said. Although he knew it was not realistic, Tang San could not help but feel a strong heartbeat in his heart. "By the way, don't tell Hulina that I'm still alive. It's not good for her to be involved with me at this stage." "I know." Tang San nodded. "What are your plans now?" German shook his head. "I don't know. Amon's strength is beyond my ability to deal with. To be honest, I have no way to kill him now." "Then, do you want to visit Shrek Academy in Xiandao City? I will introduce you to some friends. Facing that terrible enemy, we need to work together." German hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Okay, Kyan." Rinxu rushed all the way and finally arrived near Wuhan City. Kyan Daoliu seemed to have sensed something and looked up at that direction. He walked out of the worship hall with 3 pairs of white wings extending from his back and golden light shining. Looking at the sudden rise in soul power fluctuations and the phantom of an angel appearing above Wuhan City, the Black Dragon Emperor Shan, who was outside Wuhan City, immediately took a defensive stance. Dense darkness rose, and the Black Dragon that appeared soared into the sky, confronting the angel's phantom from a distance. With fear in its golden dragon pupils, he let out a deafening roar, like thunder falling from the sky. 3 priests, Jin Yu, Kyan Jun, and Jiang Mo, appeared on the other side of Wuhan City, in the opposite direction of the Black Dragon. King Luan, Xiangxi, and Guangling were on the Black Dragon's side, guarding against him interfering with the actions of Jin Yu and his men. Emperor Shan also knew that without high-end combat power, he could not stop the priests of Wuhan Hall with the beast group, unless he summoned all the fierce beasts such as Xiangjun and Wan Yaowan. The reason why the priests were dragged here was that they did not want Wuhan City to be destroyed, and secondly, they did not have a strong desire to leave. The ones who were really besieged were actually the ordinary soul masters of Wuhan City who were not strong. Therefore, when the priests suddenly appeared on the city wall, Emperor Shan thought that they could not help but break through and intervene in other battlefields. But soon, he found that things didn't seem to be what he thought. In the distance, a golden light was approaching quickly, and its aura was very similar to Kyan Daoliu. 6-winged angel martial spirit. Di Shan's eyes showed a clear look. The reason why the worshippers came out was just to welcome the arrival of the girl and to ensure her safety. Thinking of this, he roared and asked the soul beasts to make way. He didn't want to increase unnecessary sacrifices, and it was better to maintain the current situation. Kyan Rinxu's arrival was also a good thing for Di Shan. This meant that Kyan Douluo had more concerns in this martial spirit city and would not leave at will, which was more conducive to his containment here. Under Deshian's order, the soul beasts retreated together, leaving a straight passage, staring at Kyan Rinxu on both sides, but as if they were a guard of honor welcoming a distinguished guest. Kyan Rinxu landed on the top of the city and greeted Jin Crocodile and others. Grandpa Jin Crocodile, Grandpa Yan Jin, Grandpa Jianglong, Jin. Crocodile smiled. The great priest is waiting for you. Noticing the fatigue that Kyan Rinxu could not hide, Jiang Mo asked, did Xiaoxu get bullied outside? Kyan Rinxu gave a forced smile and said, sorry, I messed up and failed to take down the Xiandao Empire. Kyan Jin shook his head. It doesn't matter. The great priest's expectations of you have never been here. None of us care about the power of the emperor. The Wuhan Hall is your final destination. The shadow of the angel gradually faded, and the light that illuminated the world gradually disappeared. On the other side, the extreme darkness also dissipated at the same time, and the huge black dragon turned into the handsome man with ankle-length hair again. The strange phenomenon in the sky disappeared, revealing the originally clear sky, and the tense atmosphere became peaceful. Biji, send someone to contact the Bear King and the Monster King. I want to know what happened in the human kingdom. Deshian ordered. No. Biji had a faint sadness on her face. In the 2 years of war, it was not only humans who were hurt, but also the soul beasts who suffered huge losses. A baboon with a circle of white marks on its right eye and curly hair passed by. It looked at Biji, scratched its head, and showed a reluctant expression on its face. After a while, it hesitated to break half of the bunch of bananas in its hand and share them with her. Looking at its painful expression, Biji suddenly laughed, took the banana, and said gently, what a good child. She said with some regret, you are so smart, no less than a soul beast of 100,000 years, but you are just an ordinary beast, without any soul power. After this war is over, I will ask Deshian for some black dragon blood. With dragon blood baptism, you should be able to improve your qualifications and gain cultivation talent. Biji likes this baboon who is said to have been in a human circus, can ride a unicycle, and has a talent for comedy and mischief. It's a pity that the auspicious beast is gone, otherwise she would be very happy to see you. Biji sighed. Who? The baboon danced and looked funny. In Wuhan City, Hulina looked at the beautiful woman with 3 pairs of white wings coming from afar, and asked, who is that person? Why have I never seen it before? Yan shook his head and responded, I don't know, we have never seen it, but looking at the spirit, I'm afraid it's a direct blood relative of the great priest. You showed a trace of worry on his face. I'm afraid it's the hidden pride of the spirit hall, the kind that was truly born in the spirit hall, not an orphan adopted like us. I'm afraid she will affect your status. Now, Hulina's talent is beyond doubt, and she has been made a saint. It is almost certain that she will be the next pope of the spirit hall. But the appearance of Kyan Rinxu seems to have changed the original certainty. The blood relatives of the great priest are no less noble than the pope's followers. Moreover, the 6-winged angel spirit is also the best spirit, and the talent is absolutely top-notch. In Ziyu's view, she will become Hulina's biggest competitor to succeed the pope. As the person involved, Hulina did not have so many worries, but just smiled. It's a bit early to talk about those things. Let's get through this beast tide first. The crow with white eyes suddenly flapped its wings, left Hulina's shoulder, flew over Kyan Rinxu and circled. Little crow, come back. Hulina shouted worriedly. Kyan Rinxu looked at the crow, and suddenly a faint sense of familiarity emerged in her heart. She muttered in her heart in a strange way. Strange. Why do I feel that this crow is a little familiar, a little like Duke Amon. Bibi Dong stared at Kyan Rinxu from afar, with a complicated look in her eyes, and uttered an almost inaudible murmur. Zua. Chapter 221 Changes in the Night City. When she came to the enshrinement hall, and saw the familiar tall old man, Kyan Rinxu, who had always been strong, finally couldn't help but reveal her soft side, and said with a hint of tears, Grandpa, I failed. Kyan Douluo smiled gently and said, it doesn't matter, Zua. People always have to experience setbacks to grow. A temporary failure means nothing. This war is also a rare experience in your life for you. It is a good training, Grandpa. I regret that I didn't listen to your advice and use my energy on soul cultivation, but instead carried out some political tricks and conspiracy. Kyan Rinxu said sincerely. Kyan Douluo smiled. It's not too late to wake up now. At your current age, close to level 80, it's already much better than I expected. It's precisely because your soul power has not fallen behind. I just let it go and didn't force it, but now that you've woken up, just stay here and practice with peace of mind. The glory of the Angel clan will eventually be passed on to you, and the mere worldly throne is nothing. You should adjust your mentality first. After a while, I will show you the true inheritance of our family. That is the ultimate pursuit of a soul master. Yes. Kyan Rinxu nodded, and then she said, Grandpa, the reason why I failed is because Zhu Beng relied on the power of the Haoshan sect. They had violated the Feng sect's promise not to come out, and came out again. The direct cause of my failure was Tang Hao's action. He has already broken through to Super Douluo, and Uncle Shilong, and Uncle Thornblood are no match for him. She thought Kyan Douluo would be angry when he heard the news about Tang Hao, but she was surprised to find that he just nodded calmly and said, I understand, but, Grandpa, why? That was the murderer of my father. Kyan Rinxu couldn't help but say, you're asking me why I don't go and avenge ya. Kyan Rinxu nodded. Kyan Douluo sighed. It's time to let you know the truth. Kyan Douluo actually didn't have much grudge against Tang Hao. He and Tang Chen were good friends when they were young, and they once explored Poseidon Island together. This friendship still exists in his heart. His son went to hunt Tang Chen's grandson's wife, but was seriously injured instead. He only felt embarrassed. If Tang Hao killed Kyan Zhengji, he might have hatred, but if he was only seriously injured, Kyan Douluo wouldn't mind very much. After all, the grandson of his old friend acted in self-defense, and such behavior was blameless. The one who really killed Kyan Zhengji was Bibi Dang. Her reason for killing Kyan Zhengji was even more blameless, and she was also Kyan Rinxu's mother. Therefore, although Kyan Douluo was angry about his son's death, he didn't know who to vent his anger to. The root cause of all this was that Kyan Zhengji's methods were dark, and he brought the blame on himself. Even if he is a level 99 ultimate Douluo, a powerful person close to the gods, in this situation, he can only be an old man who is sad alone. Actually, Tang Hao is not your real father-killing enemy. Although he severely injured your father, it is not incurable. The one who killed him was actually Bibi Dang, your mother. What? Sister? Kyan Rinxu's face showed a look of astonishment. She also killed my father, Kyan Douluo said with a tone of helplessness and regret. Back then, your father used some darker means to force your mother to stay by his side. This was his mistake. He did not guide him to the right path. My mistake. Kyan Douluo told Kyan Rinxu the original truth. You shouldn't resent your mother. If possible, I hope you can reconcile. After all, blood is thicker than water, and there is an unbreakable connection between you. Kyan Rinxu's eyes were a little confused, and various thoughts were intertwined in her heart. She could suddenly understand Bibi Dang's attitude towards her. No wonder eldest sister has such an attitude towards me. No wonder she always ignores me. Kyan Rinxu murmured. She felt a little aggrieved. Even though she had done nothing, she was disgusted by her biological mother. However, the reason why she hated her was so good and so appropriate. Her birth seemed to be a mistake. Seeing Kyan Rinxu like this, Kyan Douluo shook his head and walked out of the hall. Zua, please be alone for a while. No matter what choice you make, Grandpa will support you. Only when you think about it clearly and overcome the knot in your heart will you be qualified to accept the inheritance of our family. In the city of night, Yan Jin came to the top of the city with a bun in his mouth. He turned over on the battlements out of boredom, ate the bun in a few mouthfuls, and stared at the military camp of the Star Luo Empire in the distance. I'm so bored. I want to beat someone up, but why don't they come over? Someone let me move my body. She swayed her feet and muttered in a low voice. A group of soldiers from the Xiandao Empire quietly gathered around. They were all elites in the army and were the backbone soul masters. Several senior generals looked at each other, nodded, and quietly walked towards Yan Jin. What are you doing here? What's the matter? Yan Jin tilted his head and looked at them. She looked at the heavily armed soldiers again and said, I understand. You are going for a surprise attack, right? Take me with you. Hey, it must be fun. The generals did not answer her words. Why? Are you still standing there? Why don't you quickly take action and capture this traitor to the empire? A man in civilian clothes shouted sternly. Capture? Me? Yan Jin pointed at himself with his index finger, a trace of confusion on his face. But shouldn't I be the boss here now, Miss Yan Jin? Please surrender. His Majesty Zubeng has issued an order to declare Duke Amon a criminal, and you and Lord Lei Yan are both his accomplices. Please don't resist stubbornly. There are still hundreds of thousands of troops in this city. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight so many people alone. A general persuaded. He emphasized in the city and winked at Yan Jin frantically, constantly looking outside the city wall, which was to remind her to run away quickly. Other generals also understood his approach, knowing that he seemed to be persuading her to surrender, but in fact he was reminding Yan Jin of her current situation, so that she would not be disgraced. Yan Jin's prestige in the army is not low, and if possible, they don't want to be enemies with him. Seeing his eyes and understanding his intentions, Yan Jin still chose to refuse. When she was weak, she had to act according to other people's moods. When she became strong, she still had to act according to other people's moods. Wouldn't her soul power be improved in vain? One of her motivations for becoming stronger was to avoid having to compromise and give in to others. She didn't need to give in to a mere avalanche order. Yan Jin suddenly showed a bright smile, as bright as the sun and as moving as blooming summer flowers. Although I haven't figured it all out yet, it doesn't matter. Since you want to fight, then come and fight. Don't blame me if you die. Magma ignited in her hands, and the flowing red liquid burned the air, causing the surrounding temperature to rise sharply. Feeling this familiar burning breath, the generals who led the team showed helpless expressions on their faces. This choice was not beyond their expectations, and was in line with Yan Jin's style. After hesitating for a while, they finally gave the order to attack. Dozens of soldiers rushed forward with spears in their hands and shouted. Yan Jin waved his right fist without caring about the friendship they had fought side by side for some time. Big fire. The hot flowing rock turned into a huge fist and rushed forward. The magma instantly engulfed the dozen soldiers, leaving them with nothing. The generals showed a trace of bitterness on their faces. In the past, this Valkyrie in the army was so reassuring as a teammate. So when she became an enemy, she was so terrifying. I don't know how many soldiers' lives will be filled in to subdue the opponent. A general thought silently in his heart. What are you all doing? So many people can't beat a woman like her? Hurry up and catch her. Be careful, I will sue you for treason. The messenger sent by Avalanche said arrogantly. His attitude made many soldiers hate him. In front of Yan Jin, ordinary soldiers were like paper, and almost no one could make her throw a second punch. She also noticed this guy who looked particularly different and walked towards him. Hey, stop her quickly, stop her. The messenger panicked. The soldiers showed a trace of satisfaction on their faces. Instead of blocking him, they tacitly made way. Yan Jin came to the messenger without any hindrance and grabbed his neck with one hand. After a while, the messenger was roasted into a charred corpse, emitting bursts of meat fragrance. A general waved his hand and signaled the soldiers to stop. Miss Yan Jin, you should leave. If you have anything to take away, you can go and pack it first. We will not stop you. Yan Jin tilted his head. Why? If you want to leave, you should leave. It's not like I can't beat you. The thinking of both sides is not on the same channel at all. The generals still have the idea of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism, and believe that the emperor's orders should be obeyed. They think that their side is the strong side, and letting Yan Jin leave is already their greatest kindness to this former colleague. But Yan Jin doesn't care about the emperor or not. Who is Zhu Avalanche? If you want to let yourself leave, then show your true colors with your hands, and life and death are up to fate. Outside the night city, Dai Chenghua sat on a tall dragon horse, looking at the red halo shining on the city wall, with a faint smile on his face. It seems that Douluo territory, no, Blue Dragon territory, will soon return to the embrace of our Xingluo Empire. Wedi Zhao Wu flattered. We won without fighting. It's all thanks to the wise planning of your majesty and the officials in the court. If I were to attack, I'm afraid I don't know how many soldiers would fall under the city wall. Haha, how come you can say some flattering words? This is not your style. I'm just telling the truth. Wei Zhaowu said lightly without changing his expression. Chapter 222, Far North. On the wall of Night City, just as Yan Jin and the soldiers of the Xiandao Empire were staring at each other, a blue light with silvery white shone in the air. The figure of a young man with dark blue hair, blue eyes and handsome face slowly emerged, from virtual to real, until the light faded. His body had completely turned into a solid body, and his blue windbreaker was blown in the air. Thunder. Douluo. In the distance, Dai Chenghe looked at the man who appeared in the sky above Night City with a serious look in his eyes. Why would he appear here at this time? Since the White Tiger Army joined the main force of the army, we have lost control of his dynamics. He has always been erratic, and it is not surprising that he appears anywhere. Zhu Wacheng said in a deep voice. Point in the eyes of Dai Chenghe and others, Lei Yin is definitely a big enemy. He comes and goes without a trace. He is not only powerful, but also has outstanding wisdom and skills. He is known as the God of Warpoint, since he emerged a year ago and took over the command of the Xiandao Empire's garrison. He has calculated all the military actions of the White Tiger Army to the letter, and even gave people the illusion that the White Tiger Army was just a puppet under his command. When Wei Zhaowu saw Lei Yin, his face showed a bit of excitement and he clenched his fists. General Wei, please calm down. I know you have been frustrated repeatedly in his hands and have always wanted to win back a game, but now you have to focus on the overall situation. Zhu Wacheng persuaded. I know. Wei Zhaowu took a deep breath and his face regained its calm. Lei Yin, why are you here? Yan Jin asked. Sister, don't worry about this place, just give it to them. Lei Yin replied. But this is a Night City. The Duke's mansion is here. Amon is not here. I have to help him protect it. Yan Jin said seriously. Since Amon obtained the 7th soul ring and successfully parasitized, he has been able to avoid being discovered by the host. Therefore, even if the worm of time still exists in Yan Jin's body, Yan Jin himself does not know that he has been parasitized without Amon communicating with him. Although she guessed that Amon was probably watching the development of things somewhere in the city, based on her own understanding. She could not be sure, since he had not contacted her without confirmation. She would choose to protect the Night City and the Duke's mansion from falling into the hands of others according to her own will. This is what Mr. Amon meant. He said that the time is almost right and asked you to go with him. Lei Yin responded. Oh, so, since he doesn't care, I don't care. Yan Jin nodded. Red and blue lights lit up, lava and thunder intertwined, accompanied by bright starlight. Lei Yin, Yan Jin and Amon's worm of time completed the fusion of martial souls in a distant place. Amon sat in an ice house, watching the raging wind and snow outside, stroking his monocle, and a smile on his lips. A thread of fate with a faint grey mist appeared in his eyes. He followed one of the connections, and stole Yan Jin, who had merged with a worm of time. Yan Jin only felt a surge of light and shadow, and lost the perception of the outside world. When she regained her perception, she found that the state of martial soul fusion had been lifted, and Amon was in front of her, looking at her with a smile. She immediately flew into Amon's arms and hit her head hard on his chest. Amon, long time no see, I miss you so much. Why have you ignored me for so long? Amon seemed to hear the sound of his ribs breaking after being hit by her, and his mouth twitched. If you always rely on me, you won't get much growth. The battlefield life over the past year should have made you make great progress. The worm of time parasitic in Yan Jin's body transmitted the information about Yan Jin during this period to the main body through mental synchronization. The expression on Amon's face suddenly froze, and he looked at Yan Jin with some disbelief. How did you manage to live without thinking in the most intense place of war without encountering too much danger? Yan Jin smiled and replied, danger? I don't think so. It was a little dangerous when an old man of the title Douluo level came to attack me, but he didn't dare to come when I hid to the prince. At other times, the opponents were quite weak. By the way, where is this place? Why is it so cold? Looking at the snow outside the house, Yan Jin shuddered. It feels colder than the north. Amon didn't care about Yan Jin's growth progress, letting her experience the tempering of war by herself. but he didn't care much about how much she could gain. He regained his smile on his face and replied, "This is north of the North Province, the forbidden area for humans, the far north, above the Night City." After Amon stole Yan Jin, Yan also turned into a lightning and disappeared in the air. Half a day later, a man in dark linen clothes, which ordinary people often wear, climbed down from the wall of Night City stealthily. Since the generals had informed their soldiers that the two countries would formally sign a peace agreement, the Night City Xiandao army was much more relaxed, and the spies of the Douluo Empire could more easily find opportunities to pass on the news. "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that there are no traces of Yan Jin and Yan in the city, and the Xiandao defenders have also relaxed their vigilance." The spy dressed as an ordinary citizen reported respectfully, "Very good, pass the order down, and the whole army will attack." Dai Chenghua stared at the city wall, with a hint of joy in his eyes. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Zhu Wachan asked. "Didn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince send someone to say that a peace agreement has been signed?" Dai Chenghua shook his head and smiled. "The envoys sent by Liu Bei and the Xiandao Empire are still on the way. As long as the agreement documents have not been officially delivered, we can regard the war as continuing. What's more, in the agreement, Avalanche also recognizes our ownership of Douluo territory. Wouldn't it be good to take advantage of this opportunity to eat up these hundreds of thousands of troops? As long as these hundreds of thousands of young and middle-aged people are killed, the Xiandao Empire will be in a state of labor shortage for a long time in the future, which can greatly delay the recovery of their national strength. If it doesn't work this time, then wait for the next time. We have never been so close to achieving our goal. Even if I can't do it, there is still Liu Bei. By the time Liu Bei arrives, the time should be ripe. I can feel that the day of destroying Xiandao and ruling the entire continent is not far away." Dai Chenghua's eyes flashed with ambition. "General, Wei, I'll leave it to you next. You can trick them into surrendering, and after you control the Night City, you can kill all the captives." "Yes, sir." Wei Zhao saluted respectfully and then left the tent. "Sir, Monster Eye, please ask the soul beasts to cooperate with the siege. This is the last time." Dai Chenghua said to the 10,000 Monsters King. The 10,000 Monsters King glanced at him, shook his head and said, "We agreed that our cooperation would continue until the Xiandao Empire surrendered. Now, the Avalanche Emperor has designated Amon as a criminal and is willing to cooperate with us in the Stardao Great Forest to hunt him down, so our cooperation has stopped." Dai Chenghua hesitated for a long time and couldn't help saying, "I know a place called Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eyes, which is extremely suitable for plant growth and has produced many immortal herbs. Although the immortal herbs have been picked, with the long lifespan of your soul beasts, it's okay to wait for them to grow again, right? And you are also a plant soul beast. If you practice there, it should be of great benefit to you. Help me for the last time. I will tell you the location of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eyes. Of course, I don't know too much. I only know the approximate area." This was naturally told to him by Dame Liu Bei. Since the immortal herbs were gone, Dame Liu Bei didn't take it too seriously and reported it to Dai Chenghua as an ordinary secret. This was a condition that the 10,000 Demon King could not refuse. He smiled and nodded in agreement. The sound of the galloping of soul beasts and the shouts of soldiers rang out, and countless feet stepped on the ground, making the whole earth tremble. The Xiandao soldiers on the city wall looked at the Douluo army attacking in a horrified manner, and shouted in panic, "Didn't you say that the war is over? Why are they still attacking?" "Enemy, attack, enemy, attack." A shrill alarm sounded. "Damn it, those bastards are not trustworthy. Do they want to tear up the agreement that was just signed?" A general punched hard on the battlement. "Don't just stand there. Move quickly. Bring up all the tools for defending the city and block the city gate with heavy objects." A clear-minded officer shouted. Unfortunately, there was chaos all around, and his orders were only implemented to a limited extent. Before Qian Ringsu left, she appointed Yan Jin as the commander-in-chief of the army, but Yan Jin was driven away by them. Now these hundreds of thousands of troops are leaderless, and several senior generals are in charge of their own affairs. Without a unified dispatch point, some are preparing to break out, some are planning to organize resistance and hold on, and others are considering whether to open the city gates and surrender directly. Point: in the absence of effective resistance, the walls of the Night City are useless to the soul beasts. With their help, the army of the Douluo Empire easily climbed to the top of the city. Put down your weapons, and those who surrender will not be killed. Put down your weapons, and those who surrender will not be killed. The Douluo soldiers who climbed the city gate shouted slogans while fighting. Seeing more and more enemy troops rushing to the top of the city, all resistance became futile. Some Xiandao soldiers lost the will to continue fighting, threw away their weapons, and squatted on the roadside with their heads in their hands. The Douluo army ignored those who surrendered and continued to chase and kill those who were still resisting. Gradually, more Xiandao soldiers joined the ranks of surrenderers, and even some generals who felt that there was no hope of breaking through led their soldiers to surrender in an organized manner. It didn't take long for the Douluo army to control the entire Night City. Pass the order down. Take prisoners in small teams, and don't kill the residents in the city. Don't rob their property. Don't rape women, and those who disobey the order will be executed. Wei Zhao ordered lightly. Under the efficient execution of the White Tiger army, the chaos in the city was gradually curbed, and a certain order was restored. Chapter 223. His Majesty Amon. After completely conquering the Night City and stabilizing the situation, Dai Chenghua ordered, General Wei, it's almost done. Kill all those Xiandao surrendered soldiers. Wei Zhao responded, Your Majesty, please think twice. No need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. Even if I bear the stigma, as long as I can fulfill the wishes of my Dai royal family for generations, the stigma is not worth mentioning. Dai Chenghua said firmly. Zhu Wacheng said, Your Majesty, since you have promised not to kill those who surrender, it is best to do as promised. After all, people should keep their promises. At the end, his tone had changed and became a little mocking. Wei Zhao said in a similar tone, Honesty and trust within us are virtues. Dai Chenghua was still excited about the victory of conquering Night City and capturing hundreds of thousands of Xiandao troops. He did not notice the abnormality of the two for a while. He said with a somewhat unhappy tone, What? Are you going to stop me? Tell me the reason for doing this. Reason? Haven't I said it before? People should be trustworthy. It is not a good habit to go back on one's word. Wei Zhao took out a crystal monocle from the void and embedded it into his eye socket. He adjusted the position of the glasses, and the corners of his mouth slowly tilted back, outlining a smile. Dai Chenghua's face was solemn. At this time, he also reacted, and became more vigilant in his heart. He frowned, always feeling that this action seemed to have been heard somewhere. Yes, wasn't that Duke Amon convicted by the Xiandao Empire because of fraud? Your Majesty, you should take this as a warning. Zhu Wacheng also took out a pair of monocles from the void and put them on his right eye. Duke Amon, or thought suddenly exploded in Dai Chenghua's mind. Yes, it was him. Isn't this habit and action of wearing a monocle the habitual characteristic of Duke Amon mentioned in the intelligence? He looked at the two important officials beside him and suddenly felt creepy. Could it be that these two people were pretending to be Amon? When did this start? My plan has been carried out under the noses of others. Without any hesitation, Dai Chenghua immediately mobilized his soul power and rushed out suddenly, shouting, Protect the Emperor, Your Majesty. Where is the enemy? The captain of the guards came over immediately. He reacted immediately and put a monocle on his right eye. Dai Chenghua, who was relieved because of the arrival of the guards, was almost frightened to cardiac arrest. He looked around and found that the soldiers around him all wore monocles, turned their heads to look at him, and raised their mouths slightly, outlining the same smile, and said in unison, Your Majesty. Where is the enemy? Layer after layer of voices echoed in his ears, as if someone was whispering in the depths of his soul. The indescribable sense of weirdness, horror, and fear crawled into Dai Chenghua's heart like a spider. What on earth are you? He tried his best to restrain his fear. The other party can replace these soldiers, and naturally can also replace the other ministers in the court, even his concubines, maids, guards. What are we? The king of 10,000 demons pinched his monocle and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, why not take a look at yourself?" The bright starlight lit up, and several time insects turned into streams of light and sank into Dai Chenghua's body. Originally, with Dai Chenghua's soul Douluo strength, he could still fight back a little, but due to fear, his mind was in an extremely unstable state, and Amon seized the opportunity and easily invaded. His eyes became dull. After a while, Dai Chenghua's eyes became smart again. He took out a pair of monocles from the void and put them in his right eye socket, with a gentle smile on his face. "I've seen it. I feel good about myself." After Amon gained the ability to steal life, the soul also became an object he could steal. Although using stolen and polluted souls to create clones is also very risky for Amon himself, and it is easy to lose himself, but he did not put this dangerous ability aside. Amon took his own will as the benchmark, and macro controlled the full Mongolian will to limit the deviation value of the full Mongolian will within a certain range. If the full Mongolian will slides too much towards the good side, then Amon will deal with some clones with good personalities. If the full Mongolian will begins to slide towards the evil side, then he will clear the evil clones and make the full Mongolian will closer to good. As long as the deviation value is within a certain range, the decision made by the full Mongolian will be the same as the original will. In this way, Amon can maintain the stability of his own will to the maximum extent and use the means of stealing souls to quickly increase the number of clones. At this moment, nearly 1/3 of the Xingluo army has been parasitized by Amon. However, this is not without limitations. That is, the larger the size of Amon, the more bloated the full Mongolian will, and the more difficult it is for the original body to conduct macro control. Amon is looking for a suitable point at this time, so that he can maintain sufficient control over Amon as a whole, and can also give full play to the number advantage of the clones. When the news from the Night City came back, Zhu Beng immediately found the envoys of the Xingluo Empire who were still in the Xiandao Empire, and asked angrily, "What is going on? Do you want to break the agreement? We have issued a wanted order for Amon. What do you mean by attacking after this?" The envoy was not frightened by the fierceness of Emperor Zhu Beng. He said calmly, "Your Highness the Crown Prince and the envoy you sent to convey the letter of credence have just set out not long ago, and they should still be on the way. Your Majesty probably hasn't received the official document, so he will continue to attack." Zhu Beng's face was livid, knowing that he was tricked. He could ignore the Ye Duo leader, but he couldn't ignore the hundreds of thousands of Xiandao troops. But now the matter is done. After losing that army, Xiandao, which was already inferior in national strength, no longer had the capital to continue to compete with the crossing Luo Empire, and could only suffer this loss. Looking at Zhu Beng, who left with a wave of his sleeves, the crossing Luo envoy showed a disdainful smile on his face. A few days later, Damu Bei and the Xiandao envoy presented the peace agreement to Dai Chenghua. At this moment, the peace agreement between the Xingluo Empire and the Xiandao Empire officially came into effect. The two countries officially announced to the world that the war between the Xiandao Empire and the Xingluo Empire had come to an end. Also announced was the non-aggression treaty between humans and soul beasts signed by the Xiandao Empire Emperor Zhu Beng, the Xingluo Empire Emperor Dai Chenghua and the King of Ferocious Beasts Di Shan. The treaty stipulates that humans cannot hunt soul beasts that are 100,000 years old, and transformed soul beasts enjoy the treatment of free citizens in human society, and are protected by imperial laws. Ferocious beasts cannot retaliate, because humans hunt soul beasts under 100,000 years old. The war stopped, the beast tide receded, and the 2-year turmoil finally ended. Countless people in the Xiandao Empire celebrated, shouting the name of Emperor Zhu Beng, and praising his achievements. For them, ending the war and returning their lives to what they were before is the greatest happiness, and those people whose families went to the battlefield and still had no news were happy with a hint of worry. They looked forward to their sons, husbands, and brothers returning safely. The storm seemed to be gradually subsiding. Only the starting point of the turmoil, Wuhan City, was still surrounded by soul beasts. Wuhan City's contact with the outside world was not completely cut off, but the news received was delayed. It was half a month later when they learned that the emperors of the two major empires of mankind had signed an agreement with Emperor Xian. The reply bird rarely launched an airstrike. The stinky rat did not launch a biochemical attack, and the roaring sound dog did not make noise at night point. Although still surrounded by soul beasts, the soul masters in Wuhan City also felt the signal that the war was about to retreat point. They also breathed a sigh of relief. Living in such a dangerous environment for 2 years is also a big test for soul masters. I don't know how many people have woken up in their sleep, and I don't know how many people have had nightmares that they or their friends died in the mouths of soul beasts. At this moment, they can finally sleep well. Once the tense nerves relax, they will no longer have the will to fight. The rising sun slowly emerged from the east, and endless light illuminated the world. Under the slightly fearful gazes of countless soul masters, a huge black dragon was constantly cruising around Wuhan City in the air. He did not roar, nor did he show any fluctuations in his soul power. He just circled quietly for a few rounds, and then spoke in human language. I believe that everyone in Wuhan City is familiar with me. You should have received the news, right? Your human rulers have signed a peace agreement with me, which means that we are no longer enemies in the future. Moreover, they also announced that Amon is a criminal of the two empires. Do you still want to continue to stop me? Do you want to make things difficult for my Xingdao Great Forest in order to cover up a criminal? I'm not a tyrannical person. I have only one goal from beginning to end. Let Amon, the thief who stole the treasures of our Xingdao Great Forest, get the punishment he deserves. Then, the huge black dragon fell into the forest and disappeared. The war weariness is not only among ordinary people. Many soul masters are also tired of this endless war. They have no lack of disgust for Amon, the fuse that caused the war driven by some soul masters. More and more people accepted Deshian's words and the view that Amon was a sinner, describing him as a thief and a liar. After hearing this popular view, Yan Jin looked very strange. As early as when Amon issued a decree in Douluo territory to reduce the illegal cost of stealing, he had some guesses about Amon's purpose and suspected that Amon was taking the path of faith to become a god. Now, he is more certain of this. These negative emotions and views also contain some power of faith. The cognition of countless people can associate concepts such as stealing and fraud with Amon, helping him to condense the position of God. Yan Jin suddenly realized that the current situation was probably pushed by Amon in secret. Everyone was fooled by him. Even himself and the Black Dragon King Deshian became pawns in his hands. Of course, guesses are just guesses. Yan Jin will not arbitrarily think that Amon deliberately did so because of his subjective conjectures. While he was shocked by Amon's actions, he also felt deep helplessness and sadness in his heart because humans ultimately chose to make peace with soul beasts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Angel Temple. In a special space, surrounded by endless night sky and starry sky, there is a majestic palace floating in the night sky. The main hall is hexagonal, with 6 huge golden pillars supporting the roof. There are no walls, and everything around it is void. Countless strange lines are engraved on the feet, the roof of the palace, and the 6 huge golden pillars. These patterns are based on the appearance of angel feathers in the center of the hall. There is a 3-meter high angel statue. It looks exactly like the one in the Elders Hall, but it's much smaller. This angel statue is not golden, but dull gray. In front of the statue, a long sword, also gray, is stuck on the ground. The 6 wings spread out behind it, lifelike. Yan Jin, dressed in gray clothes, was kneeling in front of the statue of the angel god, seemingly praying, with a confused look on his face. The misery and humiliation when everyone lives in the shadow of the soul beast, when everyone forgets the sacrifice and dedication of our ancestors, when everyone is willing to share the living space that these countless soul masters fought bloody hard to get from the soul beasts. Is my persistence still necessary? Yan Jin seemed to be talking to himself. He said softly, God, can you tell me what to do? The world has forgotten your glory. A soul master is guilty of hunting soul beasts. The leader of mankind bows his head to the soul beast. Does our Wuhan palace still have a meaning to exist? What is it that we inherit and protect? When can the glory of angels bloom again? The Statue of the angel god still looks the same for thousands of years, with a faint smile on his face that seems to be filled with compassion, and compassion. The gem on the hilt of the dull long sword in front of the statue suddenly lit up, and countless golden brilliance emerged from Douluo. The countless, dotted golden light spots were like bright stars. Like stars at the same time, a diamond-shaped gem appeared between Douluo's eyebrows. Golden light spots continued to merge into the long sword, transforming into an inexplicable force that flowed into the diamond-shaped gem between Douluo's eyebrows. Douluo's eyes widened, and he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The angel god, or the god of angel god, responded. It was converting the faith gathered in Douluo into angel divine power. Is this the answer you gave? Douluo closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was no confusion in his eyes, only determination remained. I understand. He wiped his forehead with his right hand to make the diamond-shaped gem disappear again, stood up, ended the transformation of the power of faith, and walked out of the hall. Douluo turned around and stepped out of the angel temple in the void. One step later, his figure appeared in front of the angel statue in the Elder Hall. I'm sorry, Xiaoxu, although this may make it more difficult for you to accept the inheritance in the future, I believe you can overcome it. There are some things, even if the whole world is silent and the whole world recognizes them, I can't accept them. I will correct this mistake. Douluo's eyes sharpened. At this moment, he was no longer the servant of God who cultivated his moral character, but the once feared ruling elder of Wuhan Palace. Golden Crocodile. Yan Jin, Jiangmo, come here, I have something to ask you. He sent a message. The azure bull python with the head of a bull and the body of a snake twisted its huge body, that was tens of meters long, and wandered on the central avenue of Xiandao City. Zhao Wu sat on its head, with a sweet smile on her face, constantly waving to the surrounding people on both sides of the road with either curious or fearful eyes. Tang Sun sat next to Zhao Wu with a calm expression. This is a show proposed by Yu Xiao Gang, through the parade of azure bull python and Zhao Wu in Xiandao City, so that the people and soul masters in the city can learn about the soul beasts that are 100,000 years old. They understand that these highly intelligent soul beasts can empathize with humans, and it is not impossible for humans and soul beasts to live in harmony. A child ignored the adult's dissuasion and ran to the azure bull python. The azure bull python stopped and looked at the little one with its huge eyes, a look of confusion on its face. The child looked up at the huge spirit beast, looked at Zhao Wu and asked, "Sister, are you a spirit beast?" "Yes, my sister is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, and she is also a student of Shrek Academy. In the last Soul Master competition, I even represented the academy in the competition." Zhao Wu said with a smile. "What about you, brother?" "I am a human being." Tang Sun replied. "Wow, then the brother and sister are lovers, right? Brother, you must be as powerful as the protagonist in the unparalleled Tang sect." The child's face showed fascination and admiration. Peerless. Tang sect is a storybook published and distributed by the Xiandao Empire with the theme of the love between humans and soul beasts. It was written by Flanders, the dean of Shrek Academy. Tang Sun and Zhao Wu looked at each other, both showed happy smiles, and said gently, "Yes, but I will protect her well, and I will never let her suffer as written in the storybook. It's so romantic. I will also find such a beautiful soul beast sister as my wife in the future." The little boy looked at the azure bull python again. "Is this your mount, brother?" "No, Daming is my friend." Tang Sun shook his head. "Oh, that's it? Then I will have such a soul beast to sit on in the future." "No, my friend." Zhao Wu laughed and said, "Do you want to come up? Well, would you like to come up together with your brothers and sisters, ride the Ming dynasty around Xiandao City?" Zhao Wu suggested. Is it okay?" The child's face showed excitement. It doesn't matter." Daming said human words. "Wow, so cool." Tang Sun smiled slightly and used blue silver grass to pull the child up. Ha ha ha. The little boy sat in Tang San's arms, smiling extremely happily. Seeing him actually sitting on the big python, the other children all looked envious. Sister, I also want to ride a boa constrictor." "Me too, eh?" Group of children appeared. Zhao Wu looked at Daming. Daming Weng said, "It's okay, let them come up." Yeah. The children cheered. With a trace of helplessness on Tang San's face, he used blue silver grass to pick the children up one by one on the snake's back. They seemed to be riding a small train, riding the azure ball python, and circled around the entire Xiandao city. Seeing how harmoniously the children got along with the huge spirit beast, the ordinary people also lowered their guard and felt that what the story said seemed to be correct. Zhu Beng stood on the wall of the palace and looked at the azure ball python filled with children with some surprise. Those children are so courageous. This is 100,000-year-old soul beast. But then again, this soul beast, the beast has such a good temper. Uzaya Gang smiled faintly. This is what I arranged. The kid who took the lead at the beginning was the 4th generation disciple of the Haoshan sect. Some of the following ones were from the Haoshan sect and some from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Those at the back are the children of the real city residents. The teacher is wise. Zhu Beng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. But the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? Aren't they in the Tudor territory? Xianagang responded. Back then, after my father died in the hands of Amon, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family also split. Some surrendered to the then Duke Amon, while my eldest brother's branch led the clan members. They left Tudor territory and are now in Xiandao city. Many of them are teachers at Shrek Academy. Ah, I see. No wonder Shrek Academy has so many teachers. No wonder there are so many teachers named you. Zhu Beng suddenly realized it seems to be very successful. Through the parade of Zhao Wu and the azure ball python, the people's rejection of the spirit beasts has been further eliminated. Uzaya Gang gave a stiff smile. In this way, both the people and the soul masters will have much less objections to you signing the agreement with the Stardao Forest. It's all thanks to teacher's plan. Zhu Beng said with a hint of flattery. It's a pity that the Star Luo Empire actually played tricks on us in the end and detained so many of our soldiers. Teacher, do you have any idea? Xianagang hesitated for a moment and said, in this case, I will ask Xiazan to communicate with New Bay as much as possible and try my best to persuade the Star Luo Empire to release everyone back. Unfortunately, New Bay is still the crown prince, otherwise it would be much easier. I can only talk about personnel matters and obey fate. After all, the Star Luo Empire suddenly launched an attack at the last moment, probably because of the Xiandao army, in order to make the Xiandao Empire lose so much labor force and hinder the empire's post-war production and recovery. Sigh. They are just ordinary people who came here on call. Try to find a way to redeem them and give them a chance to reunite as a family. Zhu Beng, you have to be prepared to pay a big price. Zhu Beng nodded. I understand. They are all my people. If possible, I will naturally do my best to help them. After finishing the day's tour and sending the children home, Azure Ball Python and Zhao Wu came to Shrek Academy. Except for Dame Yubei and ZHU Zuking, who followed the Xiandao Empire's envoys and returned to the Star Luo Empire. The rest of the Shrek students who participated in the competition were all there. Wow. 100,000-year soul beast. This is the first time I've seen it. Mahanjan touched the huge head of the azure ball python with a curious look on his face. Hello, my name is Mahanjan, and I'm Zarao's classmate. Hello, I'm Daming. Since you are Sister Zarao's friend, you are my friend. Daming responded. It's not the first time. You forgot that when we went to the Star Forest to obtain the soul ring, we also saw the Titan giant ape. That should also be Zhao Wu's friend. Moreover, Zhao Wu is such a big living person. How can you treat him like this? Did she miss it? Fatty. Ningrangrang smiled. Oh, look at my memory. Mahanjan slapped his head. By the way, why didn't I see the Titan ape? Didn't it come? Ming died in Bibi Dang's hands. Daming and Zhao Wu's expressions became depressed. Bibi Dang, the Pope of Wuhan Palace? It's them again. Huh. Mahanjan said angrily. Chapter 225 The Four Ferocious Beasts of the Far North. The Far North Yan Jin was wrapped in layers of clothes. Dressed like a penguin. She breathed hot air into her hands and looked out from the igloo. Wow, this snowstorm is really big. I don't know how long it will last. It won't take long. It's coming. Amon stroked his monocle and said with a chuckle, coming? What's coming? Yan Jin was confused at first, then his eyes widened with horror, because the strong wind suddenly stopped, leaving only the falling snow point. A huge black shadow loomed in the heavy snow point. It flapped its wings and landed slowly, revealing its true appearance. This is a tiger that is tens of meters long, has 2 wings on its back, and is completely black. Ling Ran's evil aura was revealed in those scholar eyes, and after looking at them for a long time, it seemed as if he himself would be infected. Dark demonic tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger has devoured many soul beasts in the Stardao forest, and is even more powerful and terrifying than before. Yan Jin noticed a white circle on its right eye. He glanced at Amon, and saw that he didn't look like he was preparing to fight. He knew better and immediately rushed over excitedly. Wow, big cat, okay cute, she suddenly jumped up to the head of the dark demon evil god tiger and rubbed her face against the furry fur again and again. It has grown a lot. It should have exceeded the level of 100,000 years, but it is still far from enough. Amon walked out of the igloo. The dark demon evil god tiger suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large pile of shrunken human bones that exuded various colors of luster. There are skulls, left arm bones, calf bones. Looking at the pile of soul bones, which was roughly estimated to be in the thousands, Yan Jin's eyes went straight. Is this a soul bone? She jumped off the dark demon evil god tiger's head and asked with a look of disbelief on her face. Amon nodded. Yeah, that's right, Yan. Jin showed a naive smile. Amon, she moved closer to the soul bone. If you want it, I can give it to you, but I don't recommend absorbing it. This kind of defective product is not worthy of you. With that said, Amon stretched out his hand and grabbed Yan Jin. Yan Jin didn't resist and let him do what he did. Amon stole Yan Jin's burning flame right arm bone from the Soul Master competition, and another left arm bone that was fused to reach level 70 and meet the conditions for absorbing the Red King's soul ring. Come out. These 2 soul bones are both about 30,000 years old. Even for ordinary titled Douluo, they are very precious. However, Amon just used his soul power to erode them at will and turned them into his own weapons. The nourishment of soul bones. The soul bone stolen by Amon needs to be returned after a certain period of time, but if the soul bone no longer exists, then naturally there is no way to return it. After losing 2 soul bones, Yan Jin's soul power level dropped from the original level 77 to level 74. The weakness of losing her soul bone and declining soul power made Yan Jin feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, her 6 basic soul bone parts were also freed up. Amon, what are you doing? Yan Jin asked doubtfully. I said, these soul bones are not worthy of you. You can have better ones. Amon said with a smile. The purpose of bringing you here is to get you a good set of soul bones. Oh. Yan Jin nodded obediently. Can I get 6 of these soul bones? The old man still lacks 4, but I don't know which ones he is missing. As you wish. Amon had a gentle smile on his face. Yan Jin picked out 6 pieces that were in good condition and said, I've made my choice. Amon's soul power circulated, and a grey halo enveloped all these soul bones, and a somewhat crazy and evil aura spread. The bright stars lit up, and a translucent insect with 12 links and a star-like color swam quickly. It fell into the soul bone, and in the blink of an eye, all the soul bones turned into grey liquid, merged into the worm of time, and disappeared. After assimilating one soul bone after another, the quality of Amon's special external soul bone located above the martial soul has reached a very exaggerated level, close to tens of millions of years. Having absorbed the soul bone of the auspicious beast, it has the possibility of unlimited growth, but this is still not its limit. Amon snapped his fingers to signal the hunt to begin. The dark demon evil god tiger looked up to the sky and let out a roar, which spread to the distance along with the fluctuation of soul power. That terrifying roar made countless snow soul beasts tremble in the extreme northern ice field. This is a challenge from outsiders to the original kings of the far north. In the far north core circle, a huge humanoid creature over 100 meters tall opened its eyes, turned over and stood up. It has slender arms, its whole body is covered with long snow white hair, and its face is similar to that of humans. There are many wrinkles on its forehead, its skin is grey, and 2 huge fangs are exposed from its mouth. The Titan Snow Demon King is said to have the blood of the ice god, and is the descendant of the ancient ice god who came to visit the Titan giant, Roar. It roared in response to the dark demon evil god tiger's challenge. At the core of the far north, a cold and arrogant woman looked in the direction of the dark demon tiger. She has long snow white hair and sky blue eyes that are ethereal and transparent, as if she can see through everything in the world. Her slender body was flawless, and her long white dress was not decorated at all, but it made her look as noble and elegant as a plum blossom in the winter snow. She is the ruler of this far north, a ferocious beast with a cultivation level of nearly 700,000 years. The Ice and Snow Lady. A trace of solemnity appeared in Zudi's eyes. She felt an extremely evil and powerful aura. Sister Zudi, that guy is probably not simple, right? A woman with a pretty face, white skin, 4 emerald green magic patterns on both sides of her cheeks, dark green long hair draped behind her, wearing an emerald green long skirt, and a head shorter than Zudi also showed a fearful look. Bing D, the second most fierce beast in the core circle of the far north, is the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Well, Ate may not be able to deal with it. Calls I obey, and we will all go over. Zudi said. The soul beasts in the far north are more united than those in the Stardow Great Forest. When facing such external challenges, they often go together and then decide whether to fight one-on-one or directly engage in a group fight without martial ethics according to the other party's purpose and specific situation. Fengsu conveyed the will of the Snow Emperor to the Ice Bear Kings Iobe and the Titan Snow Demon King. Don't contact that guy rashly. The Ice and Snow are telling me that this outsider is not simple. Xiaobei, Ate, let's go together after we meet up. A moment later, the 4 kings on the Arctic ice field gathered together. The Snow Emperor stood on Xiaobei's head and nodded, saying, "Let's go." Xiaobei began to run wildly, and the Titan Snow Demon King followed closely behind. When they saw the invader clearly, they couldn't help but change their faces. How is it possible? That's the dark demon evil god tiger? Bing D cried out, "I'm afraid this guy's age is more than 400,000 years old." Zudi's face was gloomy. They all knew how the dark demon evil god tiger grew up. It's conceivable that the dark demon evil god tiger that has grown to this level has devoured a number of soul beasts originally. When Amon parasitized, the dark demon evil god tiger's cultivation was less than 100,000 years. It was able to quickly improve to this level because Amon had fed it with soul beasts. Because the dark demon evil god tiger has the dual characteristics of time and space, the evil nature on its body is also very consistent with the pollution characteristics of the time worm, and it can quickly increase its age by swallowing. Amon finally excluded the evil eye tyrant lord and Emperor Shan, and chose it as a target. This trip to help Yan Jin hunt soul bones is secondary. The real main purpose is to feed the 4 fierce beasts in the far north as food to the dark demon evil god tiger, to help it increase its age. Before, Lei Yin hunted the corpse of the evil eye tyrant lord left by the 8th soul ring, and also brought it back using the soul bone space. It was swallowed by the dark demon evil god tiger, so its current age is so high, it doesn't look like it came from the seaside. The only place that has enough resources to provide it with the nutrients it needs is the Qingdao Great Forest. What the hell is that Ishan doing? He actually dared to let a dark demon evil god tiger grow to this point. When it breaks through 1 or 2 more times, I'm afraid Dishan won't be able to do anything with it. Zudi said in a deep voice. Titan Snow Demon King's eyes showed a look of relief. Thanks to Zudi's call just now, otherwise it would not take long for it to become the food of the dark demon evil god tiger if it came alone. Sister Zudi, are you sure you can beat it? Bing D had a trace of fear on his face. The dark demon evil god tiger is famous not only for its evil way of becoming stronger, but also for its almost invincible combat power under the same age. Under the same cultivation, it can hunt almost any soul beast. It's hard to say. After all, this kind of guy is the first time I have encountered it. Zudi had some hesitation on his face. Looking at the scarlet eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger, which revealed a pair of evil eyes, Zudi said viciously, "There is no need to follow any rules with this guy. Everyone, come together and surround it. Don't let it run away." The Four of them dispersed and surrounded the four directions of the dark demon evil god tiger. During this process, the dark demon evil god tiger seemed unusually quiet, as if it didn't care about their actions at all. It even licked its paws leisurely, with a hint of teasing in its eyes at this time. The will of the dark demon evil god tiger had been completely suppressed by Amon's will, and now it was Amon who controlled this body. However, since the body would also affect the time worm in turn, the behavior of dark demon evil god tiger Amon more or less carried its original habits. To come to the far north, then you have offended the wrong person. Are you ready to die? After overcoming the fear, Bingdi's eyes became more tyrannical. Roar. The dark demonic evil tiger roared, its dark soul power surging, and the airflow it stirred up turned into a strong wind that spread out in all directions from its center. Just awakened the fear that the Ice Emperor had finally overcome, which was the instinctive fear of life against its natural enemy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.